Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this stellar Saturday card here in Saudi Arabia. We're live on the Jcsa English-speaking channel on Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir race night. The biggest day in the season so far. We've got some truly amazing racing to cover today in Riyadh, highlighted by the big Group 2 later at 8:30 over 2,000 metres. 12 races in total today, but there is the feature prize. Due off at 8:30, 2,000 metres, some of the best horses in action this afternoon. And so much quality on the show throughout. We've got listed races, a really good undercard ahead of the big race at 8:30, as I say. And the quality is just not on the track. It's in the studio as well. I've got Rory Delaghi once again to my right. Rory, we've got some of the best runners rated in the country here on show this evening.
Yeah, this is definitely the most exciting day's racing I've seen since we've come back here. And yeah, the more you look at it, the more mouth-watering it gets. Nice quiet start. The first few races are slightly low-key, but it really cranks up from that point onwards. And the final race, our big Group 2, is just a tremendous contest. Some of the very best horses at the trip in the country running. And yeah, any one of 5 would be potential winners of that. It's a really open race, but it's interesting that the horses favoured in that aren't the ones that we necessarily would have put it at the head of our market. But we'll see who's right at the end of the day.
Well, Camilo Ospina, of course, rode a third of the winners here yesterday. He's got a big chance on Leila Doro. I mean, wait to excel in the preceding race. Of course, a big race for Arabians listed. I mean, there's so much quality towards the end of the programme.
There is, yeah. It's a card to really get stuck into. So we should do that, shouldn't we?
Indeed, and you can get stuck into the programme as well. Get in touch on the Jcsa English-speaking channel page on YouTube. We're live right now. Any selections ahead of the big races later, any opinions, or if you just want to say hello in English if you can, do get in touch on the comment page on YouTube. Myself and Rory are keeping cool here in the studio. Callum Helliwell is our man out on the ground today, getting us all the winning interviews before the race and after the race. Callum, there's so much quality on show today. What are you looking forward to?
Oh, there is just so much to look forward to, team, isn't there? I mean, what a day of racing we've got in store. And I think we should focus on the trophy behind me, the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup. It's a Group 2 contest, and it looks a straight clash between the white stable, who bring Leila Doro and Mafrood into this race, and the red stable, who have Yamkin, Bint Far, and the new recruit, Abu Sheikha. Won a race that was then taken away from him due to a false start, but comes here on the back of a very, very good performance. Looking forward to seeing all 5 of those horses in action. It's an absolute corker, lads. Earlier on in the card as well, I've already heard Wait to Excel has been mentioned. In that same race, he takes on Derivo and My Frankil, 2 horses that were real trendsetters towards the end of last season. The quality just comes thick and fast. And we haven't even spoken about the purebred Arabian lifted contest. Durgam Asbar, remember him? He was a horse that had all the world at his feet until absolutely blowing up in the Obeya Classic, eventually unseating. Looking forward to his seasonal return for the red hot Lucas Gaitan. But all the way over in the pre-parade ring, the horses are already in the pre-parade ring ahead of our first race. So the man to talk us through the runners and the riders is an award-winning commentator, Mr. Alex Fussy.
Thank you, Callum. A very good afternoon, everyone. Looking forwards to today's action. As been highlighted, we have a good card, so let's get it underway. We start with this restricted win contest, no more than 1 previous success over 1,200 metres. Number 1, Jadal, the Mount of Adel Al Faradi. 2 is Kate Shari, that's Thab Altimyat. No 3 here, that's a non-runner, so the next is 4, Al Zraki, that's Naif Al Anazi. 5, Amin Al Anaya, Mohammed Al Hubail, and 6 is Orhan for Rakan Al Ubaid. 7 on the bottom of the page is Gaith Mecca, that's Ayad Al Turisi. We go on over to number 8, Medra Al Kir, Abdullah Al Farouz. The 9, Ra'e Al Haqwa, that's Norweth Al Mudiani. 10, Wajdi Abdulaziz Al Aish, and 11 is Wasil Al Salam and Khalid Al Mimoni. So 10 for the first. That's our field for the opener as we head back to Rory and Mark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Fussy, as we are about to approach the start of 12 races here. Of course, the quality that we highlighted at the top of the programme, more towards the second half of this afternoon's action. But this non-winners of two event is a good way to start. We've got three above average horses at the top of the international markets, headed by number 1 Jadil for the red stable Adil Al Faradi, now odds on. Opened up at 11 to 10, now 10 to 11 at the top of the international markets. 1200 metres is the trip here for the opener. Jcsa is second choice for Thurb Al Timyat at 2 to 1, was 7 to 4. Wasil Al Salam third pick at 7 to 1, and the rest seemingly have lots to do according to the markets. Let's start with the market leader, Rory, if we may. The red stable in good form here yesterday, not as good as the white stable, but they did have a win. Jadil Adil Al Faradi was a winner on debut. What do we make of the performance last time?
Yeah, it was a winners of two event on debut, maybe not the strongest, particularly when you consider that there aren't too many two-time two-year-old winners at that stage of the season. Better that form, I thought, when finishing third to Wasim Faisal in the Taif Cup last time. I think he did a bit too much on the front end there, and got picked off later on. I thought there was still a solid effort and improvement on the debut. No surprise that this is market leader, has the highest rating in this race of 70, but of course the horse we're going to come to next, Jcsa, doesn't have a rating, but was very impressive on debut.
Yeah, we'll get to in just a moment. Jadil, who was behind Wasim Faisal of the last day, who we sadly don't see later, is a non-runner in one of our later races, and as Rory alluded to, that was a 2-year-old Taif Cup contest last time. Back to 1200 metres today for Jadil. Jcsa, who you've just mentioned, Thurb Al Timyat, could hardly have been more impressive on the opening week of the season here. An 8th length success, which we can see in action here, already well clear.
Yeah, race was over at this stage. The horse in second is Ayla Malik in the red stable colours. Couldn't get near the winner and was beaten 8 3/4 lengths in the end.
Runs later as well, doesn't it?
It runs later as well, stepping up and trip. Now, I would have thought that the second isn't really a sprinter, and couldn't go the sprinter's pace that the winner showed there, Jcsa. But that was a pretty promising first effort, to say the very least. I thought this has probably run to a similar level to Jadil already, and obviously it has the scope to improve further.
Okay, Jadil is in shot there. Callum, have you had a look at the favourite yet?
I'm looking at it right now, team. This is horse number 1, Jadil. A very nice looking individual here. Quite light, I'm not going to lie to you here, and quite effeminate looking for a colt. But a good strong neck, a gorgeous head, and a nice back end to it. He's still quite long. You can see in his girth, he's not carrying too much condition either. The hindquarters are out, the hip pointers on show. No negative for me. Looks very well in the coat. Horse straight behind him, number 2, Jcsa, is another one I'm quite intrigued by. This dark liver chestnut that we're seeing has got a very nice walk, very loose in the hips, moving very nicely. I've got no concerns about the way this one conducts himself, going around the parade ring, looking very nicely, this 2-year-old. Much stronger neck than we saw with the favourite, and probably a little bit more precocious. Let's go back to horse number 5. This is a paddock eye catcher for me. So well turned out, Amin Alanaya. On debut today, coming out of stall 3, I think this horse looks absolutely magnificent. We're talking incredible quarter marks all the way through. Yes, we're a bit jig-joggy, but that doesn't concern me too much. Clearly a very precocious, short-backed, powerful type. Very good top line. You can barely see the difference between the withers and the rump of this horse as well. So certainly a big fan of Amin Alanaya. There's a couple of others I do want to give a quick mention to, though. 8 and 9, horse number 8 being Medrar Al-Khair, another one who looks very precocious, a big powerful type. Look at the back end on Medrar Al-Khair as well. Really keen to see how this colt gets on. For me, he's had the one start. We'll build on that, no doubt, but there's a brilliant, beautiful poverty line on show with this dark chestnut. Good looking type, certainly one to keep on your shortlist, but maybe might find it a bit tough today. We'll certainly have to improve from what we've seen so far. And finally, we'll go to horse number 9, who is Ra'ay Al-Shakwa. We're just going to have a look at now another chestnut. This one, a slightly taller individual, maybe more of a 3-year-old really going forward, but I thought looked good enough to warrant a mention. But team, is all about horse number 5, Aim Alanaya.
Okay, a positive for number 5, Amin Alanaya from Callum, is as big as 18-1 on the international markets. But Roy, there is one more towards the 4 that we do need to discuss, and that is number 11, Wasil Al Salam. 7-1 looks rather large today. An awkward beginning the last day, but ran on so well, and amazingly didn't get past the winner, which was Al Brak.
Yeah, it was clear the third that day when nearly running down Al Brak on debut over course and distance 2 weeks ago, and obviously would have gone very close with a decent start. You'd like to think there's a bit of improvement to come there as well. And it would be the only other one that would make particular appeal on form so far.
Okay, well, we can't speak about any form about number 7, Gaith Makar, as this is a first-time starter for Ayad Al-Tarizi. In the colours of Al-Sharif Hazar bin Shaka Al-Abdali, who of course scored here yesterday with a big price.
Yes, indeed. This is by Worldly, out of a mare called Hawa Al-Hijaz, who was a 12-race maiden here. Did show a little bit of ability, but didn't win in 12 starts. And this is making its debut in a pretty tough race, so it would have to be above average to be able to win this first time.
Let's get back to Callum in the parade ring.
Thank you. Drawn by Jalan, the stable manager for horse number 5, Amin Alanaya. I must admit, this horse looks stunning in the parade ring.
Yeah, even in the morning track work, he's doing amazing work. Hope he does better. I'm expecting a lot from him. Hope he does better.
Has he shown good speed in the early mornings as well?
He has some speed, so hopefully he's running with the winners. So hopefully he runs better with that.
And
good experience for him as well.
It's very interesting that he's not starting in a maiden, he's starting in this winner's race.
We are quite optimistic about him, so he might do well with this horse, inshallah.
Well, the bell has gone, the jockeys are getting on. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
What do you make of those comments, Rory? It's very hard to, take them as they are. I guess most of the connections here fancy their own horse, but overflowing confidence.
When we speak to people beforehand, they tend to either not want to talk beforehand because they're a bit superstitious about it, or they tend to be, you can speak to me in 5 minutes' time when my horse wins. So, but that seemed very matter of fact rather than boastful talk. This horse has got the physique to do well. A lot of horses owned and bred by Tariq Anaya do well here. They're always interesting to see on the track. And apparently all the homework is very good. So, he was the most interesting newcomer that I could see. The dam didn't show an awful lot, but I tell you, he was one to watch in the paddock I've written in my notes, and he's clearly passed the paddock test.
Indeed. Medra Al-Kayir, number 8 for Abdullah Al-Farouz, has had 1 start so far, finishing in 7th.
Yeah, that was behind Jadil, so there's no obvious reason why Medrar Al-Khair should turn that form around. Should do better, obviously, for the benefit of that run, but is held fairly readily by Jadil on that effort.
Al-Azraqi has a few plus signs next to his name. Naif Al-Anazi in really good form here the last 48 hours, and still 1, number 4. Yeah,
I didn't show anything on the first 2 starts. It did run a little bit better when went 5th to Abin Arasay in a 1400 metre open last time. So going the right way after a pretty poor start. Does need to show a fair bit more to get involved here. It was given a rating of 57. I would say he could outrun that rating, but obviously with our favourite being rated 70, you can see that there's a fair bit more improvement required.
Also in the winners' enclosure yesterday was Rakan El Abeid on number 6, Orhan, who starts for the second time.
Yeah, it's a big outsider here, Orhan, about 40-1 with the books. Ran here just over a week ago, was well beaten in 18th place. Is bound to do better at some point, but I don't think 8 days is enough to be turning that kind of form around.
Has just got into the parade ring as well, hasn't completed a lap, comes straight through and back out the other end. Orhan, Rakan El Abeid on the way to the 1200 metre start, so not really a chance for Callum to even glance a look. Final 2 to discuss, Rory, are numbers 9 and 10 on the second page. Ra'e Al Haqwa for Noah Madiani and Wajdi for Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Both of those, unsurprisingly, are big prices.
Yeah, both have had 2 runs and have been unplaced in both of those. Number 9, Ra'e Al Haqwa, hinted at ability behind Katai Share on debut, but didn't do any better last time, which is disappointing. And Wajdi probably did a little better second time according to the figures, but still only beaten 1 rival in each of those 2 starts.
Look at this, Orhan going completely the wrong way and unsteerable from Rakan El Abeid. I think they've just got his measure. That's certainly not the way you want to go down to the 1200 metre start. It's a long way round here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, but they've got him back on the straight and narrow though. And and is being ponied down to the start. Not really the signs you're going to want to see from number 6 Orhan, who is out to 40 to 1 now, Rory.
Yeah, no great surprise, but clearly was playing up beforehand. Must have been difficult to saddle to be so late into the parade ring, and then was straight back out and took a left turn rather than a right turn, which doesn't augur well for his chances here. But sometimes these horses who play up badly can be hiding a bit of ability.
Okay, well, we spoke about every single runner in the field here. Nice small field to start proceedings here. I think we've already identified that the top 3 in the market are the 3 to focus on. That is Jadil, number 1, Kate Charay, number 2, and Wasil Al Saham at number 11. 10 to 11, 2 to 1, and 7 to 1. I imagine your selection is surely coming from one of those 3.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't rule out Amin Al Anaya, given what we heard about him. He's a bit of a dark horse on paper, but of those who've shown form, Jadil has the best official rating, but I do think that this Kate Charay is potentially a very good sprinter.
Yeah,
would probably be even better at 1,000 metres than they had. It showed absolutely blinding pace on debut. Whether it improves an awful lot from that, I don't know, but it did a really good time. It did a faster time than the local open on the same day. It did 1 minute 13 odd for that 1,200 metres first time out, and the horses running in better races later on were not beating that time, so that's always a good sign.
and I guess if you're comparing it as well to Wasil Al Salam, Kate Charay was over 2 seconds quicker on debut.
Yes, and that's, I mean, obviously races aren't always run the same way, but they're much more likely to be run at a solid pace here on the dirt in big fields than they would be at home.
Confirming you're with Kate Charay here?
Indeed.
Rory Delaghi likes Kate Charay, and I'm going to join him for the opening race here. 2 to 1 second pick in the market. I'm against Jadil, although the drop back to 1,200 metres is definitely in his favour. I think Kate Charay is above average here. If he gets to the front after the first furlong, I think it's game over. Kate Charay for me, Kate Charay for Rory. Callum, what do you like in the first of 12 races here?
Team, I'm all about Amin Al Anaya here. I thought looked very precocious in the parade ring. Connections clearly have a lot of belief in this debutant, chucking him in at this level of competition, and he will be the pick for me. The other market fancy was Wasil Al Salam. Didn't give much of a mention to that horse. I thought he looked more like a 3-year-old in the making, really. Quite a tall, athletic type. Probably not as precocious and powerful as some of the others in this field who look like they're ready to go. I would say Kate Charay certainly does look like the type who would thrive over 1,000 metres. Just an absolute ball of speed. But ahead of this Super Saturday of action, you can see them circling down at the start. If this is your first time viewing Saudi racing, remember, if the horse is in the middle of the circle, they're getting the tack adjusted. If they're beyond the white tape at the back of that shot, they're getting checked by the vet. But the loading process has already begun. It will be Amin Al Anaya for me. It's Kate Charay for the boys. Best of luck wherever you've gone. Alex Fussy, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, runners going forwards here. We've already got 3 into the gates for our opener of 12 then. Good day's action in store, isn't it? Let's keep an eye on for Orhan as well, the 6, because that one was definitely edgy in the prelims. Just about to move forwards, actually, but has gone in fine. No problems in terms of going in to the gate. Still number 9, the destination for that one. Interested to see what happens come at the start, whether that one comes out on terms. There's Kate Charay, been well picked out by the boys, going forwards to stall number 8. Well, going backwards at the moment, actually. Going to need another turn. Now Baltimiat on board the 2 horse, who's about to slot in. And we will then just about be ready for our first. Not looking overly keen, this individual. Second in on the international markets at 2 to 1, and kicking out now as well. A good measure. Another pair of hands. Could just about work the trick. There we go, that one's in. And we're standing by for action here. It's as though the jockey on the inside here, Naif Al-Anazi, having a bit of a discussion behind. Not happy about something, is he? On Al-Azraqi. Is this runner about to be backed out? Yes. Gates are open from behind, so this runner coming out of the stalls here, the 4 horse. Al-Azraqi. Fuming. Absolutely fuming he was there. Not sure what that was all about, but That runner's being taken backwards, whether it's a vet check needed. Other runners are waiting. I can see this one trotting backwards in the distance now. We've got one playing up now in the gates as well. We've got a jockey off the side here. So we could have another one coming back out. Might be Wassal Al Salam here in 4. So they're going to take this 4-horse away for another turn, while Wassal Al Salam is probably about to come out. A bit of a chaotic start to the afternoon. There is the 11 backed out. It's as though that one's going to be trotted up now. Jockey, well, moving a little gingerly there for a couple of strides. Khalid Al-Mimoni, but hopefully all will be okay for that individual. Right, that one's being led away. The jockey's still standing, and they're going to put the other one in. So they might go without this 11. I've got a sneaky feeling. Yes, jockey's off the course. So they're going to go without Wassal Al Salam, I reckon. Yeah, signal given. Stand by. Long hold again. We've got another horse, Restless, now further down in the gates. Just been one of those starts, hasn't it? Right, that horse is being led away, and the rest of them are off. They are now underway for a heavily delayed start to race 1. They've gone without Wassal Al Salam, the 11, who was withdrawn at the start. A good start made by Al Azraqi, who was the one that was initially checked over. Also right up there is Jcsa, the yellow and blue combination, and that one now going off to take up the lead. Jadal not too far from the pace, is only half a length down racing in second. There's a gap then of 3 or 4 lengths now to Al Azraqi back in third. Another handful of lengths to find the rest of them. Medra Al-Kir is leading the pack. And then comes Amin Al-Anaya, who's racing alongside Gaif Makar. Right down towards the back of the order at the moment, Wajdi and also Ra'e Al-Haqwa. Loads of them have got plenty to do. They're well stretched out as they come on in. And Jcsa is pouring it on here. Up the straight, Thab Al-Timyat glancing under the arm. Is 5-6 lengths clear over Jadal in second. And then comes Amin Al-Anaya, who's starting to run on a bit. But this was sewn up at the top of the home straight. Jcsa is many lengths clear and is far too good. Looks a very useful prospect. Jcsa, you won't see many easier winners all day long. Dots up, very impressive. Second place goes to Amin Al-Anaya, who did run on quite well for that position. Al Azraqi was rushing home, and Medra Al-Kir, a couple of the next involved, third and fourth. But the winner, and in splendid isolation, was the 2, Jcsa, and well done to Rory and Mark. They both highlighted this individual's claims before the off. And the second favourite on the international markets, as duly obliged and in ready fashion. Name for the notebook, all right. 1:14.31 is the winner's time. And it looks as though bigger targets are on the horizon for this individual, who travelled through the race quite nicely, got a good pitch early, and was able to, well, stop the race effectively around the home turn. It was all over. 10 lengths the winners won by. Has beaten Amin Al-Anaya into second. Al Azraqi finishes in third, and then Medra Al-Kir on this near side was the fourth home. All in all, that means the order for race 1 was 2, 5, 4 and 8.
My goodness, this is absolutely hacked up. What a performance by Jcsa, who has absolutely dotted in here in our opening contest. Won by 10 lengths, Sub 115 clocking as well. Never looked in danger despite the long hold at the start with plenty of these youngsters playing up. This horse is mature, broke from stall number 8 and quickly made his way across and was very, very impressive. A very good win. And Saab Al-Timyat, a young jockey still claiming the 2 kilos. This will be good for him because this is a big pressure ride and he certainly responded to all the pressure and done very well. And he could have had a stone more than the rest of this field and still would have won comfortably. Big run from Amin Al-Anaya in second as well. That's one for your Saudi notebooks, but they were getting nowhere near this winner, Jcsa, who certainly is put his hat in the ring as the most talented 2-year-old sprinter in Saudi Arabia. The clock doesn't lie. Rory Delagi and Mark Francis were both right on with this one, and they've been rewarded with this winning selection, who is truly bolted up. I said, looked very precocious, strong neck, good type, and has won very, very well. We'll grab a word with Saab once he weighs in as well. Make sure he probably have to drop the number cloth, but just waiting to see. He's been given the all clear. Didn't even need to drop the number cloth either. A very, very good performance from Saab Al-Timyat, who has done the winning. Congratulations, Saab. Well done.
Shukran, shukran.
He's a very good horse.
Good horse, mashallah.
Thank you. Well done.
Shukran, shukran.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Callum. Good to hear briefly from Thurb Al-Timyat, who's been in really good form this season. Had a select few winners at Type, but this is probably the best horse he's ever ridden, I'm going to say, in the colours of Prince.
That's a big call.
Wow, you're trying to think what else he's had. He's had Green at Truth, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Premium Ticket he had a win on this season in blue and yellow colours also, but a different combination. Premium Ticket, Floating Spirit, but Jcsa, I know was a second slower than the debut effort, but 10 lengths. I mean, you can only beat what's in front of you, and
well,
you're beating a 70 rated horse.
Yeah, the track's probably riding a little bit slower than it was, and this was a stunning performance, as was the debut. And I think it's one of those scenarios where people think, oh, it must be too good to be true, but showed lightning speed away from the stalls again.
What did I say? Get to the front, it isn't going to be beaten.
No, and that's exactly what he's done. He's got a cross ahead of Al-Azraqi to get that rail.
Jadal's just done too much to chase.
Well, yeah, Jadal has decided. Well, Adel Alfredi has decided that he can't allow this horse to get an easy lead because it absolutely blazed the trail on debut. So if he's going to win, he's got to sit near it. Or, again, it's one of those. Even if you're not going to win the race, but you're on the favourite, you want to make it look like you've made every effort. And if he lets his horse go through this race at its own pace, he's going to be even further behind the winner at this stage. He might end up finishing second or third. He's ended up fading out of it and finishing fifth in the end. But the winner is better. And I said it's a big call for you saying this is the best that Thurb Al-Timyat has ridden, because he was second favourite against a horse rated 70. So those pricing it up seem to think he was a 60-something horse, but he's clearly not. He's very good. As I said, I think he'd be even better if we had races over the 1,000 metres, because he's got so much gate speed.
So much speed.
But he sees the 12 out well. He hasn't stopped at the end of either of his races. So in saying that, well, I'm not suggesting he's got limitations in terms of his stamina, because he's hit the line hard on both his runs, and the sky could be the limit for him.
I say he could be. I say he could be the best he's ridden, because Thurb's only had 5 winners at Taif. I think 3 or 4 here this season. So he's probably only had 12, 13 winners in 2024. Green of Truth, of course, was very good.
There's no doubt. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think potentially this is a very, very good horse.
Yeah.
At the moment, according to the official handicapper will be giving him a fair old hike.
80 something.
But of course, because Jadal's not run its race in the end, so it basically said, well, ignore this horse, and you end up rating it through. Well, the runner-ups are debutants.
But it's run well.
And Al-Azraqi was rated 57. So, you can't give him a massissive figure for this, but you should, because he's very good.
A word for Callum as well. Amin Al-Anaya definitely got some ability.
Definitely, yeah. And I don't actually say this very often. I said the paddock would be the clue, because I really respect horses in these colours.
Yeah.
I think they manage their horses very well. It's a good breeding operation. And even though the dam was pretty moderate, she had 2 runs, she was down the field both times. You thought they wouldn't be messing around with a horse with no ability. And sticking it into a race like this on debut was a sign of intent for a yard that knows the time of day. Indeed.
Jcsa is our opening race winner here on this Saturday programme. Very, very impressive indeed. Now a perfect 2 from 2. Speaking of 2, we're on to race number 2. It's a local bred maiden. Once again, we race over 1,200 metres. 3-year-olds in action. Alex Fussy can take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Mark. I will indeed. Let's have a look at the field. A bigger field this time, isn't it? We've got a few more runners in here. Number 1, Abu Al-Bashaya, that's Victor Gutierrez. 2 is Ain Al-Saheb, Camille Ospina. 3, Ain Al-Wala, that's Adel Al-Furedi. 4, Ain Dawi, Abdullah Al-Farouz. 5, Amni, just about the international favourite, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 6 is Ertefei, Ricardo Ferreira. We head over next to the 7, Kaseb Al-Maidan, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. With the 8, Mutasare, that will be the mount of Sultan Al-Mimoni. Number 9 is Salam Allah, Rakan Al-Ubaid. The 10, Tawaiq Al-Shamek, that's Osama Al-Shirani. 11, Anna Al-Amsa, Salman Al-Rashid. And the 12 at the bottom there, Bashaya Al-Saldi has the ride. We go over to the 13, Katana, Abdulaziz Al-Furedi. With the 14, Lam Al-Aziz, that is Rahid Al-Farouz. 15, Sarena, Tariq Al-Mansour. 16 is Shafa, that'll be the mount of Mohammed Al-Hubail. 17, TNT for Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. And the 18 is Reem Al-Makahil for Fahed Al-Furedi. No reserve runners here, so 19 through to 22 you can scratch out. We go back to the gents in the studio.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Alex. Ahead of the second race here at Riyadh. Amni, number 5, is the 5-2 market leader in the colours of the FMQ stable. That's Faisal Mohammed Al-Katani. Khalid Al-Mamoni on board on start number 7. Kaseb Al-Maidan is second choice at 7-2. Ain Al-Saheb, number 2 in the programme, is 5-1, joint third favourite with number 14, Lam Al-Aziz. Both of those at 5-1. 18, Reem Al-Makahil is 8-1. And the top horse, Abu Al-Bashaya, is 12-1. With numbers 11 and 17. 1, 11 and 17, all 12-1. We can get through some of the selections in the studio, but before that, we'll go back to Callum in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, we race straight on to race number 2, and we'll start with horse number 1, Abu Al-Bashia. I'm really interested by this race because not many of them stand out in the parade ring. If the 2-year-olds we saw in our last contest were very good-looking, racy types, these are not. Horse number 1, the first horse we're looking at, got a good set of hind quarters on it. You can see the hip pointers are on show, and there's a strong poverty line, but still carrying a bit of condition. It's a bit barrel-chested, I must admit, and certainly not the best-looking of walkers either. But it's looking like one of the ones I have to shortlist in a pretty moderate bunch of horses. So 1, Abu Al-Bashaya, is certainly making the shortlist. Let's look at the international market leader. This is Amni, horse number 5, big white face, flashy individual for the FMQ stables. Typically, we know these types tend to be good enough to win races like this. They know the time of day, and you won't miss it in these beautiful silver silks either. This is a good looker. Good top line, strong back end, and again, a nice shoulder. I mentioned here the neck. We said it in the last race. Horses with thick, powerful necks, designed to be running over this trip. Looks to be bred to be running over a trip like this, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on. That's horse number 5, Amni, your international market favourite. We'll drop back a few more. Let's look at horses number 10 and 11 for you here. Horse number 10 is Tawaiq Al-Shamek, who we're going to have a look at. Probably not the most eye-catching on the first look, but I just thought it had a really nice head and quite a good front end. It's built a little bit narrow, and we'll see the jockey getting on now as well. Got a 3-kilo apprentice on board and makes debut today, and you can see it's a little bit green, but I thought horse looked a bit racy. Looked like it knew what to, looked like the connections were ready to get this one a good go. Maybe a little bit weaker in behind, but just be very quiet here. And they put on that wonderful horsemanship right there from a 3-kilo apprentice too. Well sat. Let's go back to horse number 11. We'll just make sure Mustafa's careful here. Horse number 11 coming towards us here. This is Anna Al-Shamar, who is sitting here. Another one who looked fully well built in behind this type. Got the tongue strap on as well and the cross nose band. A good mover. This horse walks much better than what we've seen so far. So certainly another who makes my shortlist. And we'll go right back to horse number 14, who I thought was the best looker. This is Lam Al-Aziz, who you're just coming to see now. This is horse number 14, this chestnut. I thought this horse was the best looking of the group. 3rd place last time. Not the most stunning of bills, still quite petite. But certainly if I had to pick one, this filly would be right up there. It's between horse number 14 and horse number 5 for me, boys. I think horse number 5 just takes it. Amni is going to be the pick for me.
Yeah, it has the verdict in the market as well. Callum Amney, number 5 for Khalid Al Mamoni. Rory, 2 best efforts have been over 1,200 metres, both in September, both in 0 to 65 handicaps. I guess a decent chance here from a handsome draw.
Yeah, drawn and stole 2, which is a big positive, and as you said, placed on the last 2 starts, both in 1,200 metre maidens at Taif behind Al Rafia and Al Nasser for Krona. Only gets an official rating of 59, so not setting a tremendously high standard as well. Worth bearing in mind when you have maidens like this with exposed horses that they're a lot more vulnerable than horses with a higher level of form. So yeah, his recent efforts make him the obvious choice for favourite, but this might be a little bit tighter than the first race.
Second choice in the market is Kaseb Al Maidan, who is number 7 on the programme. Highest rated in the field, 4th in the Al Harda Cup, behind Moela, who was 2nd here yesterday.
Yeah, I thought that was the best individual piece of form in the race for Kaseb Al Maidan. I thought he had excuses last time out for that unplaced effort. Normally pretty reliable, not from 13 now, but that 4th in the Al Harda Cup is a decent piece of form. Not the strongest cup competition you're going to see, it has to be said, but Moela is a useful enough performer. And a repeat of that here would give Kaseb Al Maidan a very good chance. Stall 5 again, no problems with that in terms of draw.
I want to get your thoughts on number 2, Ain Al Saheb. I mean, this is a short enough price for a horse that's got 06606 in the form guide. Does have a 2nd and 3rd in Maiden Company back in the spring here, both over 1,200 metres. Did he run at the wrong trip last time?
That's a possibility. He's been facing course and distance maidens, but he's not progressing, so I can see why they wanted to experiment last time. I don't think that was the right trip for him, but I don't think he's good enough to win this. I know Camilo's on board, and I think that's why he's 5 to 1. I think if you stuck Bart
Adele,
stuck
anybody
a
else.
random jockey on there, and he'd be about 12 to 1.
Number 22 is, of course, not in the race, so I can put a line through that. 14, Lam Al Aziz. Is the mount of Rahid Al Farouz. Wide post today, 3rd last time, 5 to 1.
Yeah, seemed to improve on previous form, which is fairly moderate, when finishing 3rd of 20 to Mobira in a 1,400 maiden here on his return, but was beaten 13 lengths. So she needs to show that she can that the form is valid in the first place, and she needs to show that she can build on that. And I thought, on balance, she wouldn't.
Let's talk about the top horse, Abu Al Bashair for Victor Gutierrez, who was in the winner's enclosure rarely yesterday. 0 from 11 so far.
Has a rating of 69, but that's essentially predicated on his one good effort last year, which was 4th in the Saudi Sarawat Cup. Again, if he could find that form, he would probably win this race, but he hasn't done anything close to that in any of his runs since. He does have a bit of ability, but I would say if you took that race out and rated him on the balance of his form, he'd be rated somewhere in the mid to high 50s at best.
Anything else we should mention? Any of the debutants or those at a bigger price?
Who haven't we mentioned? Anna Al-Almash, number 11.
12 to 1.
Is a newcomer. It's the finest artisan half-sister to Batulat, who's a multiple winner here. The dam didn't show an awful lot, but she has produced a horse who's won plenty of races around here and is fairly useful. I think on balance, you think that's probably going to struggle on debut, but it's worth pointing out the pedigree. Stall 15 is not particularly handy for this debut. TNT,
yeah, 17.
That's rated 55. Has had 8 chances as well. Has managed to get the money in two of her last 3 starts. TNT. The best of her form, probably won 5th of 20 in a 1,600 metre maiden on her final start last year. Didn't show the same form on her return, and I don't think the drop to 1,200 is in her favour.
Okay, time to pick out a selection. It's a pretty tough race given the quality that we've got much later on. What are we siding with in race 2?
I think this is. I don't want to call it a match on paper because there's lots of horses within a few pounds of each other. But if Kaseb Al Maidan can find the form that saw him 4th in a decent cup race earlier in the season, that's good enough to win this. So Kaseb Al Maidan for me.
I like one here, not as big a price that I'd hoped. Ain Al Saheb, 5 to 1. Camilo Ospina is dragging that price down. Drawn well in 3. Hopefully Camilo will utilise her early speed here and get to the lead. She was behind Anna Kalajaya last time. The form from that race is really strong. Yes, he has got some significant lengths to find. Both the top 2 have come out and won from that race. Of course, the winner here again 2 days ago, wasn't it, Anna Kalajaya? making it 2 from 2. She looks very talented. Back at 1200 metres today for Ain Al Saheb. I think he's got a massive chance. So it's number 2, Ain Al Saheb for me at 5 to 1. And Rory is signing with Kasib Al Maidan, which is the second play in the market. Second favourite and third favourite for myself and Rory. Callum, do you like the market leader Amni or something else?
I really like the market leader Amni here, guys. Look the most sort of sprint built ready of this group, the best formed over this trip, got the low draw, happy with the jockey booking with Khalid Al Memoni on board. I thought Ain Al Lashab, the selection you put up there, Mark, it's still got to grow into that frame, so I think anything we see right now will be a bonus. There's a lot of horse there to fill, and he's still got to grow into that frame, but I imagine toward the end of this season he could be a real horse to follow, and off a mark of 54 might be very dangerous in those sort of 0 to 60, 0 to 65 handicaps, providing he runs well enough here to get into them. I think he could be an interesting player at that sort of level, especially as he gets older. One paddock negative, the last horse we saw, number 18, Reem Al Makeel, on debut today, son of Stratford Hill. We've seen Stratford Hill produce a couple of winners here in Saudi Arabia, so certainly not a bad pedigree to run with. Jumps out of stall 6, but was very, very fractious in the parade ring. I thought Fahad Al Faradi did incredibly well to keep the partnership intact, because he had to get on whilst on the track, and the horse was not making it easy for him at all. So good horsemanship to get that one even down to the start, but I'll be looking elsewhere in the market for paddock picks. I just thought, to me, it looked like Amni, very much in the same vein as the selection I made in the last race, just looked the most sort of race day ready for this sort of contest. Very keen to see how he gets on. The filly that I like, Lam Al Aziz, I thought she looked good, but she did look quite effeminate. Now going up against the boys, she could find it tough. She gets quite a bit of weight off them though. She's only carrying 56 kilos, so you think she gets a little bit of a chance there, getting 2 from the top horses here. So all worth a play, but I think I'm going to stick with Amni here. Keep it nice and simple. Sometimes you don't have to overthink too much in this game. He is going to be the pick for me. Alex Fussy, they're loading up. It's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, we're going forwards here, aren't we? Well, between the 3 guys here, we've got the market covered, haven't we? The top end, we've got favourite, second favourite, and the third in are the ones to be selected and fancied here. Let's see if that comes to fruition. We've got the first 4 or 5 forwards into the stalls. 8, 9 just about to be fielded. Salam Allah moving forwards there. Rakan Al Obeid on board, taking off the 2. Next ones to come up include Mutasare, who's going to move into 13 out wider, and also up there is the 7, Kaseb Al Maidan. That was Rory's fancy, wasn't it? Still number 5 for that individual. 7 to 2. Second in international market-wise. Been a little bit of money for Abu Al Bashair, the 1. 10s from 12s could be one to keep an eye on and perhaps hit the frame. Last couple to their places here. Looks as though Reem Al Makeel is going to be the last one in, although reared up on the approach. Starter having none of that there. Wasn't happy with the handler at all. Made the handler switch over. That was quite entertaining, wasn't it? Anyway, the 18 is about to go forwards to stall number 6 and completes the lineup. Little push. All in. We await. Looks as though handlers are focusing their attentions out wider now, but they are off and racing. They've jumped away, and in truth, it's a ragged start. Reem Al Makeel was very slow to get going, and Tuwaik Al Shamek and Anna Al Amsar were also rather runners to fluff their lines at the start. Good beginning for Ain Al Saheb up the inside. Quickly grabs the lead. Ospina happy to charge forwards up the inner and goes on. It's got about a neck or so advantage at the moment. TNT racing in second, right on the outside there and prominent. They're being followed by Amni, who's getting right up in amongst horses, up into third place now, down on the inside rail. Next in the order is Kaseb Al Maidan, so the market already very much to the fore in the race. As they take the turn, marking a bit of improvement is Ertife out wide. That runner starting to catch the eye closing is on the outside of Kaseb Al Maidan. Back down the order, Salam Allah, and also then next on the outside, Ayan Dawi. But as they work their way to the last couple of hundred, it's a 3-way go up top. But on the outside, Amni is trying to close on past, and Amni might have just hit the front. Up on the inside, Ain Al Saheb is now a neck down in second. They're then being followed by TNT, but close to home. Amni chips away, got past and edge is clear. Amni is the winner. Beat Ain Al Saheb in second, and back in third place was TNT. Big eye catcher in behind was Abu Al Bashay, who was right on the inside and rushing home, might have even got fourth. Victory for number 5, Amni. Khalid Al Mimoni on board. And a winner for Callum as well. Happy to keep it simple with the favourite. And simple was successive. Very good work from Callum in the parade ring. And Amni has done it nicely enough come the end. The tongue lolling out close to home. And has clocked a time of 1:14.74. Decent effort from Ain Al Saheb, who was always handy from that inside draw, but was eventually beaten by a length and 3/4 into second. And then TNT, that's a solid run as well, having been always up there in terms of the pace. It's close for fourth. Reem Al Makil has just held Abu Al Bashay, who was a strong closer, and maybe just one to follow, considering there was a bit of market support there, but is now 0 from 12, so with a bit of caution perhaps. All in all then, race 2, here's the order: 5, 2, 17 and 18.
Amni looked good in the parade ring. Big, strong type, has taken advantage of a pretty weak contest to win here and break the maiden on the 7th attempt, and have done it in good enough fashion. This is probably a pretty, probably a mid-70 rated sprinter, I think, at his best, which will mean he'll find it hard to win races. But when you find an opportunity like that, you better not miss. And Khalid Al Mimoni in the saddle made sure that this horse did not miss. As you can see, just by the physique of this horse, it's got sprinter written all over him. Those big, strong hindquarters, those power-packed shoulders, the high hip pointer, everything you want to see with a horse. He's got a big back end as well, strong rump on him, and he's certainly used that to best effect today. The FMQ guys, just make sure they stay out the way. They had a second over at Del Mar, I think, last night as well, so they're doing very well, both in the USA and here in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, Saudi Crown is their star performer, who ran no race in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, and I imagine his career is nearing an end, and a career at stud to look forward to for that exciting horse. But well done to the team today. Khalid Al Mimoni in the saddle, guiding this horse to victory. Khalid, part of the Al Mimoni family who do so well here in Saudi Arabia. Very strong jockeys. We're just going to grab him now. Khalid, well done. Congratulations.
Well done, well done. Alhamdulillah, good, Hassan.
Lovely horse, good ride, good jockey.
Good jockey, inshallah.
Thank you.
He's a good jockey, all right. Here's Khalid Al Mimoni. Gets a winner here on number 5. Amni returns as the 5-2 market leader on a day where FMQ stables don't have Wasim Faisal. They do have a winner, Rory, in the shape of Amni. Look, it was a low-grade maiden, but Amni's done it pretty well, and the time wasn't that bad either.
No, now 1:14.74 for this, and he's justified the improvement he's shown of late by getting off the mark. This is definitely his trip. Placed twice over 1200 in Taif, and I suspect this faster surface more in his favour as well. So I wouldn't want to get too carried away with it, but he's beaten the right sort of horses. You had Ain Al Saheb in second. Kasib Al Maidan wasn't too far behind. There's a bit one pace from the bend, and TNT, you'll see showing quite a lot of pace from stall 4 to go up there early with your selection, Ayan Al Saheb. You'd prefer to get a nice easy lead, wouldn't you?
Indeed. But if you look at the stalls, Amni from 2, Ain Al Saheb from 3. You've got the third place horse, number 17, TNT from 4, and you've got the fourth place horse, number 18 from stall 6. Those drawn on the inside have dominated this race throughout.
They have. I mean, they did look some of the more interesting horses on paper anyway. So sometimes those two things fall in line. But yeah, it's never easy for horses to get involved if they're caught wide behind runners at this track, and those who were just fell away essentially in this contest. Anything making late headway is worth marking up, but essentially this was really about 3 horses from a long way out. We had a brief battle in the straight, I suppose, and I think you knew the writing was on the wall if you're with Ayan Al Saheb. You're just hoping that he might battle back when he was headed, but the winners found plenty. You never know with these low-grade maidens, when they find themselves in front, sometimes they can look a little bit awkward and want to have something come past them again. But Amni's done nothing wrong in front. He's very flashy, isn't he? Big white face on him. But nothing wrong with his attitude. Sticks his neck out, going to the line. So nice performance. There'll be a lot better races later on today, but I'm sure that FMQ Stables will be happy to get a winner on the board.
Absolutely. A quick word on the second, Ain Al Saheb. I would have thut 1,400 metres next time. Doesn't really look like a sprinter.
No, I think just probably hard to place. But a rating of, as Callum says, so this goes into sort of 0 to 55 handicap. Next time it runs, it's liable to go up a pound or so for that, but it might get in a handicap like that if there are any that are suitable, or a 0 to 60. A well-run race where a turn of foot or blazing early speed isn't the most important thing would give Ain Al Saheb a chance.
The low draws have dominated race number 2. Amni has come out on top for FMQ Stables, and Khalid Al Memoni, Ain Al Saheb beaten in second, and TNT back in third. Not many changes in the order throughout. We move on to the third race of the afternoon. We're back with the juveniles. This is a local bred fillies maiden due off at 4:10. Once again, we race over 1,200 metres. Once again, we return to the commentary box. And Alex Fussy.
Cheers, Mark. Yeah, let's have a look at the field then for race 3. Here's your runners and riders. The 1 is a plus. That's the mount of Mohammed Al Yami. 2, Adileya, Mohammed Al Hubayl. 3 is Al Masat Al Shark. That's Fala Al Dahasi. 4, Al Reem Al Mothea, Alex Moreno. 5 is Bukra Abdul Ella Al Hussein. The 6 is Fay Al Mokhtara, Norwef Al Mudiani. 7, Faya Mohammed Al Dahan. The 8 is Ganabi, that's 4 is Wanas. The 9, Lay Oyun Tagreed, that is the mount of Osama Al Shorani. 10, Malak Al Husn, Rayan Al Turaish. The 11 is Mohaba Al Shara, Hamza Sad. Number 12, Nakada, Fahid Al Furedi. Over the page to the 13, Ukt Saham, Abdulaziz Al Furedi. 14 is Kalbian, that's Ayad Al Tarisi. The 15 is Shmuk Noof, Sultan Al Mimoni. 16, Shujaya, Norwef Al Farouz. The 17, Tamim, Abdullah Al Credis. No 18, that's a non-runner, so the 19, squeezing in, Noor Al Seba, Rakan Al Ubay. That's the field here ahead of race 3. Fay Al Mukhtar are the international favourites here, gents, at 5-2.
Yeah, and is one of a number of newcomers here. Alex, thank you very much indeed for taking us through those runners and riders. Newcomers dominate the top 3 placings in the international markets. Faya Mogatara, as you highlighted, at 5-2, Nakadar at 5-1, and 13 Ukt Al Saham at 7-1. Those 3 all beginning their racecourse career today. The top one with experience in the market is number 4, Alreem Omatea. That's 8-1 for Alex Moreno, finishing 8th on debut, and it is 10-1 and bigger the remainder. So debutants dominating this race, Rory, on the international market. We'll start with the red stable runner, Fay Al Mogatara. Of course, Prince Faisal bin Khalid had no joy in the first race with Jadil. What sort of chance on pedigree here for number 6?
Yeah, Fay Al Mutara is a daughter of Requinto, which is an unusual enough pedigree for here, out of a mare called Atada. I can tell you that the dam was a very useful local performer, won on Cup Company. Isn't particularly well drawn here, but that pedigree is very taking for a local bred fillies maiden. And you just hope that Faye Almatara is able to get across from stall 17. But I thought it was a very winnable race, and I thought this was much the most appealing on pedigree.
Indeed, there's actually two by Requinto here. The other one is number 19, Noor Al Seba, but it is a much bigger price. Let's jump to number 12 in the race card, which is Nakadar Fahed Al Faradi, also a first-time starter for Abdullah Al-Aziz Al Musa.
Yeah, the Dam was quite an expensive breeze-up purchase. There was a winner in the UK twice for Godolphin back in the day when John Ferguson was pulling the strings. She then was imported here and didn't really fire on the race course. And I think this is probably the first fall that I've noticed from her. I thought on pedigree this would want further. The Dam was sort of a mile and a quarter performer. So I thought Nakada might need a little bit further in time, but it's a weak race to start off in, and it's obviously of interest.
I mean, we're hoping the top two are quite good, otherwise it looks a bit like a 0 to 45, really.
A little bit, yeah.
Let's see what Callum thinks of this race. Race number 3. Callum, back to you.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, let's have a look at a couple of these fillies. We'll start with horse number 2. This is Adelaide, who we're looking at. I thought she looked really good. She's not got the prettiest of heads, but she's a tall, rangy filly. She looked fit enough to do the business today. She's already had the one start in her career, and she looks very, very fit, not carrying a liquor condition, and looks very well turned out, I must say. I'm a sucker for a redhead, but I must admit this is a very good looking individual too. So Adelaide certainly makes the shortlist. Let's go back to horse number 5 here. We're going to miss Al Reem Al Motea and go straight to Burka. I really like the look of Burka. She's got plenty of experience, this runner. She certainly seems exposed amongst this lot with 5 starts to her name. She's very petite, but she's well put together. Short back, high hip points. You can see she's just got a little mark on her hip pointer there where they've clearly tried to stitch it and it's still healing. So that would be a massive positive. But she looks like a strong type, very barrel-chested and powerful. I imagine she'll use that experience to her advantage. Let's go back to horse number 6 here. This is one of the big race fancies. Just be very careful here now, Wes. Make sure we step away from the horse as it runs towards us. This is horse number 6, Sayar Mogatara. I wouldn't call this a negative, her just getting a bit wound up. It's because the field are really closely compact and she clearly wants to get going. From a physical standpoint, she's a very good looking individual. She's got a very strong back end, and we know this team know exactly what they're doing. Now this is the problem with her. She's so keen to get going and we stopped, and now she's just wondering, why can't I keep marching forward? She eats up the ground as she walks. She's a good looking type. I like her. Let's go back to horse number 7. This is another one that's very well put together too. This is Thea. I thought Thea looked very good. Almost Jigginstown colours for Thea as she walks out around here. With Cheltenham running today, it's good to see that they've got runners all over the globe here, Jigginstown. Ryanair don't send flights to Saudi Arabia, unfortunately. They do have a nice horse here, though. She is very well put together. Certainly the eye catcher on fitness-wise. She's getting a little bit warm in her hindquarters, but she looks like a real powerful individual, Thea. She's had the 3 starts. She'll be hoping to make it 4th time lucky in what looks to be not the strongest of renewals. Mohammed Al-Daham is a very positive jockey booking as well. Let's go back to the one paddock negative. That was horse number 12, who is probably going to have already made her way out. I think they let her out early. Horse number 12 was certainly just a bit of a negative for me, guys, just because she got very, very het up in the parade ring. Nikita, she's a real challenge. She's not in the parade ring at the moment, so don't worry about trying to find her. She got up on 2 legs, threw herself around. I'll let you know if I can find out any information about her. They might have taken her to the naughty corner.
I appreciate it, Callum.
Only a matter of time before he finds himself in the naughty corner as well, isn't it?
Indeed. We spoke about the top 2 newcomers here. We should speak about number 13, Rory, Jcsa, who is best drawn of the newcomers.
Yeah, it's well drawn. There's also a half sister to a local winner called Sam Galab out of a lightly raced 6 furlong turf winner in the UK. So there's a bit of appeal on pedigree there and a decent draw to boot. And when you consider those who've run have set a very moderate standard. I mean, for example, Al Masad Al Shark, I think, is the shortest priced horse with form, as in with runs. 3 runs, rating at 45, shows the standard that they're kind of aiming for here. So we'd expect, in normal circumstances, that a half decent newcomer would be good enough to win this, and it's just a case of trying to work out who those might be. I do like one that's raced though.
Go on.
Number 4, Al Reem Al Muthair.
Well, it's a slightly shorter price than Almasat Al
Yeah.
Shark, 8 to 1. Go on.
Doesn't have a rating, only 8th on debut, but that was one run. Most of these have got multiple runs to judge them on. I thought Al Reem Al Muthair was better than the result. Was very badly drawn when 8th to Hejat on debut for course and distance in a big field. I thought that would step forward a fair bit from that run. I thought that was easily the most interesting horse with form, with the word form in inverted commas.
Okay. We should highlight number 2 as well, Adelea for Gaith Al Gaith and Mohammed Al Habel. Second start. Any chances for this, Billy?
Was well drawn first time out, but only finished 9th, and I thought it was a wee bit disappointing. But it should improve, generally speaking. But normally I like to mark horses up because they might have done better with a good draw. This one had a good draw and didn't do particularly well. So even though it should improve for that, I wasn't inclined to be particularly generous.
Can I get a word from you on number 8, Ganabi, Fawas Wanas? 2 starts so far.
You may.
Showed much better speed the last day, but 2 duck eggs in the form figures.
Yeah, showed a bit of speed, but still hasn't finished closer than 11th in 2 starts. It's worth pointing out that a horse with very similar form figures, who'd shown speed, won on yesterday's card at and was available at 40 to 1 at one stage, until you pointed out that it was the fact that it had a bit of speed made it interesting. And Ganabi's run is still 6, so if it shows speed again, it should be able to get a good position early on. So again, you can be a little bit kinder with that than you would with some others in here, but it didn't show an awful lot of the business end of the race, which is the concern.
I'm going to tell you now, that's my selection.
Well, there you go.
Not as big as 40 to 1, but 16 to 1 I think was a bigger price. Again, you highlighted earlier, this is not going to take a lot of winning this race.
No, and obviously, as we saw yesterday, it can be difficult for newcomers, and if a newcomer isn't sharp enough to get to the lead
Exactly.
first time out, then it's quite difficult to come from behind here against experienced horses, however moderate they may be. So, and I, to be honest, I picked out a couple of newcomers yesterday with stellar US pedigrees.
Yeah.
Really expensive at the sales in ordinary maidens, and they were still too green to do themselves justice. So you have to bear that in mind.
Okay, Faya, not in the colours of Chigginstown. Mohammed Al Dahan, number 7, similar though, of course, 16 to 1. 5th on debut, has not gone any better in 2 starts since.
No, the 5th was all right. Now gets a rating of 35, which suggests that it's got no chance of winning a maiden. But that debut 5th was okay. It hinted that there might be improvement, but unfortunately it's taken backward steps in both starts since. The last run was better than the middle one, I suppose, if you're clutching at straws, but not enough in the last 2 runs to suggest that Faya would be winning a maiden anytime soon. But is fit, as Callum says, and as we've seen multiple times with these horses, often they take 3, 4, 5 runs to really get up to speed. Some of them are ready first time and don't improve an awful lot for debut. Some of them just need a lot of experience. So you can have very discouraging form figures early, then horses improve chunks. And we did have a few here last season, 2-year-olds who looked almost useless in Taif and ended up at the end of the season, highly rated performers. So it's all about looking at the shape of these horses and seeing which ones might be too backward and big to perform at Taif. And it might come into their own here, but there aren't many who fit that bill here, and Callum wasn't raving about them either.
No, absolutely not. Okay, I'm not going to make the same mistake as Namin yesterday. I'm going to give you an opportunity to highlight anything else if you want to at bigger prices.
No, I think there are no particularly positive comments about the others. If something wins at a big price, there are 1 or 2 who showed a bit on one of their runs but haven't confirmed that, and you might get sort of a premature, a belated confirmation of promise, but none of them were really worth a mention, I didn't think, unless we're desperately keen to fill time.
Which we're not. We're under 5 minutes away from this 3rd race. Okay, let's speak about selections. Of course, you've got 3 newcomers at the top of the international markets. Faye Al Mogatara, 5 to 2 favourite. Not really been much movement in the race, to be fair. Nakadal 5 to 1, Oxaham 7 to 1, 8 to 1 bar. What are we going to go with in race 3?
I suspect this will go to a newcomer, but I got my fingers burnt selecting a couple of newcomers yesterday on that basis, and I'm going to go with the one that I saw a bit of promise in on debut. That's Al Reem Al Muthair, number 4.
And remind us why?
Caught very wide on debut and recovered well enough from a wide run to finish in midfield and gets the benefit of Alex Moreno in the saddle here.
Okay, so it's number 4, Al Reem Al Muthair for Rory Delagi. On start number 2, we can always see plenty of improvement from some of these young 2-year-old fillies who don't show as much as they should on debut, but can improve plenty on their second start at the racecourse. So Rory's going to side with Alreem Almathea, who is an 8-1 chance on the international markets. I'm going to go something at double the price, and that is Ganabi, who I was hoping for a bit of movement in the market, but it hasn't arrived yet. 16-1 Faust Wenas. Showed plenty or much better speed the last day, just didn't stay the trip. Draw is still good enough today, can improve and hopefully make the frame in a particularly low graded race. Of course, the horses we've highlighted with ratings: Alamsat Al Sharq rated 45, Bukra 29, Faya 35. This isn't going to take a lot of winning. Callum Helliwell, who was on the board in our previous race, we've all had a winner so far. Callum, what's your idea of the winner here in the third race of the afternoon?
You know the phrase, people lie, numbers don't. Well, I'm hoping numbers do lie, because Faya comes here with a whopping rating of 35, and she's going to be the pick for me. She looked very fit and very strong today. She's got the guidance of Mohammed Al Daham on board, which cannot be seen as a negative, and she comes out of stall late, so hopefully if there's a bit of pace around her, she should be all right. Faya Al-Mukhtar is certainly the good enough looking newcomer. Surprised none of us have gone for her, but the draw is a concern. She'd make the shortlist, but she's not my selection. That belongs to Faya. Already loading as well. The timing of this show works to perfection. We don't just throw it together. Alex Fussy, it's over to you.
Cheers, Callum. No comment. First couple have gone in here for this local bred fillies maiden. Looks a trappy heat, doesn't it? Very hard to get a real grip on who might come out on top. Hence the gents have just had a bit of a go elsewhere, haven't they? Outside of that top tier of the betting. And the market headed by Fail Al Mukhtar at 5-2, and Nakada at 5-1. Alreem Almathea now 7s from 8, so a bit of money coming for Rory's pick. Not a surprise. Rory shifting the markets. There is Faye Al Mukhtar, who's just about to go forwards. The red and white combination due into stall 17. Needed a little bit of encouragement. Adilea is just going up as well. Green and white there. Moving into 15, and between them will be Leoyun Tagreed, who will go into stall number 16. So we haven't got all that many left. I'd say about 4 to go at this point in time. Make that 3 left. Schmucknoof just heading up. There's the red and white of Ganabi. One that Mark was chatting up beforehand. Fancies this one's chances from stall 6, and is going in with Ukt Saham also moving forwards. And they are the last couple to take their places. Pushed in they are. And the gates are shut. All aboard. Flag goes up and they're off and racing. Sent on their way here. They're racing over 1,200 metres once again in this local bred fillies maiden. A plus was the slowest to gather stride by quite some distance. Missed the kick by a good 6 or 7 lengths. A good start made by Faye Al Mukhtar out wide. The red and white colours trying to tack on over. And Faye not too far from the early speed as well. Down on the inside, Jcsa is pushing through in the black and white combination. And as they take this spin towards the entrance to the home straight, Al-Masat Al Sharq is also right up there in the maroon jacket. Just in behind the leading line at the moment, we will find the likes of Ukt Saham, who's just covered up on the inside, Fair, who's a bit wider, and even wider of those, a couple of others are starting to try and get involved and circle. Tameen is starting to try and pick up a bit, and also a couple of others trying to run on Leoyun Tagreed. But as they work their way to the last couple of 100 metres, we're about to see a change up top, and it's Ukt Saham who's gone on and shot clear, and here comes Ganabi as the on-rushing finisher. But will it be too late? 150 metres to go. It's the 13, Ukt Saham, who's out in advance of this field and is going to just last home. Bit of an upset there, has beaten Ganabi into second place, and they're followed by Fair, a good run in third. Alreem Almathea was next in fourth. Number 13, your winner here. Abdulaziz Al Faradi on board, the winner, the 13, Ukt Saham, has gone on to win and was sort of in and amongst those chief of the market, just behind the few favourites in the field. So a minor upset, debut winner. And just got the jump on Ganabi, who was finishing okay, finishing quite strongly, but was a little bit too late in terms of that run for win purposes. 1:14.90 the winner has clocked this time around, and it's 2 1/4 lengths between first and second. Fair play to both Mark and Callum from the paddock, because Fayez hit the frame, finished in third at 8-1, and fourth Al-Reem Al-Nathair, which was the one that Rory liked as well. So in terms of the selections here, they've had to play second, third and fourth best. They couldn't quite nail the winner this time. Adel Al-Faradi does the business again. It's Jcsa who's won 13-8, 7-4. Your order home.
Oh, Jcsa has broken the hearts of all three of us on the team today by beating us all on debut, this daughter of Birdsong, who has done this well enough on debut. I think you really have to give Adel Al-Faradi plenty of credit here. I think when we look back at the race, Adel, although he got the low draw, certainly wasn't bang up there early and just found the right gaps at the right time, and that's why he is the guy currently leading the race to be champion jockey, despite Camille Ospina rattling in the winners so far this week. Jcsa, she's a really nice looker, actually. She's certainly a horse I imagine that she'll grow into the frame that she's got. You can see she's quite long and quite narrow, but she's certainly got plenty to like about her. And the fact that she can do that on debut suggests she's got quite a bit more in the tank, because she's not fully revved up yet. But a good win for this daughter of Birdsong, and a very good ride from Adel Al-Faradi. The rest of the team had the second, third and fourth. Ganabi had to come via the car park. Thea was wide on the turn as well, and Al-Reem Al-Nathair was also just struggled to really land a blow in a race where they did finish in long intervals. But certainly well worth keeping an eye on this one, Jcsa. I wonder where she'll go next. The options are open. I imagine they want to keep her within her own sex, but she certainly has announced herself as a 3-year-old to keep on the right side of not the best of races, but she's certainly done all she needed to do by win, and she's won quite well. Remember, the front two were 10 lengths clear of the rest of the field. So let's grab a word with Adel. Adel, congratulations, well done.
شكرا حبيبي شكرا.
Free from Adel Al-Faradi. Not exactly all smiles, but he has got his win this afternoon. He never really leaves here without a success. And he's got one here on one of the debutants who Rory highlighted before the race. A debutant was probably going to win this race. He went with another one, which has finished in the frame, Rory. I think we've done rather well.
Yeah, well, I didn't actually go with a debutant in the end. I said one of these debutants is likely to win given the standard of form, but I went with one with a bit of form.
That's
we
pitiful. One
I mean,
line of
if you bet without the debutants, we'd have nailed the TriCast at 8 to 1, 16 to 1, and 16 to 1.
We would have done, yeah.
And again, we wouldn't have got those prices with the debutants, I suppose. So
No,
such is
Ganabi
life.
is finished in second, Faya in third for Callum, and you had Al-Reem Al-Matea back in fourth. I was pretty pleased with Ganabi at this stage, getting to the front, but there was plenty of pace all over the place.
Yeah, there was plenty of speed on in the models contest. You end up settling back into about fifth place after a furlong and a half because they're going plenty fast enough. Faya's on your outside. I was tucked in behind. I thought I was going quite well. You just see the noseband and
rolled up sleeves from Alex Moreno as well.
He meant business, Alex, but it didn't quite pan out for him in the end.
Winner's a bit boxed in here, but it does open up beautifully in the end for Adel, who's always patient, isn't he?
He is, yeah. As we said before, Adel never panics in a race, and so he's always going to wait for the right outcome. He can tell how well they're going in front of him as well, so he tends to always make the right decision about whether to come inside, outside, or through the middle. And this time he went through the middle when he noticed what was weakening. Ganabi's run well, having got shuffled back in the field a little bit, and then has run on strongly in the end. Again, well done for spotting the promise on debut. Well done to Callum for spotting the ability in Faya in the parade ring, and Faya's
well done yourself.
run back. And I get a tiny bit of congratulations for because obviously the further back you go, the less the less
Second,
well
third
done.
and fourth behind a newcomer. I mean, we flagged up everything we could, really, couldn't we?
Indeed, yeah. There were no other surprises there. So we found the two horses that were open to improvement in there, and Callum's selection was coming back to a bit of fun in the show the first time. But again, given that was rated 35, it was a bold call to hit the frame.
Indeed.
So fair play. But the winner she's interestingly enough bred. She's out of a mare that was trained by Clive Britton back in the day. So it gives you an idea of how far back that goes. Owned by Said Manana, who's one of Clive Britton's main owners. She didn't have much racing. She won a small 6 furlong race, I think at Yarmouth. That tended to do the way with Clive and Said Manana's maidens. And she's produced a winner here already. So this is the second winner the dam has produced. And you know, in a race with very few clues, the pedigree clues did point to one of two, and she was one of those.
Indeed, third choice in the market, Ut Saham has provided Adil Al Faredi with his first success of the afternoon, perhaps more to come. Also there in the colours of Mohammed Aymer Al Sabai, who has the top rated runner in our next race, Mr. Alex Fussy. 0 to 85 for race 4, income right at the top.
Thank you, Mark. Very much indeed. No references to income, very well behaved. Here we go then, handicap 0 to 85, income number 1 for Mohammed Alami. 2 is Malyan, Ricardo Ferreira. 3, Rocket Money, Salman Al-Rashid. And 4 is Bint Al-Riya, Osama Al-Sharani. 5 is Maruf, Mohammed Al-Daham. 6, Wadhahi, that's Mohammed Said. 7, Al-Frame, Adel Al-Faredi. The 8 is Bravado, Abdullah Al-Farouz. Number 9, Cause of Destruction, Mohammed Al-Ajmi. The 10, Al-Yamya, Alex Moreno. Number 11 is Emblem Desert, the Mount of Khalid Al-Maroni. At 12, Sausalito, Naif Al-Anazi. 13 is Shanko for Turkey Alofi. 14, Stanley Street, Thab Al-Timyat. 15 is Sad Al-Ays, that's Ayad Al-Tarisi. And the 16, Give It Up, is Abdullah Al-Credis. That's the field of 16 ahead of this 0 to 85 handicap. And we will go back to Mark and Rory.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, we are not giving up in the studio. We've all had a winner apiece this afternoon, and still we've got the best racing to come, including the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup, a Grade 2, or Group 2, I should say, towards the end of the programme. In fact, the last of 12 races here. Okay, race number 4. The market is headed by Maruf, 3 to 1 favourite for Mohammed Al-Daham and Thama Al-Dahani. At the same connections have Malian, who is second choice, number 2 at 4 to 1, has been clipped in a point, was 5 to 1 earlier. 4 to 1 also for Bint Al-Ri, number 4, Osama Al-Sharani and Jimmy Jerkins. Rocket Money is next in the market at 8 to 1 with Al-Frame, those numbers 3 and 7. Alamyar, number 10, is 10 to 1, followed by the one at the top, Income. At 12 to 1, Mohammed Emir Al Sabay, the owner, looking for a quick fire double. Okay, so the favourite here is number 5, Rory, who was second in a 0 to 80 last time. Capable of going one better?
Maruf, we're
Yes,
talking about,
Maruf.
right? Yeah, I mean, he's won 3 times. He's been kept busy this season and has retained his form in defeat on his last couple of starts. And Maruf is adaptable, I would say, in terms of trip as well. So it's pretty easy to play. A stall 9 here. We'll see Maruf in action shortly. He was third to Arabian Pleasure 2 starts ago, and a good second last time out, which we'll see on the VT. So yeah, plenty of positives to give from Maruf, and one of the likeliest winners on paper here.
Connections also have Malian. Tharma Al-Dahani trains this one as well. Ricardo Souza Ferreira is aboard number 2. Has no nonsense to worry about in this spot. Could he give that horse a nice little form boost?
It's very possible. If you're going to be negative about Malian, you'd point out that he's not from 7 here. Remains a maiden, but has been keeping good company and running very well. Was unlucky to run into nonsense. I was going to say last time, also the time before that, and the time before that. So the fact that Malian's been beaten in those races is absolutely no shame, because nonsense is one of the best performances we've seen this season. Definitely. Really improved in Taif, and the form that of the races that Nonsense was running in has been franked a couple of times this season as well. So Malian, despite the lack of a win, is a pretty solid performer. Has got an excellent draw in stall 3. I'd be disappointed if this isn't placed at least again.
Okay, we'll get the thoughts on the remainder very shortly. Meanwhile, it's back to Callum. Callum, have you had a look at the Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah pair yet?
Honest to goodness, Mark Francis, I can read your mind. We are going to look at both those horses. They both made the shortlist. Let's start with Meilan, horse number 2 in your parade ring, third last time out. This of Twilight Sun Descent, this gelding. Ricardo Souza Ferreira doing the steering. Not particularly blowing me away in the parade ring, but you'll notice not carrying a lick of condition. The girth is tight, the shoulder is strong, fit enough and ready to go. Poverty line, but not too much muscle definition. That's horse number 2, Meilan. Let's go back to horse number 4, who I think Bint Al Ray is certainly a bit more of a racy type on paper. Look at Bint Al Ray, getting quite warm, but this is an absolute ball of power and speed. She is a gorgeous individual. She comes here with a rating of 82, having finished third last time. She looks absolutely the picture. She is a bit warm behind the saddle, but that's just because she's absolutely ready to go, and I think she'd have every chance here. Look at her hip pointers. They are 100% on display and very easy to see. The hind quarters are strong as well. Her withers aren't too high. She's got that nice top line. She's certainly one that makes the shortlist so far. Just for Mark, we'll have a look at Maruf as well, the other Al Sabah trained owned horse here. Very different type again. This is totally different to what we've just seen. Much more barrel chested, but a lovely top line and a gorgeous walk. If we just watch the way this horse swings its hip as it walks, a very loose mover, Maruf. Another one by Blue Point here. I'm a big fan of Blue Point as a styer, and this 3-year-old gelding certainly can't be ignored, coming off a good second last time out. Let's have a look at a couple of the others. In fact, it's just one of the others. It's horse number 13 I wanted to take a good look at. That is Shanko, just in behind Sausalito, who didn't do too much for me on paper, but I thought Shanko looks really well. Coming towards us now, this 5-year-old gelding certainly looks very well. Look at the chest on him. He's got a lovely chest, all power in the neck as well. Good strong shoulder, well put together sprinting type. He is carrying a little bit of condition, I'm not going to lie, and he's not the strongest in behind. He gets a little bit weak at the back end, but certainly a horse for me that caught the eye in the parade ring. But team, I'm going to be going with horse number 4 in this contest, Bint Al Ray.
Bint Al Ray, who we need to discuss, Rory. Jimmy Jerkins, it's a big day for him. He's got some big guns to fire later. Capable, this filly.
She is, yeah. She's been running well on the whole this season. A couple of wins to her name in Taif over this trip. And she ran well last time in an open race behind Sail on Silverbird over this course and distance. If you're going to have a slight query about her, is that she's been going up in the ratings in fillies only races, and she's up against the boys here in a handicap, so sometimes it's easy to slightly overrate the fillies' form, but she's running well and she shouldn't be disgraced.
Okay, let's look at some form clues, both in the same ownership here as Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah, both trained by Tharma Al Dahani. First one we can look at, Rory, is Malian, who was third the last day over 1,400 metres, dropping back to 1,200 today.
He's the one on the white cap, the two Tharma Al Dahani runners in this race, and in those familiar Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malek Al Sabah colours. He led early, but got run down by nonsense. I liked the way he kept running to the line, to be honest. When he was headed, I thought he might just drop away, but he's tried to rally and hold second place. He's got run out of that late on, but I thought it was a solid effort to finish in the frame.
And Maroof, who is favourite, 3-1, was second in an apprentice jockey's Hands and Hills race series over course and distance here. Yeah,
looks like the likely winner is off the bend, about to pick up the pace setter here, but gets run down late in the straight by Tawaka. This is in a 0-80 handicap, so a slightly lower grade contest. Travelled really well through it. Just showed here a little bit why he might be vulnerable here, but he's been very, very consistent. And although he's drawn a little bit wider than Malian, he's got a decent draw to work with. And his previous start was a third to Arabian Pleasure, with one that's working out very well as well.
Definitely. Okay, so we covered the top three. Let's look at those at bigger prices. Rocket Money is 8-1 with Al Frame. Chances with the three here?
Rocket Money has a chance on best form. You need to forgive the last time out effort. That was over 2,000 metres, so it's easy enough to forgive that as a one-off. Was running in slightly lower grade handicaps in type, but running well. The handicapper has nudged him up a little bit in the weights, and I would say, or her rather, in the weights. I would say that she's a little bit high at 85 at the moment, and she's on that mark for beating lesser opponents than this.
And Al Frame, the same price as all the ones, one win from 11. Number one rider aboard who's looking for a double?
Yeah, hasn't won outside of Maiden Company. I should say one from 11 starts. That was back in Taif last year. Has been well beaten since, and does need to bounce back. Has had a couple of decent placed efforts down the card, but I think Al Frame needs to step up on what he's been doing recently.
Al Amyar's number 10, is proving quite hard to win with.
Still a maiden, 13 starts now. Has run well in defeat, 6 times second, but that suggests that you might have another place on your card here. But if a horse finishes second that often, I'm a little bit concerned about its desire to win.
Income at the top is a 5-year-old mare. Mohammed Al Yami is not one of the leading names in the weighing room, but does get on very well with her.
Yes, and that might be the key here, because Income's last win came with Mohammed Al Yami on board in an apprentice handicap.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'd probably rather see Income in that sort of contest, where he might be more of an advantage than he would be against the top jockeys here. But he claims 2 kilos still. She's more than capable if she finds her best form, and she is slipping in grade here, but recent efforts haven't been massively encouraging, and stall 16 doesn't make it much easier for her.
Number 9, Cause of Destruction for Mohammed Al Ajimi, who claims 3 kilos, is already a winner here this season.
Yeah, Cause of Destruction was quite impressive, despite being unfancied second time out. So it didn't show an awful lot in debut, then won a race that he wasn't really entitled to do on the figures, and then ran in this class last week and ran a a disappointing 6th. He looked like he was going to finish a lot closer for a long way, and then it ended up out of the frame. He caught the eye travelling well at the top of the straight there, but didn't really knuckle down. But you could put that down to inexperience. He only started his career last month, essentially. So maybe he lacked know-how there, and that first run in a handicap will do him good in terms of his development. Again, though, still 15 is going to make it hard.
Now, there are plenty of others we could discuss, but we are running out of time. We've got to mention number 12, Sausalito. He was a great horse back in the UK, wasn't he?
Yes, yeah. His recent form here, not so good, sadly, but won 6 times in the UK for Gary Moore. All on an artificial surface as well. So these should be his conditions. Not really adapted essentially to Saudi Arabian racing yet, but that may just be a matter of time. It's not just the surface that horses have got to adapt to. This is very different from Brighton, where he was trained back home. So I know they get a bit of sunshine in Brighton, but it rarely gets up to sort of mid-30s. So he might just be taking time to acclimatise to that. And we know that when he's given an opportunity, he can win races.
Okay, this was a race where I thought it was worth checking the market as close to the off as we can. There's not been too much movement. Maroof remains the 3-1 market leader ahead of stablemate Malian. Do you think that they're the right way around?
I think that I don't think there's an awful lot in it. I think the reason Maroof is a shorter price is because Maroof is a proven winner, whereas Malyan remains a maiden.
Yeah.
But Malyan's quite well drawn for a horse who can go forward, and I think it's a toss-up between the pair of them. I might make Malyan my selection and give him a chance to break his duck.
Well, that's perfect, because I'm going with Maroof. So I'll put my name down next to number 5. You're going with number 2, yes?
Yes.
Okay, Malyan for Rory, Maroof for me. We've got both Dharma Al Dahani trained runners here. Callum, what do you like in race 4?
Thanks, team. I like Bint Al Ree in this contest. I thought Jimmy Jerkin's runner looked the fittest of the field and looked a real weapon of a filly going around. She will find this a little bit tough against the boys, I've got no doubt about that, but I think she's the one that had to be the paddock pick for me. I think it's interesting. I think unlike with the White Stable, where there's a little bit of jockey interchanging even if Camillo is riding, I do think that Mohammed Al-Daham rides the first string and Ricardo Sosa Ferreira rides the second string when it comes to Tamar Al-Dahani. I think that's the agreement, and I think it works quite well. I think Mohammed Al-Daham is a really good jockey round here. You just saw what he did on Fayel, rated 35, getting her up to finish 3rd in our last contest. There's certainly plenty of talent there, but do not question Ricardo Sosa Ferreira's ability. Once he gets rolling, he's very hard to stop. We were always trying to find the numbers of how many Riyadh winners he rode last year, because he doesn't come to Taif, so he can't get involved in the race to be champion jockey, but his return from his rides at Riyadh were absolutely extraordinary, especially towards the mid and end point of the season. He was just riding winners left, right and centre, so certainly a jockey to keep an eye on, and a very nice gentleman as well. Income, the top horse, I think will have every chance in a race like this. It sort of thrives in this 0-85 handicap type race. This is the type of race where Mahalik used to do his damage. I really like these 0-85 handicaps, because you get a couple of horses that have been slapped about in good company, drop to this level, and they get a chance to prove themselves. These 0-85s, 0-90s, especially over the 1200, they're always wildly competitive with plenty of horses we know and love. So looking forward to this contest. Sticking with Bin Array for me. The boys have gone for the Tamar Al-Dahani duo. A couple of others that are probably worth a mention. I'd say Wadahi is probably going to be worth a shout here. Just a horse that I like. I've seen plenty of and I quite like a little bit of. I thought Cause of Destruction was a good winner a couple of starts ago. Wasn't disgraced last time out either. Certainly one to watch. Shanko was the other one that really caught my eye in the parade ring. Don't be surprised if Shanko runs a big race, looking for a 3rd career win after 23 starts in Saudi Arabia. But the horse for me is Bint Array. Alex Fussy, call us home a winner.
One will endeavour. Callum as runners load up here then for race 4. Interesting that Callum just mentioned Cause of Destruction. I recall that rather impressive success a couple of starts ago. Interested to see whether this one can bounce back. He's currently available at about 12s on the international market, so it could be an interesting one to hit the frame perhaps as they get going with this load. Give it up moving forward. Still number 8 for that one. We'll let our credits on board. Looking for a first career success still. Had 11 runs prior to today. Rocket Money coming up. 3-time winner. Salman Al-Rashid moving into stall number 11. Maroof is in. There is Malyan going up as well. Gate 3. Got the green cap. Malyan is in. Couple to go. Wadhahi. And also Sausalito, the final pair. And Wadhahi will be the last one. In that one goes. Ready to race. They're off. Jumped away here. They're racing over 1,200 metres in this 0-85 handicap. It was Sausalito who missed out at the start and is dropping towards the back of the pack in terms of the early positioning. Good start made by Malyan, though, right up the inside, and is going to lead. Shanko is also there in the maroon and yellow colours, and Bint Al Ree, wider in the red jacket, has moved into 3rd position. There's quite a lot of pace on here, and they're well fanned out, aren't they? 5 or 6 deep are going in towards this turn. Maroof is just hunting up the leading trio, trapped a bit wider though in 4th position at the moment as they work towards the top of the straight. Up on the inside fence, Malyan then has the advantage. The lead at the moment, 3 parts of a length. Over Bint Al Ree, who races in 2nd, and Shanko is now starting to backpedal in 3rd. On the outside, Maroof is trying to run on and finish. A couple of closers. Rocket Money is trying to rally up on the outside of horses to get there. As they work close to home, Malyan's drifting off the inside, lugging towards Bint Al Ree, who's trying to poke the head in front. 100 yards to go, and on the outside, Bint Al Ree is just winning the battle now. Bint Al Ree quickening away. Bint Al Ree takes it. Beats Malyan into second place. They're followed in by Maroof in third, and Stanley Street was in fourth and closing the front three down near to the line. Victory for the 4, Bint Al Ree. For Osama Al Sharani has gone on to win for trainer Jimmy Jerkins. Always good for a Jerkins winner, aren't we? And Bint Al Ree has managed to get there. A bit of a protracted battle, wasn't it, with Malyan, but had that extra gear late on in the piece, and it was a good race again for the team. They're in good form today. First 3 covered this time. A length and a quarter. Bint Al Ree has taken this one by, beating Malyan and Maroof in second and third. And Stanley Street, so just keep an eye out for this one. The 14 came on quickly. 4, 2, 5 and 14 the order of finish, and we're heading over to Callum for some winning reaction.
Thank you very much, team. Jimmy Jerkins is just talking to Prince Faisal as well, just making sure that he gets the congratulations in. He said that horse is running really well. That's the best race he's run so far. I want to talk to him about the jockey booking here, because young Osama Al Shahani was your winning rider, and he's a 3 kilo apprentice. I'm talking about this jockey, Jimmy. Well worth the 3 kilo claim.
Yeah, you know, three kilos is a lot of weight. You know, I never realized that till I came here. You know, back in America, there's never usually more than a 2 or 3 pound spread, no matter what the horses are like. But you can really get a big break on weights here if you know we got a nice rider. And when she needed it, you know, with being a little filly like her, and she was moving up, she ran a good third last time to that nice filly. That sweet, I forget her name, that great filly that ran yesterday. She didn't run very good.
Oh, she was, it's not Sweet Paradise, was it? I do know who you mean.
Silver something?
Sail on Silverbird.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we'll get there in the end.
She was third to her last time, and I would have liked to seen her run a little better yesterday to make her look a little better. But anyway, she came into the race in good shape, but she worked really, really good last week, and you know, whenever they break close to the pace like that and lay up there close that easy, it's always a good feeling after that. And you know, I'm sure the weight off that weight off helps for sure.
I thought she looked superb in the prelims. I've seen her. I was here when Sail on Silverbird beat her that day. I thought she stepped up physically from when I saw her in the parade ring then.
Yeah, she's finally starting to kick in and develop some. You know, she disappointed us. She didn't grow much during the season break. It was a little disappointing, but it looks like now she's starting, like you say, she's getting more muscle and getting a little thicker, and you know, going the right way.
Yeah, and will you look to keep her within fillies and mares now? She'll be chucked up a little bit of rate in the ratings for this. Would you keep her in her own sex, or is she happy to keep taking on the boys?
I don't know. That's as it goes. You got to see as it goes along. You know, you got to try to figure out who's going to be running where. At least I'm starting to learn the horses now to where I kind of know who's going to go where. So that helps.
But you're trying to avoid Uncle now, aren't you?
Yeah, well, poor old Uncle. He always gives it his all. That's for sure.
And we must talk about Derivo, my Frankel, later on in the card. 2 absolute stunning horses.
Yeah, there. You know, my Frankel. He's been training good, but you know, he usually needs one. He usually needs one before his best effort. You know, so but we're expecting a good effort from him, and Derivo. He usually almost shows up all the time. That way to excel's awful tough. So, you know.
He certainly is.
Hope he has an off day.
Hopefully. We'll let you get involved in the photo, though. Go ahead. Go. Yes, here she is, Bint Al Ree, a very talented filly indeed. And just like Jimmy says, she's coming into herself and looking really, really well. Osama Al Shahani here, your winning jockey as well. He is well worth the 3 kilo claim. I'm pretty sure that's his 3rd winner this week. I think he had a double on Thursday, if I remember correctly. He's a proper rider, and well worth the 3 kilos. And that was a big ride for him, and he's truly delivered in a cracking effort there. And I mentioned she just looks so well this fit. She looks really fit, really well put together, and she stepped forward from that defeat to Sail on Silverbird too. So good to see this runner stepping forward from that victory. And it's a bit of a form boost for Sail on Silverbird. She was slightly disappointing yesterday against the boys, but she'll be much better within her own sex. And this young man is certainly a jockey to keep on the right side of. Look at him. He knows he's good. And he's very, very happy with that success. And he's going to have to take off the number cloth. Yes, he is going to have to take off the number cloth. He's the first one to do it today. Most of the jockeys have been okay. But he's had to take it off. You know what? I'm going to help him get him back. Make sure that he's okay. See, look at me. A man of many talents. Osama, well done. Congratulations.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
You're a very good jockey. Very young, but very good.
تعال تعال. الحمد لله هذا فضل من الله.
Thank you very much.
شكرا.
Yeah, Sama Al-Shirani has another winner. He rode the opening race winner of the weekend, of course, back on Thursday, Shamkat Tawait, getting off the mark in a fillies non-winners of two event. He's on another filly here, Bint Al-Ri, in the colours of the Red Stable, and Jimmy Jerkins, well, he's highlighted. He's got Derevo, he's got My Frankel to look forward to later, but he has already got a gold medal around his neck. Osama Al-Shirani, Bint Al-Ri. Looked a tough task on paper, Rory, didn't it, against the boys, but she's come out on top, and it's another winner for Callum. He is closing, isn't he?
Yes, Callum is closing in. We weren't expecting that, were we, at the start of the day? But start picking the pretty ones again, Callum.
Yes.
Yeah, she's still reasonably unexposed here. But, this is her third win from 8 starts. The slight concern about her coming into this was the fact that she had been taking on the girls recently, but she's been running a good company. That third to Sail on Silverbird last time out, coming in an open race over the track and trip, and she was always travelling nicely just behind the lead here, and that makes, as Jimmy Jerkin said in that interview, that always gives you a good feeling when when they're able to move up, going fairly easily. It was a reasonably easy race to predict in terms of how it would start panning out, because Malian from stall 3 got to the lead, did that last time in better company, and was run down later on. And it's been the same story here, although he lasted a lot longer into the straights and battled quite well when joined by Bint Al-Ri, but she's very tenacious, and she gradually got the better of him to win by around a length. And Maroof from stall 9 couldn't get into that same sort of position as the front 2, but was always going to be played late, and has run on quite nicely in behind them. It never quite looked like getting on terms, but these are the right sort of horses to be coming to the fore in a race like this.
A word on Malian in second, not beaten too far, but Bint Al-Ri pretty much always had his measure.
Still a maiden, and I suppose some people will question his ability, but I think he'll win a race if one falls into his lap. I don't think he's begging for something to come past him.
No.
He's obviously maybe not quite as tenacious as the winner here, but he's run a solid race. He's come clear of the others. He fully justifies his mark, but I guess the problem with him is he's very, very consistent, and the handicapper doesn't really give him much leeway.
Maybe some cheek pieces, perhaps, just started to veer.
Yeah. He did want. I thought he was. I wondered whether his wandering out was his jockey trying to sort of eyeball the horse coming past. But if it's him being a little bit wayward in the finish, then cheek pieces might be beneficial to him.
Okay, it's the number 4 on the race card who's come through to win here. Bint Al-Ri on start number 8 has got victory number 3, and Jimmy Jerkins has his winner on a big day here. Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup race night, and he's got 2 big guns to fire much later on. Malian and Maroof home in second and third for Thama Al Dahani and Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah. But a high class 1, 2, 3 there. Bint Al-Ri getting the verdict in our 0 to 85 handicap. We move on though to race number 5 and fillies in action once again here. It's a non-winners of 2 event. We're now stepping up to 1400 metres. 2-year-olds in action here, and the top 2, Alex, in the race card are both unbeaten.
They are indeed, Mark. Yes, can they make it 2 out of 2? They are not quite the favourites, though, are they, for this particular contest, or not the favourite at least. Let's have a look at the field. Number 1 is Dabamin, one of those mentioned, Ayad Al Tarisi, and the 2 is Hey Jat for Eddie Castro. That one's second in the international markets at the moment. The 3, Jawahar Al Kafij, that's Hamza Sad, and the 4, which is the international favourite, that's Nasara Allah Camillo Ospina. 5 is Zor Saleh, Fahad Al Faradi, and the 6 is Asail Jirdan, Mohammed Al Dahab. We head over the page to the 7, Dalman, Abdullah Al Credis, and the 8, Loyun Azra, Mohammed Al Hubail. The 9, Ostokratia, that's Abdullah Al Lawfi, and the 10, Hayat Al Fuz, Naif Al Anazi. So a small but select field and a couple of unbeaten records on the line. Who's going to come out on top? Well, let's find out who the gents like back in the studio.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Alex. You can see the final few runners are leaving the pre-parade ring and making their way into the paddock proper. And I know Callum is eyeing up some of the market leaders. We will be returning to him very shortly indeed. Let's look at the international markets. As Alex highlighted, it is not an unbeaten 2-year-old at the top. It is Nasara Allah for Camilo Ospina, drawn in stall 10, a winner on second start for the White Stable, 2-1 at the top of the betting. Hejat, who is unbeaten from one start, 4-1 second choice for Eddie Castro. Rayet Al-Fouz also 4-1, who was second last time. Naif Al-Anazi in good form this weekend. Dubamine 7-1, also unbeaten from one start. 8-1 Dolman, which I thought was plenty short enough. 11-1 Jawahar Al-Khafij. 12-1 Zor Saleh, 14-1 Asil Jordan, 16-1 Loyan Azrar, and Allstuck Ratiar, the outsider for Abdullah Alorfi, number 9, drawn 9, 20-1. Let's get Rory's thoughts in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's go back to Callum, who's in the middle of the shot there.
Thank you, team. Nice to know you're always watching me, Mr. Mark Francis. But yeah, let's have a look at a couple of these. Everyone's still spilling into the parade ring, so we're all a bit scattergunned all over the place. I've just seen Lucas Gaitan enjoying the racing from the sidelines. He's got a nice one. Hello, Lucas. We can see you. There's the wave. And now we'll get horse number 2, Hejat, is the first one that catches my eye here in the parade ring. If we look at Hejat, she is an absolute beast of a filly. Only had the one start. That was a winning start. But look at her. She is a big, strong girl, isn't she? Look at the size of her. She's really rotunda. She's quite masculine looking. She covers the ground well as she walks. And look at the neck on her. Whoa. Yeah, she's right up Callum Street. We like the look of this. She eats the ground as she walks. She can still grow into her hindquarters as well. She's still got room to improve. She's one for the notebook. No matter what happens today, anything she does as a 2-year-old is definitely a bonus. She will grow and improve. Let's go back to horse number 4, though. This is straight up. I'm going to call it early. This is a paddock pick. Nazra Allah. This is the nicest horse I've seen so far today. Look at this long, leggy girl. She's all legs, but she's all power as well. Looking behind, look at the fitness she's got on side as well. Great course marks as well, very well turned out by the team. The hocks are all in good shape as well. She's got very good pasterns too. If you look right to the bottom toward her feet, she's not slack and she's not upright. She looks very well put together. She will also grow into the frame. No doubt that her future lies definitely beyond a mile, but starting here on her third start over the 7 furlongs. Excited to see her go. Horse number 5 is the one in behind, probably far more precocious than what we've just seen. This is Zor Saleh, has had the 3 starts, made a winning debut, but has struggled in 2 starts since. She's a bit jig-joggy round here, but that's not too much of a concern. She looks great in her coat. She's well put together. Another who you can see still has room to grow into her hindquarters, but she's a little bit further ahead physically than the horse we just saw. Now let's go right the way back to one more, because that is horse number 10 we're going to have a peek at. The bottom horse here, Rayet Al-Fouz. Now, if you wanted to build a horse in a lab, it would look a lot like Rayet Al-Fouz. She is so well put together. Physically, she's probably at a maturation point further ahead than anything in this field. She is the most well developed out of the group. She's not the best of movers, I'm not going to lie to you, but she's a narrow build and she filled that frame well. She's the first one who I've mentioned the hip pointers of. You can see those, they're really clear to see. She's jig-joggy but calm enough. She's at the back of the group, but she's well worth following here. She's got plenty of experience and you can see that experience is showing. She is fit and ready to rumble. It wouldn't be surprised if she was a shock winner of this. Horse number 10, Rayet Al-Fouz. But boys, the paddock pick has to go to your favourite. 4 is the one for me.
Let's go straight into 4 then. Nasara Allah, Rory, who was beaten by Mitalea on debut, which is no bad thing. Won second time out over 1,400 metres. I guess hard to oppose with the stable flying at the moment.
Yeah, the stable's going an awful lot better, and they're also, the horses are being trained in a slightly different way this season, so they're attempting to improve for a run. They're starting off at shorter trips before moving up as well. And Narasa Allah, she led on the home turn and battled well to beat a stable companion, Brakada, in the end. That horse ends up finishing 3rd, but they get into battle off the bend. You see the 2 white stable runners. She's the one on the inside with the red cap. She's not showing great speed here, but she shows real tenacity to get that. She looks in trouble here briefly, but she battles on really well. And Bracada, the one that's battling with her, will eventually sort of finish third. And the horse that finishes second has run very well since. That's the horse in the black and the red colours with the noseband.
Merlil?
That's right. Yeah, so it's run very well in a similar race here in recent days. So that's given that form a bit of a frank. It's not particularly strong form. I think it's just the improvement you expect from that.
This is Dubamine, the debut effort back on August the 16th. You know, slots into the could be anything category.
Yeah, because to be honest, the third horse home here, Lady Sophia, in the famous silver colours there, running on, and that was her debut. She won next time out, but the rest of these haven't done much for the form since. So this is a pretty modest bunch that Dubamine is beating. She was ridden right out to do it. I find it difficult to put my finger on how good this form was, to be honest.
Slow time as well, one from a wide trip, and as you just said, I think Ayad Al-Tarizi gave her the full education. Let's have a word on Hayjat, who is second choice in the market at 4-1, who grinded out a success on debut of 1,400 metres. 200 metres less today. Is that the right move?
Not obviously, no. I thought Hayjat took a little bit of time to hit top gear last time out. Is very well bred, has the looks. You see a lot of the horses run in the colours of Prince Sultan. They are very much in this mould. So clearly the owner has a type he likes to go for. Big, strong, should develop with racing. But I wasn't sure that Hayjat would necessarily do better at this trip. I thought she took time to get going last time out. I'd rather see her at 1,600 metres. And again, the bare form of the race that she ran in wasn't especially strong. She only won fairly narrowly. It was like half a length and half a length between her in the second and the third. The time was moderate. What I took from that was that she was learning all the time and she would improve for it. So I think she's going to do better than she did in terms of the bare form first time out. Whether she finds one or two a bit too quick for her over 1,400 metres, I'm not sure.
Well, she reopposes the horse that was second that day, and that is number 10, Rayat Al Fuz. They are both 4-1. Rayat Al Fuz, second to Hayjat, didn't really lose much in defeat.
No, it's got plenty of experience. Obviously, Hayjat was on debut and Rayat Al Fuz had plenty of runs. But as you heard from Callum, she might have just taken time to find herself because she's quite tall. He suggested now that she looks like she's fully developed physically, and she's beginning to run back into form. She finished strongly that day. From a poor position. She was going on very well at the line. Maybe the penny's just beginning to drop with her. It's easy to knock her and go. Listen, she's rid at 66. She's had the 5 runs. We know what she's all about. But actually, that last run was definitely her best. And she might just be one of these types who needs plenty of experience just to develop, and then she can hold her form through the season. So she has very little to find on Hayjat. If you didn't know which one was making the debut and which one had experience, you might well think that the form could be turned around. And indeed, the market. So, surprisingly, I thought Hayjat would be shorter than Rayat Al Fuz. But if you watch that race, you wouldn't necessarily know which one to pick second time out. I just preferred Hayjat because although she wasn't physically impressive in that contest, I think she was pretty inexperienced, showed her greenness, and will develop a fair bit from it.
Let's talk about number 3, Jawahar Al-Kafij, who was the winner of race 1 back at the very start of the type season behind Datura Salwar in start 2, which is solid form. Needs to bounce back from last time, however.
Yes, that was. I mean, the second run was in a good contest, as you said, but was disappointing last time out. In her defence, she was badly drawn that day. Okay. I'm not mad keen on horses with her profile her out really early in the type season and are ready to go because I think they tend to be caught up by the Riyadh horses fairly quickly. So although I can excuse the run last time out, I just wonder how much improvement she has in her.
Now, what are your comments with horse number 7, Dolman?
Dolman, my comments were third in the 1,200 metre maiden in July. The unwritten comment is, I'd have expected her to improve stepping up to this trip last time out. She didn't really on the figures, which is a little bit disappointing. And I thought on that basis, and with a rating of 58, others in a fillies and a nominators of 2 would probably be too good for her. But maybe there's a bit more in that second run than meets the eye. Indeed.
4 others to discuss, numbers 5, 6, 8 and 9. Do you value those at all?
5, 6, I'll run through them very quickly. 5 hasn't progressed from a winning debut and has beaten a long... It ran behind Falak Care last time out. Fair enough, Falak Care is a very promising performer, but was beaten 25 lengths, so I can't really have that. Number 6, Jcsa was promising enough over 1,600 metres behind Dejrana last month. I thought it was interesting enough that Connections were happy to give her a go in a non-winners of 2 rather than just finding a maiden for her. There's 2 reasons you might do that. One, you're more likely to get a small field in a non-winners of 2, and therefore if you want your filly to have a good experience, sometimes going in an open in a non-winners of 2 means you get less bad luck than you would in a big field maiden. Or maybe they think she's really up to this task. I wouldn't be ruling her out on the debut, so that was a little bit of a positive for me. Number 8 is unraced daughter of Fame and Power out of a mare called Certified. Certified ran 16 times here without winning. There's not much to take from that. And the one, we got number 9, is it?
Aristocratia.
Yeah, Aristocratia. Modest form at best in 3 starts and makes no appeal here.
Okay, what does make appeal? What do we like? Selection time.
This is a tough race because some of them haven't shown all they can and some of them maybe have, but of better form. I'm going to go with Nasrat Allah, even though I'm slightly concerned about the wide draw.
Okay, Nasara Allah for Rory, number 4 on the programme, is the market leader at 2-1. There's the horse I like, number 7, Dolman, who has been drawn 17 the last twice. Caught the eye both times in the closing stages. This horse has been on my mind a long while now. Gets stall 8 today. I'm praying for a pace burn up. Long straight is absolutely perfect for him. He is definitely better than the bare form suggests in a mark of 58. I promise you that. He won't be anywhere near the speed, but keep an eye on him running on this long straight.
I've got one word for you.
Go on.
Pink. Look at all the pink.
Oh.
What does pink signify?
She. I knew it'd make
That's
that
usually
mistake.
me. It's usually me that does
I
that.
know.
Fairness, but,
oh, my goodness sake. She will be running on in the closing stages. She's not as big a price as I'd hoped. She is 8-1 and does need to improve today. But she is a big player, and Alex Fussy, keep an eye on her in the closing stages. Dolman for me, Nasara Allah for Rory. Callum, what do you like? You're in great form at the moment.
Oh, stop it, guys. You're far too kind. Nazar Allah will be the play for me. Nazara Allah, I should say. Certainly the play for me. This was an absolute gorgeous field. Some of these fillies races are superb. Hayjat, an absolute bully of a type. She's a real strong, powerful girl. I imagine she'll be the one that will be really suited by this trip. I thought Zor Saleh as well, number 5, looked quite mature for her age as well. She is a horse that I'd like to keep on the right side at. And Red Al Fouz, I know has had plenty of starts, but is improving with each run, trending in the right direction, a phrase that was used a lot last year, and we'd use it with her. Naif Al-Anazi is in cracking form as well. She's a very good-looking individual too, and all the owners are here for her as well. So keep an eye out on horse number 10. I think she will run a better race than her initial form suggests. But Nazara Allah is the play for me. I just think she looked absolutely gorgeous, and this will be the base of her trip as well, and the wide draw is certainly a concern. I understand where Rory's coming from with that. She doesn't look like she's all about the speed, but she's got Camillo in the plate in behind her, and that will certainly help. So Nazara Allah for myself and Rory, and Mark Francis likes Dolman coming home late with all the fire. It's over to you, Mr. Alex Fussy.
Many thanks, Callum. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for Dolman. Won't be late on the scene, perhaps the 7 jumping out of stall number 8. As we do start up the load, first 2 or 3 have gone forwards here for this restricted win contest. The fillies in action here, 2-1. Nasara Allah on the international market now, so in a bit of support there. I thought Hayjat was a really good looker from that paddock piece that we did with Callum a short time ago. Fascinated to see how she gets on. Last couple to their places here then. Gone in very nicely, these fillies, for race 5. Just waiting for the all clear. Here we go. They're off. Jumped away here for this fillies contest. They go over 1,400 metres. A bit of bumping and barging down towards the inside. Rayat Al Fouz shifting right. Didn't do a couple of favour, including Loyan Azra goes to the back of the field. Looking for the early pace here then. Right up there early on the outside. Nasara Allah, the favourite, getting a pretty handy position as they settle into their stride. Zor Salah on the inside is also rushing up to try and get involved. as they work their way down the back straight. Posted quite deep at the moment, Dubermin is wide on the outside of Ajat and still in between rivals and there as well. One or two others, including Zor Salah on that inside fence. Right behind them, Riyadh Al-Fuz is just getting a shake of the reins to try and latch on, as Sail Jordan is also trying to close them in. Jawahir Al-Kafish, who was handy, is now beginning to struggle, as around the outside it is Dubermin who moves up quite powerfully to join issue with Zor Salah. Behind them, Nassara Allah is off the bridle, strongly driven. Then Ajat working their way towards the final couple of 100 metres, keeping an eye out for Dolman, who is starting to run on in between rivals. But up top, Dubermin has gone clear. Is away by 3 or 4 lengths. Now Dolman is starting to run on, but will it be too late to catch Dubermin, who's away here for Ayad Al Tarisi? Still has 2 lengths in the locker and will make it 2 out of 2. Goes on to beat Dalman into second place, who did run on as expected. It's a 3-way go for third. Judge will be needed there. Ajat between horses, Zor Salah and also a Sail Jordan, I think, involved in that photo for the minors. But the winner is number 1. It's now 2 from 2 for Dubermin, who's drifted right under pressure, but has still got enough talent to not make that an issue, as you can see. Right over towards the centre of the track come the line, in isolation on that shot, but clear as well. A good shout from Mark as well, with Dolman, who has run on as he expected to manage to get into the shake-up, hitting the frame there. A 1:28.79 at the winner's time. Second place going to Dolman, and it will be the 5 on the inside, Zor Saleh, who will take third position. 2 1/4 lengths is the winner's margin in this one. 1 beats the 7, and the 5 finishing in third. 1:75 in our latest Fillies event.
Dubermin makes it 2 wins from 2 with an impressive victory here in this non-winners of 2 contest for Fillies. She remains unbeaten, and I don't think many of us saw that coming. She was the winner on debut, and she stepped forward again to win here. She's got a good back end on her, but she's still got a lot to fill. You'll see when the saddle comes off that her top line will not be the most impressive. She's still a growing girl, but to do that, and now 2 from 2, is very impressive. Ayad Al Tarisi on board as well, and she's handled everything so well. Plenty of connections in here, everyone trying to get in on the photo as well. See a couple of British racing caps as well, which is nice to see. Sultan Amamoni is also here. Plenty of young jockeys are here as well. Al Tarisi doing the steering. That might be because he's got towards the end of his claim, so that might be a thing. I'm not quite sure. I will let you know if I know more. Everybody mind out the way. Strange moment there that everybody just, we're having another photo. I think we're going to do one more photo. I think we're doing one more photo without the other jockeys in there. One for just the connections. Good to see. She's a tall girl. She, like I mentioned, she's going to grow into this throne. This daughter of Commissioner, another Commissioner progeny who's doing well. Obviously, got the ball rolling very quickly with Commissioner King, who was so impressive a couple of seasons ago, and unfortunately didn't hit the heights last season. But another bit of Commissioner's progeny who's look very much like all these Stanton Stockwell. They're all quite strong, bulky type with a little bit of leg, and they seem to really thrive on this Saudi dirt. So keep an eye on this one. Dubamine, your winner of race number 5. Ayad Al-Tarisi will be getting weighed in, and we'll grab a quick word with Ayad as well. Ayad, congratulations, well done.
Hello, hello. I am good.
She's a good horse?
Good horse. Good.
Good jockey?
Good. Kullu good.
Yeah, Dubamine remains unbeaten. 2 out of 2. Won on debut back in August at Taif and has won here in pretty similar fashion. Wide around the turn. Started to lug a little bit to her right, but has got away well clear of the remainder. Dolman has picked up the pieces for second place. And back in third was Zor Saleh. The numbers 1, 7 and 5 here. I guess we should start with the winner, Rory. Impressive enough?
Yeah, she's been impressive. She was impressive visually on debut. The question with her debut was how good the opposition were. The third did win next time out, but she probably didn't run to her level first time out. And the others hadn't done an awful lot for the form. But this horse has shaped exactly the same way. Has come up the centre of the track on debut at Taif to win well, and has come up the centre of the track again, sort of drifting towards the right, and has shown improved form to maintain that unbeaten record. A couple of disappointments in the race, it has to be said. Hejat and Nasser Allah, you would have expected to have improved for the wins last time out. Neither of them were particularly visually impressive when justifying favouritism last time out, but neither of them really came forward for what they did. Nasser Allah got to the lead easily enough, but she's not really blessed with speed, and she sort of grounded out last time without showing any acceleration. And here she just couldn't shake them off and ended up fading out of it. But Dubamine's been produced wide of her, and although she sort of hangs off the bend immediately, even at this stage she's lugging away. She's clearly got a big engine. You can look at the ratings of the horses who are placed.
Here comes the second.
Zor Saleh in the second, obviously you're keen to see coming through. Dolman, who's been finishing off well from poor draws. You'd love to see that in a handicap, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
because,
definitely, 100%.
Again,
and a bigger price.
Again, the issue is that he only does his best work, or she only does her best work late in the day.
I know, sorry.
And again, she's shown the ability that she has with this strong finish. Maybe she wants a little bit further.
Yeah, I think we can say now she's got no early speed. But she's always going to tuck in. She's always going to run on. She's suited Riyadh this long straight. She always caught the eye. I think the winner is going away a little bit at the end, although going right. But Dolman's definitely got ability.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah, better than a mark of 58. Zor Saleh in third has almost certainly run her race with a rating of 65. And a couple of those. Hejat didn't have a rating coming into this. Obviously, he was unbeaten in that first start and with quite a good reputation, but hasn't justified it. And Nasrat Allah has gone backwards from that win last time out. I don't know what you do with her. Again, the issue is that she's, unlike a lot of these white stable runners we see who've got the sort of size and scope, she doesn't roll along quite as happily. And maybe she needs more time to develop.
Well, she suited Taif, didn't she? So
she did. I wouldn't have. I suppose the deep surface suits her because she's got no real gears. And maybe she wants a longer trip here, but she's a difficult one to pigeonhole at the moment. But she might be just the type who needs a lot of time to strengthen up because she still looks fairly weak.
You'd imagine Dubamine will now go up in grade. Would it be a filly that you'd want to keep on side? She is 2 from 2, but I didn't really like the attitude in the last furlong. Yeah,
I don't mind them being a little bit wayward late on, as long as they're getting on with it. It's when they're slowing down and they're looking for horses to join them that I get a bit concerned. Again, what kind of rating would you give her on the back of this? You're looking at the rating of the second, who was rated 58, the third rated 65. I don't think you go through the roof with that. So
72, 73?
Yeah, and I think she's probably better than that in terms of pure ability, given how she's dispatched her opposition in her first 2 starts. So she's capable of surprising. She's won 2 now, so she's got to go into open company or non-winners of 3 gets very competitive. But clearly harder for her next time out. But She's been a bit of a surprise package on both her starts, really. So if she can keep surprising, then Connections will be very happy.
Could be open company next. It's definitely open company for us next as we reach the halfway stage in the programme on this Super Saturday here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Open company here for 2-year-olds over 1,600 metres. Alex Fussy can tell us who's running.
Cheers, Mark. Yeah, looks an interesting heat, this one, doesn't it? Very competitive race on the way. Number 1 is Saya, that's Naif Al-Anazi. The 2, Al-Rams, Camille Ospina. With the 3, Mahalhal Mohammed Al-Daham. The 4, Mucho Bisu, that's Adel Al-Faradi. And the 5, Toms 2, Rigberto Ramos. The 6, Al-Akid, Nawef Al-Mudiani. We move over to the page to the 7, Al-Tarab, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. The 8 is Jarif Fawaz Wanas. The 9, Nahar, that will be the mount of Mohammed Al-Hubayl. The 10 is Sinan for Alex Moreno. The 11, Sultan Al-Samori, Fahad Al-Faradi. And the 12 is Thawan for Khalid Al-Mimoni. That's our field of 12 ahead of this open race, and I think this looks quite competitive, Mark.
It certainly does, Alex. I guess when we were doing the research, Rory, this was a little bit confusing because, of course, Saya and Muchabisu clashed last time out. They were second and third. We'll see the efforts potentially. Saya was second, Muchabisu was third, but they were subsequently promoted to first and second. So it was just a little bit confusing when going through this race.
Yeah, I think Mahalhal was actually fourth in that race as well. Who will see footage of him definitely. That was a really interesting race, and it's a race I'd love to see played back. But obviously, it's slightly confusing because they're listed coming first and second, and you look at the video and it's like, well, this can't be right because they're second and third. The winner of that race was subsequently disqualified, not because of the interference he caused, ironically, but it certainly is the real form guide of this contest, and we'll talk about that later. But Callum has got something for us in the parade ring.
Indeed, Callum, let's go to you.
Thanks very much, team. Yes, joined by Mike, George and Charlie here, who have come racing here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Mike, firstly, what brings you racing?
Well, I live here, so I've been here for a year, and my sons have come to visit me for a week, so we just thought it'd be a nice evening out.
Fantastic. And what do you do while living over here?
Well, I organise visas for UK and international expats coming into Saudi. So, working on the giga projects that are out here.
Let's say, help me. I must admit, I've been coming here, this is my second year coming, and I don't know about you, but how much change have you seen here in Saudi Arabia in the year that you've been here? Because things change so quickly here.
Yeah, it has been a lot of change. I came out here for an interview just over a year ago, and just in that year it has been surprising. Buildings coming out of the ground, and people seem more and more relaxed every month time goes by. Life's changing significantly for the locals and for the expats. So, yeah, I love it here, actually. It's really great.
And we're deep into the Riyadh season right now as well. Have you been to any of the other events that have been going on across the city so far?
I haven't been to many this year, or this past year. I picked up the back end of Riyadh season last year, and went to a few of the bits and pieces that were happening. So yeah, there's lots to see. It's a great place.
You're the first person we spoke to that didn't go to the tennis. I feel it was the hottest ticket in town recently.
Go to the tennis.
Oh, there we go. Another one that's gone to the tennis.
Yeah, just a group of us from the building I live in went. So it's a good event.
Certainly been a wonderful season. Your two sons are here. First, I'll come around because I can't just sit down and be lazy. But what's it like coming to see Dad for a couple of weeks in Saudi?
Yeah, it's been great for a few days. Just obviously look around, see what there is, going out into the deserts, do the edge of the world. It's been really good. Nice change to the UK, I think.
Yeah, it's a change to the weather for sure, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's nice and warm. I think it's looking cold when we get back, so it's going to be a bit disappointing. But
yeah, don't say that. I think we're heading back in December and already really regretting it. It's going to be pretty chilly out there. You mentioned the edge of the world and doing the desert tour. That must have been really enjoyable.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, beautiful to see. Obviously, just nothing like anything we've got in the UK, so it's just a great change, really.
And I'll come round as well to get to the final sun here because we're all about getting as many views as possible here. Have you been racing in the UK before? Or this is your first experience going racing?
Yeah, gone to a few races at Nottingham Racecourse with uni, which is always fun, but definitely a different cultural experience here for sure. But
got to ask, are you Nottingham or Nottingham Trent?
Nottingham Trent.
Oh, let's move back around. So how would you compare this to a course like Nottingham in the UK?
Far more impressive, I think. Yeah, far more relaxing. So a lot of fun.
Yeah, I certainly agree with both of you there. I think one of the things that we most discovered when we came here was just sort of the depth of it all and just how massive everything is. And I think they're still continuing to build all around us here at this race course. And it's certainly something that we've all really enjoyed coming racing. I'm sure you would consider coming back again, wouldn't you, having seen it once?
Yeah, definitely. I think our dad's here for another year, so I think we'll definitely be back out, explore a bit more Saudi Arabia. Hopefully come obviously back to the race course for another event. But yeah, definitely.
Well, hopefully you enjoy the rest of your stay out here and have a safe trip back home. And Dad, I hope you enjoy continuing to work out here at least for another year. We'll hopefully see you somewhere in Riyadh. Thanks very much, guys. Back to you in the studio. I'm hoping that we'll find some winners later on.
Yes, we are in need of winners ourselves, Rory, aren't we? Because we can smell Callum behind us at the minute. It's very, very close in this selection competition. Anyway, let's get on to race 6. Let's go through the markets because we're under 50 minutes away from this open race worth just shy of 100,000 Saudi Riyal. Muchu Bisu is the favourite at 5-2. That's number 4 on the race card for double seeking Adel Al Faradi. Saya at the top at 7-2 is second choice. Below that, Al Rams 13-2. Mahalhal is number 3 at 7-1. So numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, all dominating the international markets. Jarif is next, number 8, who is 8-1. Nahar and Sinan, numbers 9 and 10, and also Thawan, number 12, all at 10-1. So the favourite here, Rory, is Muchu Bisu, and just going back to that line of form that we said just before we went to Callum, who finished 2nd and 3rd the last day and were subsequently promoted. I think Muchu Bisu was the one that came off worse with the interference.
Yeah, the horse that was first past the post has
Al Waji, wasn't it?
Yeah, has drifted right off the rail and into the path of Muchu Bisu. Muchu Bisu was short of room then in the final furlong, and Saya finished well from wider out on the track to finish second with Muchu Bisu in 3rd. They were then promoted to 1st and 2nd subsequently. But I thought Muchu Bisu was on who shaped best in the race, but the market hasn't missed that. Whoever's priced this up has watched that video.
Definitely.
Because on form, on the figures, Muchu Bisu has it defined with a rating of 74. Mahalhal's rated 75 and Saya 77. But Mahalhal was actually 4th in that contest, I believe. That we're not going to get a chance to see, which is a shame because it included 3 of the 4 most important horses in the race. But yeah, I thought Muchu Bisu shipped very well, but the market has basically spotted that. Despite his rating being lower than those two, he is put in as 5-2 favourite, and I think that's probably about right.
Yeah, Muchu Bisu, who was a length behind Sayer, as we just said, when inheriting that Jcsa challenge race, so a decent race to inherit, and steps up to open grade here, is certainly a big player. Should also just mention with Sayer as well, was behind Wadatak Allah on debut, of course, won here, was it this week or last week? This week?
Yes, yeah, so that form is working out pretty well too. So yeah, Sayer's going in the right direction, and to be honest, if Sayer had finished behind Muchu Bisu in that race, you'd also say, well, I like Sayer. Sayer finished best in that race, and I quite fancy his chances of turning the tables. Mahalhal then, having shaped well in 4th in that race, went and won a maiden in good style last time out. So they all tie together very closely, and it's not surprising to see all of those prominent in the market.
Yeah, we can see Mahalhal in action, who came out and won on his most recent start. Also has Nahar 5 lengths behind him at the line.
Yes, and this is Mahalhal on the near side, those familiar colours that we're seeing an awful lot of these days, getting his just desserts after a couple of solid runs. The question I suppose you've got to ask is, do you think this was an improvement in form from Mahalhal, or was he just running to the form he'd shown before and winning a slightly easier race?
I think it's more that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's a little bit from column A, a little bit from column P. I think he's probably stepped forward a little bit, but he was entitled to win that race anyway. He won it quite impressively, and obviously his rating's gone up accordingly, but he looks held in the previous line of form.
Okay, there's a few of the principles. Callum, it's back to you.
Very much. Let's have a look at some of these in the parade ring. Saya is the first one we'll look at, who looks red hot fit today. Really, really good looking individual here. Saya, this gelded son of Karakranite, who certainly has caught the eye. I thought was quite unlucky in defeat last time, and certainly looks really red and up for it today. So looking forward to seeing how Saya gets on. Certainly one you have to put onto your shortlist. A little bit green, but that's because he's out and round in front here. Let's go back to horse number 2, Al Rams. I absolutely adore the way this horse looks. 1 from 1 in the career, and a real eye catcher in the parade ring. big, strong, chunky type here. Perfect for the mile, looks like an out-and-out miler, and certainly looks grown up enough to handle conditions here today in this tough contest. Let's go back to horse number 3. This is Talma Al-Dahani's runner, Mahalal, who is coming in front of us now, who is fit and ready to go today. Not a lick of condition on this one. You can see the ribs underneath, really fit, ready to go. The trainer has been on fire over the last couple of weeks. You cannot leave these Talma Al-Dahani horses alone. He had a second and third recently earlier on in the card. He'll be looking for a winner today. Now, let's drop all the way back to horse number 10 will be the other horse we'll look at here. This is the Sian, who's Lucas Gaitan's runner. Sinan we're looking at right now. I'd say if there was an award for best turned out, Sinan wins this hands down. He is a really good looking individual. Fourth on debut. This is a tough task, but it's very rarely you see a platted mane, and we've got a platted mane on show today. They clearly have gone all out here. The quarter marks are on as well. Sinan's probably got a little bit more growing to do into that frame, but hopefully he will step forward from this. It's a tough contest, this. It's going to be hard for him, but we'll give him every chance here. A trainer clearly knows what time of day it is, and his horses cannot be ignored. Let's go and find a trainer. Ali Al-Manif is the trainer we are going to look for. Abdullah Al-Manif, we are going to go and find. He trains Jarif, horse number 8, who I thought was a bit of an eye-catcher last time, and we'll go over to the parade ring and give him a spot. He's currently talking to his jockey, about to leg up his rider in this contest. This is Jarif, horse number 8 in front of us here. He's legging up Fawaz Wanas. Abdullah Manif, just get a quick word about Jarif here. I'm really looking forward to this horse because he was a big eye-catcher last time.
Yeah, he's actually in form. We expect a very good result from him at this race. The competition is high, to be honest. Very good horses running in that race. Already winners. We just, I thought he got the ability to compete with this kind of horses. So that's why I said I'll just go for it. And we'll see how things will go.
If things don't go to plan here, is he going to go back into maiden company, or would you like to keep him in these probably smaller field open races?
To be honest, even if we are actually going to consider the maiden racing, it's still tough. The 2 years old is tough, and you will never know who is going to be the winner. But here we have more indicators that the competition is actually very, very high. So to go to the opening class or maiden, the competition is there, but it's a matter of this one is more got like a more vision or more a bigger picture. Yeah.
It's a chance to look at it from a big picture and see where he sort of stands at the top table of these 2-year-olds. Has he improved from his last run?
Yes, he's actually improved. He's actually in form. He got the experience. I've done all of my effort with the team. We'll see how things will go now.
Well, best of luck today. Good luck here. Abdullah Al-Manif, who trains Jarif here in this cracking contest.
Yeah, it is a really good race, Callum, isn't it? I know, Rory, you wanted to have a word on the pedigree of Sayar quickly.
No, I was I was interested in Callum's version of the sire. Caraconte was a very good performer in France and the US about a decade ago. But I thought I heard something completely different from Callum, but that's maybe my ears playing up.
Let's speak about 1 or 2 then at bigger prices. I think Tom's 2, number 5, is really crucial into working out this race. Has collateral form with finishing behind Sayar, 4 lengths behind him on debut, and then beaten by Mucha Bisu.
Yeah, so there are a few of these who tie in, you're right. Tom's 2 won a 1600-metre maiden at Taif in September and was 3rd prior to that to Mitsubishi, and again showing that, as we know already, Mitsubishi and Sayar tie in very closely together.
Number 8, Jarif, as well, has only had 1 run and was second to Al Rams here on debut. Not much between them.
Yeah, ran very well that day. Al Rams just had the better of it. My issue with that form, they're both reasonably short, 13-2 and 8-1 in the market. They had a horse called Yo Lighting just behind them.
Runs every week.
And Yo Lighting's run a lot, has a rating, was rated 49 at that stage, has got up to 52, but Yo Lighting was a lot further behind Mahalhal and Saya on different starts as well. So the form is fairly clear there that both Al Rams and Jarif need to improve a fair bit for that debut, unless you believe that Yo Lightning has suddenly improved, which I don't really believe.
6 and 7 are both first-time starters and, unsurprisingly, right at the bottom of the international markets. Any shout on pedigree at all?
Well, obviously, we heard about the 7 there from Abdullah Al-Manif talking about his horses. Half-brother to 5 winners around the world and fetched 65,000 at the Goffs Breeze-Up sales in April. So, interesting enough on pedigree. Instagram's not a sire I know an awful lot about, but the Dame Saint Croix has thrown 5 winners. I say around the world because I think 2 of those were in South Korea, but others in the US. So plenty of winners in the family. But I didn't think a drawn 12 was particularly helpful on debut against experienced horses.
And Sinan and Tharwan over the page, numbers 10 and 12. We're not giving much of a shout to the Lucas Gaitan horse here.
No, we expect Lucas Gaitan's horses to be pretty fit on debut, so the fact that this was beaten and has now taken on winners is a little bit of a concern. But Sinan was fourth to Hamad Tuwaiq over 1,200 metres on debut. The longer trip should suit, but it does look quite a stiff task on balance. And the 11 we haven't talked about either is an American Pharaoh half-brother to 3 winners and cost $60,000 as a yearling. So those are both fair positives. Drawn and stalled 4. You wouldn't be massively surprised if that ran very well on debut.
OK, then it's time to flag up a selection in race number 6. It's tougher than we think, really. All these are very, very closely matched. It's essentially a 0 to 80, really, isn't it?
In a manner of speaking, yes. And it is. There are 4 or 5 horses you give a reasonable chance to, and some in behind who don't have a massive amount to find either. So tough. I was going to go for Mitsubishi. I thought I was being clever with that because I expected him not to be favourite. And I'm actually going to switch now to Saya, who actually beat Mitsubishi last time out, but is less fancied in the market. And I think Saya's got plenty of positives, run really well on all 3 starts and seems to be going well, and again, looked tremendous in the parade ring.
Indeed, yeah, Saya looks the one to beat on ratings, but I'm going to go with Mitsubishi. I'm going to go against you, who deserves victory after the events of last time, was given more than just the one bump up the straight by Alawaji, and was not really given much space. And I know we speak so often about the importance of space here, as we see a wonderful view. Look at that skyline
it's
here
tremendous, isn't
in
it?
Riyadh. That is fantastic. Really,
Just
really
marginally
good.
better than Nottingham, wouldn't you say? That's quite a question to ask anyone. Which is the nicer race course?
Look at that.
Riyadh or Nottingham?
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
That really is fantastic. Yeah, Mitsubishi for me. Adel is back aboard and he'll be patient with the horse no matter what. I think he can turn the tables with Sayar, who is drawn wide of him again. Mitsubishi for me then, 5 to 2 at the top of the market. Rory likes Sayar 7 to 2, second choice at the top of the market. So we've got the top 2 covered, Callum. What do you like here in race 6?
Al Rams for me, definitely the paddock pick for me in this one. I really like the way this horse looked. Might have a lot to do in this sort of company, but is one on debut and is coming to look and do it again. We just saw a filly do it earlier on the card, so it can be done. I like the selection of everybody else. It makes sense. Well, apparently we've got one bowling loose, and that is horse number 11 has got loose. Sultan Al Samway has got loose here, so we might have a bit of delay. I've just seen the outriders in the shot for me. Don't seem to be crazily busy to get down, but they know they're in the chute. So if you bolt one way, you're eventually going to reach a dead end. So I don't think they're too concerned about this horse causing too much of a delay. But he's run through the tape and is now making his way down the chute, heading all the way down to the end of the chute here. He's got a fair bit of a way to go, just cantering down at a nice gentle pace, but he goes. He knows there's nowhere to run here, and the outriders will do their best to catch him in their pincer movement. Always good to see how they do the catching of these loose horses when they get free. Boys in the studio, give us a blow-by-blow commentary of what's going on catching this loose one.
Well, he's clearly got a mind of his own, Callum, don't we all at times? Sultan Al Samawi is, on debut, has got his own idea of how to run, Rory. I mean, here we go. We've seen the outriders tested the last couple of weeks, haven't we? But, you know,
he looks perfectly happy. I mean, some people think when horses get loose it's because they're panicking, and often they're just fairly playful. And this fella's just
nice and slow.
Oh, he's just making friends with the outrider.
Hold on a minute. Okay, fine. Let's
Lovely.
go back. Fine.
It couldn't, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, would it?
No. All right, we've got to go that way, haven't we? I mean, he really wanted to contest the race over a mile and a quarter, given the way that it was galloping down the end of the back straight.
He might stay a mile and a quarter in
Telling
time.
Connections what to do next time, perhaps. But you'd imagine this would be scratch, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I don't know if it will. I think it won't. And I think the question here, well, again, if they think it's going to delay the start, I don't think it's taken anything out of itself by doing that.
Okay, Callum, back to you.
Yeah, guys, I can give you a line on this. I don't think he's reached the threshold to be scratched here, because when I was speaking to the Outriders in the interview we did a couple of weeks ago, maybe even last week, we spoke to Faisal and he said very simply, if they don't go more than 2 furlongs, we're happy to bring them back. Obviously, the vets will check them, but they're trying to bring this horse back. You can see the jockey there in shot who will be getting a chance. That's Farhad Al-Faradi, who'll be hoping to get back on board. He looks none the worse. So I imagine, guys, this one will be a runner. Having said all that, he'll probably get withdrawn now, but I think they're going to give him a shot. He's certainly not gone far enough to suggest he's definitely not got a chance. I'd give him every chance here, and they haven't started loading yet, team.
Thank you very much, Callum. So we wait to see on the participation then of horse number 11, Sultan Al Samawi. Haven't heard anything else, but is leisurely making his way back to the 1600 metre start here. We are due off now, but we are running a little bit behind time. We've caught up time from the delay to the first race, but Sultan Al Samawi isn't galloping, he's walking back to the 1600 metre start, but hopefully he's none for the worse.
It'll be interesting to see if any of these just get a little bit upset with the delay, or whether it makes any difference to them. It would not put me off the loose horse if he runs. I don't think it's affected his chances negatively. I think sometimes you get horses who get loose and just sort of have a little bit of a canter, a trot around, and everything else is standing still. And actually, they end up being in a better position to run than the others, because you don't want to be getting cold. You don't want to be just standing still for 10 minutes before a race, and the horse just keeps on the move is often. We assume they're taking a lot out of themselves, but unless they're panicking and they're sprinting away, they're taking very little out of themselves at all. They're just keeping themselves happy and warmed up.
You can see him at the back of shot there as the loading process has started. This is the horse Sultan Al Samawi, which we're referring to, is a big price, big-ish price compared to the some of these in the market, 12 to 1. But it's towards the bottom. Only Al Akid and Al Tarab are bigger prices at 33 to 1. Muchabisu has stepped into line. So too has Al Ram. So half the field are in here. A reminder here, I'm with Muchabisu and Rory is with Sayar. Last few to go in. It's back to the man in the commentary box, Alex Fussy.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, keeping our eyes peeled here. Last couple of runners to take their places. This 11 horse getting nearer to the start. Just about at the start then. Sultan Al Samawi, still number 4, that one's due into. It looks like they're going to try and load without the rider on, but not too cooperative now we've got to the stalls. So handlers move in from both sides. Jockey Fahad Al-Faradi waiting there on the inside of the railing, keeping clear. Don't blame him, actually. Continuing to rear and getting near to the stalls. I wonder if a blindfold will be the call. Next up. No, being turned around and taken away, possibly. Runners in the gates are waiting. Handlers looking at the starter. The 11 goes in the other direction. All clear given, I think, from behind. So we're going without the 11. Flags up. They're off. Racing away then in this open contest. They go over 1,600 metres and confirming they've gone without the 11. Refused to enter the stalls and played up prior. Al-Akid, not a good start. Dropped right out at the back of the field. Missed it by a good 5-6 lengths early on. Sinan, the first to go, will lead up in the black jacket with the grey cap. He's there up the running rail with the early advantage. Muchabisu is there as well. The white and blue combination racing in second place, and on their outside and now moving up to try and press them is Mahalhal, the green sleeves and cap. Next in the order, racing in behind them, is Jcsa, just stalking the first wave of 3, and is being followed by Tharwan in the silver jacket. Another couple of lengths away, maybe a bit more actually, to find Jarif, who's racing in advance of Nahara, and also Al Rams, who's a bit wider and starting to make a bit of progress. Tom's 2 struggling, can't get involved at the moment as they work their way towards the top of the home straight and head inside the final 600 metres. It's a 3-way go up top, but Sinan on the inside is about to be passed by the other pair. In the centre, Mucho Biso, but on the outside, Mahalhal looks to be having the measure at the moment. Travelled best of all into the straight here, and Mahalhal goes on. Moves in advance of Mucho Bisu. Behind them, Tharwan is running on and trying to close these front 2 down. Also, Jcsa rushing, getting into second, that runner. But as they work close to home, it is just Mahalhal. Jcsa is getting a bit nearer. 2 lengths the lead for Mahalhal, who will need the line. But the line is probably going to come in time. Yes, it does. Mahalhal has won. Beat into second, Jcsa. Al Rams has made up a lot of ground to eventually finish in 3rd in advance of Jarif, who was next in 4th. A win for number 3, Mahalhal, goes on to take it for Mohammed Aldaham. Got a little bit closer, didn't it, late on, but the race was won by that point in time. Managed to hold off Jcsa, who was rushing home for Naif Al-Anazi. A couple in this front 4 have actually come from a lot further back. Probably Al Rams, the most eye-catching one of those, the lightly raced individual. But Mahalhal the winner, 1:40.35 the winner's time, a second success in the career, and has won by 3/4 of a length, beating Jcsa, pulling clear of Al Rams on the near side, who is 3rd, over Jarif in 4th, ahead between that pair. For the Open then, race 6, a reminder they went without number 11, and the order home was 3, 1, 2 and 8.
Mahalhal has landed this contest, and Samer Al-Ahani already racing straight in, going to grab him straight away. This horse gets better with each run.
Yeah. He's a good horse. He's a big horse. He needs a time really, but I'm brush him because I want to go with him for the big races, for the colt, like a Derby, Saudi Arabia Cup, But he's really good, He ran with a two sortion. I meant that sortion with ice, only 2 weeks ice. I want to run him this week because I want to make a good medicine for him for the next run.
So he's done so well despite a really quick turnaround, and he is a big horse.
Yeah, he's a big bone horse, and really, I'm happy with him. He will progress more, inshallah.
Well done, congratulations. Go and enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
Yeah, Samer Al-Ahani really happy with his victory there. I'm going to go and get Mohammed Al-Daham, who just jumped back on board so the boss can be in the photo. He's over the moon with that. And this is a big, big horse. Let's have a look at how big he is. He's an absolute monster, this boy. He's a big, strong type. He's clearly getting better with time. He's been run on 2 very quick occasions. He had ice on his legs, according to Samer Al-Dahani, just to try and keep him a little bit cooler and aid his recovery. And we'll get a word from Mohammed Al-Daham, who rode this horse to victory. Another winner for Mohammed Al-Daham, who is absolutely flying at the moment. Such a good jockey, and sometimes a little bit underrated, because when he's not riding for Samer Al-Dahani, he's often on a good one, and he's a very, very good rider, and he seems happy with that. Mohammed, superb horse.
Inshallah. First, thanks the God and the owner and the trainer. Inshallah, I hope to this horse come big horse. Inshallah.
Maybe the Saudi Derby in the future.
Yeah, I think for this race, inshallah, my horse come clear. Everything's okay. Inshallah, win this race.
Well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Cup Company beckons next time for Mahalhal, who has improved bundles here, confirming the form with Nahar, but more importantly, reversing form with Sayar, who could not close under Naif Al-Anazi in second, who seemed to wander around in the closing stages. Mahalhal has kept straight and narrow and has gone on to score for Mohammed Al-Daham. Tharma Al-Dahani delighted despite the sore shins that he spoke about to Callum just a few moments ago. And a winner for Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah. The ownership and the trainer and the jockey indeed are all in great form at the moment, and they've held on in good style here, Rory.
Yes, he's a horse clearly improving. He's 5th and 4th in the first 2 starts. 4th in that race where Saya and Mucho Bisu were 1st and 2nd in the end. But he improved a little bit to win his maiden next time out. We were discussing that beforehand, to what degree he had to improve to win that. But he was impressive that day, and he stepped forward again. And you get the impression that with a clear path, he could be very good. Obviously, Thamar Al-Dahani has got his sights on particular races, and that means the horse needs to run at certain times to be able to qualify, or to get the right prep for those. Sometimes you got to rush them a little bit.
Yes.
And he was saying this horse suffered from sore shins after his previous win, so he's done well to come back so quickly and win again, and showed no ill effects from that. So clearly improving, given that he's turned the tables with the pair who were in front of him when he met them a few weeks ago. I thought Saya did shape very well in second. He's had to come from a fair way off the pace.
He's got a bit lost here, though.
Yeah, exactly, because there was a big gap between him and the 3 in front, and he just got a little bit lonely there, I thought. Ideally, you'd want to sort of let him come into the race gradually, but Naif Al-Anazi's had to get after him early to bridge the gap, and that's, although he's made fairly strong progress all the way through, it's been a bit laboured, and he's carried his head to one side in the straight, which hasn't made it easy to sort of steer him wide of the winner, which you want to do. If you're going to get past, you've got to get wide, and he always wanted to lug in behind. I don't think there's anything wrong with his attitude. I think he was trying hard and favouring one leg over the other, and as a result, it was difficult to keep on a straight line. And the overhead shot shows very well that they've had to keep pulling him out a little bit to go there, and every time he did that, he was losing a little bit of ground too.
Even here, there's nothing on his inside, is there?
No, I personally thought that he could have popped onto the rail earlier on and just tried to not go the longest way. I mean, he's gone round the outside as if there's 5 horses on his inside. Exactly. And I don't think that tactic was necessary. And as you can see, the horse doesn't really want to stay out wide. He wants to keep ducking in. So I just wonder whether he could have gone round towards the inner and picked his way between horses, which would have made things easier. Obviously, it's a lot easier going between horses on a horse that can go straight. If your horse is inclined to hang, it's harder to do that. And perhaps Naif would have had that in mind the whole time.
Tharma Al-Dahani has another horse who might be in search of Cup glory next time out. Back-to-back wins for Mahalhal, who wins race number 6 here in grand style. Saya only second. Al Rams eventually up for third. The quality keeps rising here on the JCSA English speaking channel as we have a 0 to 90 coming up here. Race 7, 1600 metres, 4-year-olds and upwards. It's back to the man in the commentary box, Alex Fussy.
Cheers, Mark. Yeah, plenty of familiar faces in this one as well, for sure. This 0 to 90 handicap over the 1600 metre trip. Let's have a look at the field this time. Number 1 is Elzam Blue, the mount of Alex Moreno. Number 2, Wakud for Norwef Al Mudyani. 3 is Jcsa Najran, that's Mohamed Al Yami. 4, Atomic Impact, Adel Al Faredi. With the 5, Ford Maddox Brown, Abdulaziz Aliesh. Number 6 is Imperial Ace, Abdullah Alorfi. Then we'll find the 7, National Gallery, Ricardo Ferreira. The 8, Single Minded, another British bred, Abdullah Al Gredis. And the 9 is Time Naj for Khalid Al Mimodi. The 10, Tudor, Abdul Ella Al Hussein, looking for a 5th career win. The 11, Bismillah Alea, that will be the mount of Thab Al Timyan. With the 12, Kilua, Abdullah Al Khamis. 13, top of the next page, Courageous Knight, Victor Gutierrez. 14, Spirit of a Guru for Ali Al Mimoni. 15 is Ben Hamrash for Abdulaziz Al Saudi. And 16, Matching Socks, Ayad Al Tarisi. Plenty of names we know from the British and Irish sphere in this one, and Callum's having a look at them in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Alex. Let's have a look at these. These are some horses we know and love. And the first one we'll look at is Wakud, trained by Jimmy Jerkins, this runner who was a winner last time out. Jimmy's already had a winner today on what could be a very big Saturday night. And just look how well Wakud looks, a real muscle-bound individual here. This 6-year-old, he's still an entire. You can see that testosterone pumping around his system and making sure that he is okay, because he is a big, big, strong boy, and I cannot believe the way he covers the ground as he walks. A real eye-catcher in the parade ring, trained by Jimmy Jerkins, who's looking for the double. This has to make your shortlist. Let's go back to another winner last time out. This is Atomic Impact, horse number 4. Very good-looking individual. He's built quite low to the ground. He's not the most attractive sort, but he is all power again. Look at this muscle definition that we mentioned before the last horse. Another horse looking incredibly good shape, horse number 4, Atomic Impact. He's got Adel Al Faredi in the saddle as well, who will help, no doubt. Not the strongest of front ends and not the most attractive of necks, but looks great in the coat and has to be one to keep an eye on. We'll go back to an absolute legend in the shape of Ford Maddox Brown, horse number 5. Look at the dappling on this gorgeous grey. A star in Taif last season, hasn't really been, oh, there you go, you silly sausage, hasn't been able to reach the same stage at this year either, but he was certainly a superstar last season in Taif. He might find this a bit tough today, but he always looks so good in the parade ring, and clearly, as you see, as he tried to kick my head in, he is well up for this today. Let's go back another couple. This is Imperial Ace, horse number 6, was one that I really did want to get a look at, just coming around towards us now. Another one who looks really well in the coat, doing well to keep the distance behind Ford Maddox Brown, the handlers here. Looks really well within himself and is certainly carrying himself nicely. Horse number 7, National Gallery, is just in behind it as well. This is the grey that we're just having a good look at here. Again, National Gallery is a horse we know plenty about. We've already seen the trainer with a winner in the last race. National Gallery, maybe not quite at the same ability as Old, but cannot be ignored, especially when bouncing back to some semblance of form last time out. We'll go back and look at one more. This is horse number 9, the lovely Time Najd. I'm a big fan of this horse, always have been, obviously by my favourite stallion, Time Test, but certainly a good looker as well, isn't he? He's a really strapping, full-bodied individual, good muscle definition of well, looks great in the coat. He's clearly in good form with himself. You can see that as he marches around the parade ring. He's not quite my paddock eye catcher in this one, but he certainly is one to watch. He's made the shortlist for sure. The one who I'm picking in this contest is horse number 2, Wakud,
who is the 4-1 market leader, Callum. We should also say a very good afternoon to Cameron and Matteo, who are watching in on the YouTube page. That's on the Jcsa English speaking live channel on YouTube. Of course, we're into the second half of the show here now, and the quality, well, it's commonplace here now, with so much good racing still to come on the programme here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Okay, the market speaks as follows. Wakud is the 4-1 market leader at the top for Norwef Al Mudyani and Jimmy Jerkins, who have already, or he has already struck today. National Gallery in the colours of Thama Al Dahani, the trainer, of course, and Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah, also in the winners' enclosures today. Atomic Impact is third choice for Adel Al Faredi, drawn in stall 16, 13, 15-2. Imperial, Ace, Tudor, and Spirit of Nguru are all 7-1. Single Minded at 8-1. Elzan Blue at 9s. Ben Hamrash at 12-1, and it is 14-1 and bigger the remainder. Okay, Rory, let's speak of those towards the top of the international markets, including Wakood, who we can see in vision here. An extra 200 metres should be no problem today.
Yeah, this is a horse he was generally tried over a mile and a quarter in Ireland for Dermot Wells. He cost a lot of money to come out here. He was a Derby prospect at one stage. A lot of money was spent on him to join the Red Stable. And although he won last year, he wasn't always the most convincing. But he ran out a good winner of this 1400 metre handicap last time out when leading all the way from a low draw. I think the most interesting thing here is he was wearing blinkers or a visor rather, for the first time, and he wears that again today.
This is Atomic Impact, who won over 1800 metres in the 0 to 90 here.
Yeah, Atomic Impact you'll see on the sort of maroon and gold colours coming through on the inside, and the horse in front does him a few favours by coming across and allowing him up the inside. He'd actually finished behind Wakood in the race we just saw as well. Finished 5th or 6th on that occasion. And he's improved to win the slightly lesser handicap last time out. This trip's absolutely fine for him. I think the handicapper might just have him after that win though.
Just going back to Wakood, not much has won here after a layoff this season, so that was a big performance.
It was a big performance. The question with him is whether he's going to repeat it. The trip is not going to be a problem. The draw is potentially an issue. He's much wider than he was. But obviously, if he shows the gate speed he did last time out, the draw won't be that much of a bother. But obviously, he responded really well to Visor first time out. And it may well be that that's what he's needed all along. Or it may well be like a few horses who are a little bit tricky. The Visor kept him sweet for one run, and then he might return to his old ways second time. So in terms of class, if you're looking at who's got the most ability in this race, no doubt Wakood was rated north of 100 in his 3-year-old days. He was placed in the Derby trial. And behind the Derby favourite.
Let's get back to Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Joined by a very, very special guest in the shape of His Royal Highness Prince Bandar. Firstly, sir, how are you doing?
Very well, yourself?
I'm doing great. All the better for seeing you. I have to say, today is really feeling like the first step on the way to the Saudi Cup. The racing is really stepping up.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the quality of horses this year. The owners really have stepped up their game. Also very happy with the change in some of the races, domestic and international, in terms of its ranking globally. Really happy with how things are going. I think we're starting to see, some of the results and the return on investment over the past couple of years. So I'm really excited with how the season will turn out. Life was very interesting. This year we had good horses. The track there was in an amazing condition. And I think this year also the team here did an amazing job on the track here in Riyadh this year, really stepped up the level. And I'm very confident that the turf track as well is going to be noticeably better than past seasons.
We're starting early on the turf this year on December the 7th as well, which is just another invite for horses from overseas to try and take their chance early, and some really quality races available.
Well, we're working on that. Hopefully when the sister track will open, where the turf track is the main track, there we'll be able to put forward a full season of turf racing, which will allow a lot of the owners here who have essentially turf horses that have been brought over from Europe to be able to run their horses on the best ground possible. It also opens up an opportunity for Northern Hemisphere horses to come and spend their winters here, and I'm sure it will start to become interesting for trainers in Europe especially. We'll take a look at this, and we'll give them an added venue in this part of the world.
It's certainly exciting, and I can speak on behalf of a lot of the European trainers who were here on Saudi Cup weekend. The reception that weekend got, and the way it really now is a global hitter, was massive. And I thought last year's competition was absolutely incredible.
Absolutely, and this year hopefully will be the same. I just came back yesterday from the Bahrain International race, and that was amazing. I was really happy to see the progression of horse racing there with the leadership of Jcsa. They've done an amazing job, and it just goes to show that this part of the world, if you're looking at Dubai, if you're looking at Qatar, if you're looking at Bahrain, and obviously Saudi Arabia, really provide for one of the few spots anywhere where horse racing is growing. Whether it's number of races, the quality of horses, prize money, and we're looking to continue this trend for the foreseeable future.
And the Asian Racing Conference coming to Saudi Arabia next year as well, which is a big, big get as well.
Yes, and I was really happy that people were very optimistic and really eager to come and see the racing here. Hopefully it'll be time during the Saudi Cup week, so there's that as well, and we, with yourself, I'm sure we'll be happy to receive all our guests here and show them what's happening in this part of the world.
I certainly will be happy to do just that. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to hear from His Royal Highness Prince Bandar, who is the chairman of the Jockey Club here in Saudi Arabia. A great interview there with Callum Helliwell. We're 5 minutes away from the 7th race on the programme, so we need to rattle through a few more, Rory. National Gallery for last race's winning connections, number 7.
Yeah, National Gallery's hard to win with these days. He's a talented horse. He's probably done his best racing in Taif, to be perfectly honest. Was only a length behind Imperial Ace when they were behind Wakud in that race that we saw here in October. Both of his wins have been at Taif in the summer, and that was 2023. So a little bit to prove, National Gallery, and short enough on balance.
Imperial Ace was finally off the mark here over course and distance a fortnight ago, also a last time out winner.
Yes, he's going the right way. I quite like Imperial Ace here. He's not had an awful lot of racing here. Had a couple of runs early on to find his feet, was well beaten on debut in Taif. Has improved, I would say, for switching tracks. It was third in a good handicap behind Shooter, who runs here as well in his final Taif start. Didn't run badly at all behind Wakud 2 starts ago, and then won last time out up to this trip. So this 1600 metre trip certainly suits him. I think he'll run well again, Imperial Ace, and he'd definitely be on my short list.
Tudor on your short list? I know you fancied him last week.
Yeah, well, Tudor obviously has been running really well and was in front of Imperial Ace a couple of starts ago. He's been holding his own really well. The question we had about him a couple of runs ago was, is he just a Taif horse? But he's actually run really well here since the Taif season as well. He'll run out of form at some stage. He's been busy for a long time, but at the moment he's still running well.
We see a golden moon in the sky here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. One or two more. Spirit of Nguru, number 14.
Short enough, and the betting was ahead of Tudor when third here over 1,400 metres. That probably represents a career best run for Spirit of Nguru in here, certainly. The question is whether they can back it up, because he looked fairly inconsistent before that, but not without a chance. It doesn't massively appeal to me at the prices, but I understand why he is single figures after that good run last time out.
And like Wakud, Elzam Blue has top weight here.
Yeah, ran on very well in a stronger race than this last time out to finish fourth on the back of a couple of disappointing runs.
And that was Jcsa.
That was a definite return to form from Elzam Blue. The step up to a mile is definitely positive here as well. He's not particularly well drawn for a horse who can miss a beat at the start in stall 15, which would be the negative with him. But he does have a bit of class in this contest.
Unless there's anything else you want to mention, what's your idea of the winner?
Not really. I mean, it's all about Wakud. Wakud is the key horse in this race. He is the best horse in the race, and you've simply got to make a decision. Well, you've got to make two decisions. One, you decide whether you can trust Wakud to run the same race as he did last time out. I think the draw is probably a little bit of a red herring. He certainly was well drawn last time and bounced out and made all. That hasn't been his run style before. But it seemed to suit him last time out with the headgear on. So the question is headgear the key to him? And if it is, then he's going to keep winning races. And I wouldn't want to be against him here. It is possible, given he's looked, I wouldn't say a rogue, but he's looked a slightly disappointing sort before that he might revert to old ways. But if you decide on the negative side with him, then it's a nightmare finding the winner otherwise. So I end up coming back to him and saying, well, listen, he's the class angler in this race, and if he wins, I'll be annoyed for trying to find an alternative. So although I still don't trust him implicitly, Wakud is my pick because he's got more than enough ability to win this race easily.
OK, it's Wakud for Rory Delaghi. I'm going to match him with something at the top of the ratings. That is Elzam Blue. Well clear on ratings with Wakud. I think you can mark up the performance the last day behind Jcsa, charging home down the outside to nab fourth. Went straight into the Saudi tracker and first chance here today to get back to winning ways. Rose through the ranks at Taif. and I think he's the best of the bunch here along with Wakood, but I'm siding with Elzan Blue against Rory, who's with the 2 here. Callum is also on Wakood here as the final few are stepping into line here for this 0 to 90. Let's return up to the commentary box. And Alex Fussy.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, runners going forwards at pace here for race 7. Only got 3 or so to go by the looks of it. Wakood, one of those, just popped in. Single-minded comes up, and also going in was Matching Socks. We are standing by. Good view over the top of the gates. Let's see how level the start is this time. They're off and away. Good level line this time. All of them got away on terms for this 0 to 90 handicap. They will be going over 1,600 metres. Shooting through, Ford Maddox Brown has quickly established a 3 or 4 length break. That was some blistering early speed. Ford Maddox Brown off and away to lead up early then. Tudor not too far from the speed up the inside, and also National Gallery is edging over to race handily as well. Time Nudge just in amongst that wave of runners, hunting up the leader. Single-minded is posted rather deep in the yellow-coloured jacket. Also posted out a bit wider is Aish Najran as they settle themselves into some sort of order. Ben Hamrash is looking for a bit of racing room. Wakood is just covered up at the moment. He's in about 6th or 7th. Starting to make a bit of headway though. Head a little to one side, trying to go through the gap as they work into this turn. Up top, Ford Maddox Brown continues to blaze along. He's still clear by a good 3 lengths. A couple of closers are starting to try and reel the leader back. They include Ben Hamrash, who's moved into 2nd. Goes up on the outside of National Gallery, who sits in 3rd. Wakood is still held together back in 4th. And then comes Tudor as they level on in. Imperial Ace is following and also starting to close. The hot pace setter quickly given way. No surprise. Ben Hamrash in front now and goes on by 2.5 lengths over National Gallery and the on-rushing Imperial Ace. Ben Hamrash, though, out in advance of the field. It's still over 2 lengths the lead. Coming hard is Imperial Ace. Ben Hamrash, though, a 1.5 length advantage. Ben Hamrash is the winner. Ben Hamrash has beaten Imperial Ace, who got closer as the line came. Then National Gallery and Single-Minded. Very hot stuff early on, wasn't it, from Ford Maddox Brown? And Ben Hamrash was one of the first to make the move. And in the end, making that move earlier has proved decisive here. Landing a 3rd career success, Ben Hamrash, and in the process has beaten off Imperial Ace for Abdullah Alorfi, who was running on very strongly. But again, it was too late in terms of the closing effort. 140.10, 140.10 the winner's time. Ben Hamrash beating Imperial Ace by a 1.5 lengths at the line. Ben Hamrash got the jump on the field. And National Gallery finished in 3rd, and Single-Minded, there we can see the grey across the line in 4th. The front 4 actually pulling a bit of a way clear. Order of finish then here was 15, 6, 7 and 8.
Ben Hamrash is your winner of this wide open handicap, and he's taken it in good style. Look, chucked in at the top of the straight there in a bit of a messy contest, but always well ridden by Abdullah Al Sayedi, who stepped up and stepped in for the injured Tariq Al Mansour, who got a kick down at the start yesterday and had to be stood down. So Abdullah Al Sayedi takes advantage of that opportunity and rides a winner, and a very good winner indeed. Basically coming off bottom weight here as well, so that would have been helpful. And Abdullah Al Sayedi, a young rider who's certainly going the right way, and they will be claiming a couple of kilos here. Ben Avram got 54. Yes, he's not claiming at all. It's bang on, absolutely bang on the money. Just taking the number cloth off here and just waiting to find out. All seems to be good there. Everything seems to pass. And our winning jockey, congratulations, well done.
Shukran, no problem.
that's great English right there.
Yeah, Ben Hamrash is the winner for Abdullah Al Sayedi in the end. Of course, Tariq Al Mansour, who went off injured yesterday, was replaced late in the day. Abdullah Al Sayedi aboard number 15. Ben Hamrash, who has scored here. We didn't give a mention to all of these, Rory. Ben Hamrash goes into that category. He has won well from stall number 6. The numbers 15, 6, 7 and 8. So Imperial Ace in second, National Gallery in third, and Single Minded in fourth. Talk us through the story of the race here.
Well, the story of the race, I suppose, was the fact that Fort Maddox Brown, from a good drawn stall 3, absolutely flew the gate and has herred away. He's got up to, he's probably 6 or 7 lengths clear of the field at that stage. National Gallery, the grey, gets out after him in second, but can't get close to them at this stage. They're all banking on Ford Maddox Brown not getting home. And in fairness, going the pace that he is over this trip, he's not going to get home. But that never makes it easy to work out how to ride the race in behind. Do you wait for him to try to drop back? Ideally, in any race, if you're following the leader, you'd like that leader to be able to pull you deep into the contest. A horse who's going very fast in front isn't the ideal horse to follow. And also, A, because they're going too fast for you to go straight after them. And B, when they slow down, they tend to slow down too dramatically and make it difficult for you to make a judgment. So you're always better making no move very early, and then whatever move you want to make earlier than you would have made it in the race, ideally, rather than sitting on the leader's shoulder. So I think it was the right move for Abdullah Al Sayedi to come up alongside. Once the second that Ford Maddox Brown showed signs of stopping, just get past it as quickly as possible. Because if you get dragged into what he's doing, then others will pull you in.
This is where Wakood gets stuck behind the long-time leader. I'm saying he would have won, but
no, I don't think. But Nawaf Al Muriani is a very good jockey, and he looked very happy off the turn. He basically dropped his hands on the horse's withers as if to say, right, I think I might have these covered. But somehow the leader's dropped right back into his lap, obviously weakening quicker than he would have expected. We're seeing the other angle now. Ford Maddox Brown is in front at the moment, but when he stops dramatically. And definitely interfered with Wakood, who shouldn't have been interfered with by the winner, because he'd come wide into the straight deliberately to keep wide of runners. But I think most of the issue here, Ford Maddox Brown wanders out, doesn't he, when he gets tired, and that's what interferes with Wakood. But Wakood doesn't need a second invitation to absolutely dog it himself. He actually refuses to go past Ford Maddox Brown. And this is the problem we've seen with Wakood in the past, that he's not looked entirely genuine. Last time out he wore the headgear and he got to the front, which he's never really done before, over a trip that was meant to be short of his best, and he's blazed away and won the race. He got used to the headgear now, and he's basically reverted to type, and he is fundamentally a big old dog,
annoying,
quite frankly.
Indeed. Back to the drawing board for Wakood, but Ben Hamrash is now a 3-time winner. The result of our previous race: 15, 6, 7 and 8. Okay, we're moving on then to the first of 2 purebred Arabian races on the card today. We've still got a listed race to come for the purebred Arabians, but this is open grade, just shy of 100,000 Saudi Riyal in the prize fund here. We're racing over 1,600 metres. Right down the bottom here, Alex Fussy, we've got a hot pot.
Yeah, we have indeed, haven't we, Mark? That one is 15 to 8 in the international market, but we'll come to number 13. Let's start at the top. Number 1. Jaj Al-Bari, Ayad Al-Tarisi does the steering. 2 is Hofan Al-Khaladiya, Adel Al-Faradi. Number 3, Ibn Shaddad, that's Naif Al-Nazi. 4, L'Adversaire Hippolyte, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 5, Mubarak Al-Shahaniya, Thab Al-Timyat. The 6, Murjan Ramadan, that's the mount of Abdullah Al Saudi. The 7, Kazwa Al Kanon, Mohammed Al Hubayl. The 8, Blind Date, Mohammed Al Daham. The 9, Safi Al Mutazar, Rakan Al Ubaid. The 10 is Saif Barzan, that'll be the mount of Al Mazid. Number 11 is an absentee, that one's gone. The 12, Sarhaj Al Hurra, Abdullah Al Credis. And the 13, as mentioned, Al Nasrallah is the hot favourite for Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Hot favourite might be a bit extreme, but 15-8 and a little way clear in terms of that international market. High time, we got some views from Callum. He's casting his eye once again on the field.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, I thought I'd gather some of the jockeys that are just sat outside enjoying the racing here in Saudi Arabia. I've got Eddie Castro to my left. I've got Ricardo Sosa Ferreira to my right. Firstly, Ricardo, I'll start with you. You've just arrived here in Saudi Arabia, but you were so good here last year. You must be excited to be back.
Yes, I'm very happy here, come back here. Last season is a very good season for me. I hope better this season. I arrived this week. I want to go stay by stay with a good stable. Sheikh Abdullah, thank you for this opportunity. Tamer also. I hope doing well.
Yes, and Talma has some very good horses this year as well.
Yes, a good form, you know, all week win this stable, and I hope help my stable too much.
Perfect. And Eddie, you've been flying this season. It's been a real redemption for you and a real resurgence. You must be really happy with the way things are going. Not had a winner, though, this week. You're running out of races to get a winner.
Well, you know, sometimes it's a rough week. Sometimes when you ride a good horse, and I hope so next race, I have a lucky and I hope so win the race.
And last year was a bit of a troubled year for you riding winners. But this year, are you looking to kind of step up the quality of horses that you're riding? Are you riding better horses this year?
Yeah, you know, when you ride a good horse, you have to do well. So I have a new stable, so I hope so keep it up and good form.
Thank you very much. And Ricardo, you do a lot of your riding in Europe, in France, at places like Le Test de Bouche. What's the difference riding in France to riding in Saudi Arabia?
In Saudi Arabia, it's too much fast, you know, the race. In Europe, normally you control more the race, but it's same America, no, here. But it's good.
Does it change your riding when you get back to Europe after you spent some time over here? Do you get better coming out the stalls than you were before you came?
Yes, it's different. You need, sometimes I come here, need 1 week, 2 weeks for look the pace, but it's normal, good.
And have the jockeys been nice to you since you've been back? Are they like, oh no, Ricardo's back, we were doing so well?
No, he's a good man, he's old jockey, I think very good, and Camilo Spina, my friend, is champion jockey, helped me a lot, all season, all day.
And does Camilo help you as well, Eddie? Are you on good terms with Camilo, or do you both not like each other?
No, I no have a problem, no any jockey, you know. I think everybody is very good, and you know, everybody rides for your business, you know. So that's very happy for everybody.
And Wigberto Ramos has been such a massive name here in Saudi Arabia. Is he sort of the top guy here, and sort of he tells everyone what to do, where to live, and all the sort of other things that you need to do?
No, you know, Ramos many years here, you know. Pero no, he can't say anything, you know. He's in the business, and everybody doing what he wants to do, you know.
And I was amazed when we came a year ago now, how high level the local riders were here in Saudi Arabia. They're really talented, and it's not, the quality of riding is really high.
Yes, he changed a lot, you know, very, very quality now. He used a lot now. Before, you never see ride too many Saudi. Now he use everything, and especially the bad boy, the weight is help a lot. 2 kilo, 4 kilo, depend. The apprentice doing very well, so he have a good ride now. He's very good styling American style. So I think he's cop everything Panama style. So he doing well.
And Jimmy Jerkin said that 4 kilo claim that they can use it's massive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's massive. But sometimes horses have a 16 kilo, and it take it 4 kilos is 56. It's a big change. Yeah. Some people they say, oh no, but it's influence a lot.
Osama already today, I think he's had 3 winners this week, and he's got that 3 kilo claim, which is massively helpful. And finally, Ricardo, you're based with Salma. You had such a good year last year. Do you have any aims, targets this year? Is there one race you want to win?
I want to all race win, you know, but sure, big cup I want. My dream is King. Name this race King
Cup.
King Cup, yeah. So all jockeys want this race, and sure Saudi Cup.
Well, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira wants to win the King's Cup and the Saudi Cup. Eddie Castro wants to keep up the hot momentum that he's got going right now. Boys in the studio, 2 really exciting jockeys.
Yeah, and 2 of the most talented jockeys when it comes to Saudi Arabian racing. Great to catch up there with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on the left of shot and Eddie Castro on the right. Eddie Castro, of course, with a few wins to his name already this season. Early days for Ricardo. So we come to the 8th race of the programme. This is the Arabian Horse Open, due off at 6:30 local time. 47,500 Saudi Riyal to first place here. 3-year-olds in action over 1,600 metres. Where, Rory Delagi, we have a favourite in the shape of Al Nasser Allah, 15-8. This is going to hack up.
Yeah, I think this wins. We're obviously, I mean, when you look at you see like horses like Hofan Al Khaladian here at 9-2, La Versaire Hippolyte at 15-2, and you watch how Al Nasserella won on debut, you'd be surprised that there isn't a lot more between them in the betting. She looks, obviously she's taking on the Colts here, but she was, despite things not necessarily going her way on debut, I thought she was really impressive. She just latched onto the bridle, turning into the straight, and went from sort of sitting in 6th or 7th place to suddenly bursting her way between horses to get to the front, and she cleared the way to win in really good style. And we'll get a chance to see that run very shortly, where she beat Fawad by 5.5 lengths over 1,400 metres in Taif. The step up to 1,600 metres shouldn't be a problem for her the way she went through that. She beat Lucas Gaitan newcomers in 2nd and 3rd that day. And we keep saying, oh, you've got to keep these Lucas Gaitan newcomers on side. No, they've both been beaten since.
Yeah.
It has to be in the same race, racing against each other again. But the Lucas Gaitan horse who was 2nd, as I said, for Wyatt, ran up against L'Adversaire Hippolyte and was beaten by that one next time, but by a much narrower margin.
Okay, let's get back to Callum.
Thank you very much, Tim. Yeah, joined by Liam Knight-Johnson here, who's in charge of so many different aspects of racing here in all of Saudi Arabia, not just at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. I wanted to talk to you about the amount of expats that I've seen here, people that are not just visiting, but also working and living out here and really enjoying the racing.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a wonderful country, isn't it? So there's a lot of opportunity here within that, and particularly from a racing perspective, what we've seen more recently is a lot more expats actually attending the racing, and that's partly through a lot of the marketing campaigns that we've been working on recently. We've changed our ticketing platform as well, which has enabled us to reward a broader reach of people, which has been great. And obviously the entertainment we've got providing as well makes a very good evening.
Certainly lots of people mentioning that they attended other Riyadh season events and wanted to come racing as well, which I think is massive, being able to link racing up with this ever so popular, increasingly popular Riyadh season.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. It's the increasing sort of anticipation that everyone's building up around here in terms of seeing that racing aspect. And we've linked it quite well with the Riyadh season, and we know the appetite that people are having for being entertained in the kingdom. And I mean, where better to go than racing, right? It's a fantastic opportunity, and it's something I think a lot of people can relate to, whether it's from domestic or whether it's from international. So we've kind of got that great product that kind of enables people to come together and socialise, and of course watch the racing as well within that.
Is there any sort of collaboration with other sports? We hear loads of people talking about the tennis and then coming racing, the boxing. We had someone who went to WWE and said that they really wanted to come racing afterwards. Do you work in conjunction with those other sports?
Yeah, it's something we're working on at the moment for sure, and there's definitely opportunities in the pipeline that we're working on about how we can sort of create that synergy between different sports, and then particularly with their participants as well. And if people are visiting the country over the course of the weekend and they're attending other events, then how do we capitalise on that opportunity and of course bring them racing as well?
And what I've noticed is the crowds have definitely increased from last year, especially on Saturdays, because last year it felt that Fridays were strong, but Saturdays where the racing was the best, arguably the crowd would dip. No such worries about that today.
No, the crowds are definitely increasing. I think we're up on about 120% on last year in our hospitality areas as well, including selling out on our restaurant facilities. And again, it's all about how we're trying to position ourselves in the market and, of course, capitalise on that general interest as well. Yeah.
And Saudi Cup last year, the hospitality tickets, because there were two levels of hospitality. The first level of hospitality was probably the best value for money racing experience I'd seen anywhere in the world. I could not believe the price, and it went so quickly.
Absolutely, it's great value. It really is great value. And look, the Saudi Cup's our crown jewel, and we're always looking at ways to innovate and change and actually create different concepts. So in terms of the Saudi Cup, it's excellent value. I believe it goes on sale quite soon as well, so it definitely sells out pretty quick. So always good to book early for sure.
And keeping on the theme of Saudi Cup, the Friday is often the little brother to the Saturday, but certainly the Friday is an ideal opportunity to get into some of these hospitality availabilities and some of these options where they might not be picked up so quickly. So to people that are travelling from overseas, make a full weekend of it, I imagine, is your sales pitch.
Absolutely, definitely. And you're right, I mean, look, the Friday's got great racing as well. Saturday, of course, is the crown jewel in that sense, but the Friday's a great opportunity, and there's plenty of opportunity, of course, to capitalise on the hospitality within that, of course.
And Liam, the horses are coming around, so we're going to quickly stop you from getting run over. But one more question. How good is racing here in Saudi Arabia?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, I've been very fortunate to race all over the world, but here in Saudi Arabia, there is something special, something unique, something warming. And of course, it's starting to grow further as well, particularly within here with the Riyadh season as well. So it's a fantastic place to be. It really is.
Special, unique and warming. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, lovely to hear from Liam from the Jockey Club there with Callum Helliwell. Let's return our focus, though, to this 8th race on the programme. We can see Ajaj Al-Bari in shot, but there's only one horse to talk about, Rory. We've already highlighted it so far. Al Nasser Allah, who we can see in winning action here, showing a nice turn of gears this day. Not a lot went right throughout the run. Al Nasser Allah, I'm not too sure she's in this race. This is something from earlier.
This is not coverage of the correct race, unfortunately.
Sadly not, but Al Nasser Allah, if we can get, this is Nassara Allah, which is pretty close, but Al Nasser Allah is the one that we're hoping for as we see Ibn Shaddad in shot. Al Nasser Allah looks very, very tough to beat if repeating anything near her victory last time. Age Mill stable, Abdallah Al Hussein, she's top class.
She looks that way, yeah. Obviously, she's only won the one race so far, but I love the way she went about that. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the impression that she made on both of us in that performance. But I was mentioning the fact that she's beaten a horse easily by 5.5 lengths. That was then only beaten fairly narrowly by L'Adversaire Hippolyte last time out. So on the collateral form, she holds that. Who else do we have who's sort of held by her on form? The non-runner who's now come out now would have been readily held behind her. Number 12, Siraj Al Hura, who's what, second
5-1 third pick.
Third favourite at the moment. Holds the second favourite, Hofan Al Khalidi, on form last time out, and also finished in front of L'Adversaire Hippolyte there, but was behind L'Adversaire Hippolyte before that. So there's a question mark about which of those is the most reliable piece of form. It's possible that number 12, Siraj Al Hura, is just improving a little bit, but doesn't look that way on profile. 5 runs, there or thereabouts in 3 of them. I don't see a really positive uplift there. And L'Adversaire Hippolyte had a bit of an off day when behind that one last time. I had previously won, but even on L'Adversaire Hippolyte's best form, he appears to be held by our selection, Al Nasser Allah.
We should speak about Hofan Al Khalidi, who does hold a few of these on form.
Yes, he ran behind a decent performer last time out, but he was beaten 18 lengths in the end. The winner was impressive that day. That's Nirhaz,
yes,
who had good form. He'd been running up to the best filly and Taif in these races, and was a very impressive winner last time out, winning by 14.25 lengths from Montera Alamal. Siraj Al Hura was third that day. Hofan Al Khalidi was fifth. L'Adversaire Hippolyte was sixth. So they all sort of tie into that, but none of them look superstars. Nirhaz wasn't quite good enough to win listed races. So it all points to the filly at the bottom, who we're about to see in action.
Hopefully we see Al Nasser Allah in action. We're looking for blue and yellow hoops. There she is, the grey in about 4th or 5th place, but it's one-way traffic as soon as she gets that gap.
Yeah, if we track back a little bit further, you'd see that she looked to be in a little bit of bother, but the way she burst between runners early in the straight,
Still
and then
green
clears
as
away.
well.
Yeah, she was very inexperienced. You can see she's sort of stargazing a little bit in front and isn't quite sure what's expected of her. But when she was asked to quicken, she almost quickened too impressively for her rider. I think she was asked to sort of stay in touch, and we'll go on later on. And when she's got the message to stay in touch, she's actually said, "Oh, this is the message to go and win the race,"
exactly.
and she's burst to the front.
Okay, let's get back to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yes, I thought I'd give you a good look at Al Nasrallah, horse number 13 on your page. She is so much more physically developed than a lot of these. You know I love these 3-year-old purebred Arabian Opens because usually they look like yearlings. She does not look like a yearling. She looks very much mature and full grown. Look, she's not got much muscle development here. You can see she's got quite a light looking shoulder. Her hindquarters are great, but you can see how tall and powerful her hindquarters are without being that well defined. There is a little sense of a poverty line. Of course, it's hard to see in grades, but she's got a beautiful bit of dappling on her skin, and I cannot wait to see her in action, team. She is the paddock eye catcher. I've gone for a purebred Arabian favourite. I've fallen for the trap boys. She looks gorgeous.
Yeah, she looks really great, doesn't she, Al Nasrallah? She looks ready to go. Stall 10, I guess, is the one negative, but she did come from a long way back last time, Rory.
Yeah, it's not like we're expecting her to go and lead. I'm not sure I would say she's got a fixed running style, given that she was clearly green on debut, so she basically ran the race that she had to, given where she was early on. She might, with the benefit of that experience, bounce her out the stalls and make all. She might come out the stalls in leisurely fashion, look to track the leaders and come with a late run as she did last time out. But it's dangerous to assume she has a run style based on one previous performance. But what she does have on that previous performance is a big engine.
Indeed. Anything else we should mention?
They're much of a muchness, really, aren't they? I mean, the top one's an 11-to-1 shot. That was I know it ran an open race first time out, but that's back in March. It's got a layoff to overcome, and it didn't beat a single rival there, and that's still put in as 11-to-1 seems very, very short. And Hoffen Al Khalidiyah seems very short, given that was beaten the guts of 20 lengths last time out as well. Ibn Shaddad was behind Hoffen Al Khalidiyah, had only beaten one rival home last time out, and that's again 3 duck eggs to that one's name. That might improve down the line somewhere, but a lot of these 3-year-old Al Khalidiyah horses we've been seeing this season look like they're babies who will need a lot of experience.
Exactly.
And they're essentially being run this year just to get their eye in. Yep. And when it all clicks for them, it may be later this season, it may be next season.
As we saw, nice shots there of Al Nasrallah, who is 15-8 at the top of the market. Hovan Al Khalidiyah 9-2. Seraj Al Hura at 5-1. Ladvaser Hippolyte 7-1. Safe Barzan 10s. And then 3 horses on 11-1. Ajaj Al Bari, Ibn Shaddad, Kazra Al Kanon. The other 4 are 16-1 and bigger. I know what you're going with, Rory. You're with Al Nasrallah.
Absolutely, with Al Nasrallah.
Overflowing confidence.
Yeah, it's impossible to say. Even if you thought, I thought that'd be a bigger price, and I want to trying to make a case for either the second or third
others are too
favourite.
short, aren't they?
Yeah, the second and third favourite seem way too short on what they've achieved so far, and she's an automatic choice. The jockey's got his feet out of the irons at the moment. Abdullah Al Hussein, and obviously looking to keep her calm. She's obviously still a little bit flighty. She's still young. She's still inexperienced, and there is a possibility that something will go a little bit amiss in this race for her. But I think she's got too much ability for that to be a massive worry.
And I think she's very, very special. Hopefully, anyway. Slowly away on debut, still miles on top at the finish, and was going away. Can't wait to see her up this long straight at Riyadh. The Age Mill stable have plenty of stars. She could be another. I think she is miles too good for these. Matched by Rory Delagi here in the studio. Callum Helliwell, do not be a fool. Surely you're with Al Nasrallah.
You've called me many things on this show, but I am not a fool, and I'm sticking with you here. Remember, this stable, these owners have Vizier as well, who was a very good purebred Arabian last season, who was banging on the doors in races like the Obeya Classic and all those types of races, and hopefully Al Nasrallah is another to put on the conveyor belt of success that these owners have. So looking forward to see if Ajmil stable have another star on their hands in Al Nasrallah. of the others that came in the parade ring, I thought I'd give you an eye on some of the horses that caught my eye. I thought Ibn Shaddad looked much more mature than stablemate Hafan Al-Khaladiya. I would be looking at Ibn Shaddad as the one if I had to pick between the two of those. The other one that caught my eye was Blind Date, horse number 8. 6 on debut, looked really, really strong. She was a bonny individual. With a bonny individual. Nice looker, walked around the paddock like he'd been here 100 times before, was keen enough and looked really well in the coat. So keep an eye on Blind Date coming out of stall 7. And if I had to pick between the Al-Khaladiya runners, I'd be going for 3 rather than 2. But they're already loading. So Alex Fussy, it's over to you. Come on, Al Nasrallah.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, all eyes on the 13 then, jumping from stall 10. Interesting that Callum didn't mind a Blind Date. Have to investigate that more, won't we? Last 2 or 3 to go in for this Arabian Open. Safi Al-Mutazar just about to go forwards to stall number 11, needing a bit of pushing in. Favourites even shorter now, 13-8 international markets. Last pair. Last one. Ibn Shaddad will complete the lineup here. Runners are set. Stand off. Jumping out here in the Arabian Open over 1,600 metres this time. Good early rousting required for Merjan Ramadan, but is trying to get that lead and will duly do so. They're quite well fanned out early on from right to left. A couple of them keeping very wide in these early stages, including Saif Barzan, who's now starting to slowly tack on over. Decent start made for Hofan Al-Khaladiya, not far from the pace, just tucking in behind Merjan Ramadan. On the outside of those that also prominent is Blind Date, very pale coloured jacket, light blue and white combination. Kazwa Alkanon is next on the inside of horses. Just having a look out for Al Nasrallah at the moment. Is on the outside, is racing in about 5th or 6th. Just starting to be encouraged along to try and make some sort of effort. Is racing on the outside of Siraj Al-Hurra. About to spin back towards the top of the home straight then. Hofan Al-Khaladiya just the leader. Blind Date is still in company, and right there Merjan Ramadan as well. There's no more than half a length between the trio. They're being followed around the home turn by Mubaraz Al-Shahani, who's up the inside and closing. Al Nasrallah on the outside of horses is now starting to get closer. Is moving up into 3rd and is quite confidently handled as Blind Date has gone for home at the top of the straight and has kicked on by 3. Al Nasrallah showing signs of inexperience, still lugging up to the rail, heads quite high in the air but is closing down on Blind Date. Saif Barzan is now running on into 3rd. Al Nasrallah's bagged the rail and is getting through. Al Nasrallah up the inside fence has gone on past and has now gone clear. Al Nasrallah does it again in fine style come the line. Beat Blind Date into 2nd, back in 3rd, Saif Barzan, and then Mubaraz Al-Shahaniya. Well, it was an interesting watch, wasn't it, here for this favourite? Al Nasrallah, who did, well, quite a lot wrong, but ultimately quite a lot right come the end of the race. Was down into midfield, the head was high in the air, was up on the outside, then lugged across to the rail, perhaps by design, bit of jockeymanship there, and got through on that gap with Blind Date, leaving a bit of room up the inside. 1:51.70 on the clock come the line. Al Nasrallah, clearly an individual to be following for the rest of the season. Blind Date, who was well picked out by Callum in the paddock, has come home in 2nd, albeit in the end beaten 4 3/4 lengths. And there is Saif Barzan, who was posted wide early, hitting the frame, finishing in 3rd. Interesting watch, and I look forward to the debrief from the gents on this one. The order 13, 8, 10 and 12.
Al Nassereya is a good horse. She didn't have a clue what was going on for that race, and she won by over 4 lengths. I would argue that when we watch the insert for her next time she runs, it will look like she won quite comfortably. But please take your time to go onto YouTube or the JCSA website to watch this race back, because she was as green as grass for so much of this contest. Head cocked to one side, didn't like the kickback, hung around the bend, ran all over the place at the end. But then watch Abdullah Al Hussein in the saddle. This young man has given this horse a superb ride, never panicked, never flinched. Those who remember Abdullah Al-Orfi on Afsan Al-Khaladiya in the big purebred Arabian race in Dubai, remember him panicking when the horse started to struggle. This man never panicked at all, and he got her to the rail and did it well. Abdullah Al Hussein will grab a quick word with him. Abdullah, well done. He's running. He's pretending he doesn't see me. I do see him. Abdullah, congratulations, well done. No word from Abdullah.
Okay.
Try calling him Abdullah.
Yes.
Abdullah Al Hussein wins here on Al Nasser Allah, and I think Callum's spot on when he says when you watch this insert next time, a lot is going to look right. Switching towards the inside, has run away by 4 lengths in the end. Alex Fassi wants the debrief. Well, Rory, what are we going to say?
She's done an awful lot wrong in the race. And we said beforehand, because of her inexperience, things could go wrong for her in this race, but she had the ability to overcome whatever might happen. And some of it was self-inflicted, but she was caught very wide. And because she's got the class to win this race, I think sometimes you don't want to be in that sort of wide position. But if you're riding a horse that you think is different class to your rivals, then rather than looking to tuck in and get amongst horses on an inexperienced filly, you just go, well, I'm going to have to go wide, but I want to stay in clear daylight. So you see her, the grey, in about 7th place at the moment, in those sort of, if they're blue or sort of deep purple with the gold chevrons.
I'll go with blue, yellow.
So yes, she's not brilliantly positioned at the moment. There's a horse trying to burrow up underneath her as well. And that forces her wider on the track. So Abdullah tries to get her sort of 3 horses wide, and that's okay, but she's being forced to go wider on the track. There's that Kazwara Alkanon on her inside,
yes.
Who looks to try to get out. So that's bothering her all the time. The jockey on that horse sort of leaning into her.
It's never always really comfortable viewing in these Arabian races.
No.
The jockeys are normally at work a long way out from where they want to be.
The horses can show awkward head carriages. They can flash their tails a little bit.
Constantly looking right.
She's carrying her head to the one side all the time. She's getting a bit of kickback here as well, which is possibly the reason for that. And she wants to hang in behind rivals. So at this stage, you think, well, she's got quite a lot to do, and the leader's kicking her home. But once he asks her to move up past rivals, she does that pretty easily, but again,
as soon as she gets
she's
straight
still
as
lugging
well.
in. You see that she's not straight there. Her backside.
But now look,
her backside is further in it. But once he lets her go, she goes forward, but also she shows that tendency to want to go to the inside, and he needs the leader just to come off the rail a little bit to give him that gap. And luckily, that tends to happen here. The tired horses in front do tend to drift slightly off the rail, and there was just enough room for him to go through there. But despite almost colliding with the rail at one stage and proving a little bit difficult to steer, once she's been straightened out by that inside rail, she's been relentless. She's run on really strongly in the finish, and she's different class to these. She's just learning all the time. She looked a hard ride, didn't she? But I don't think that's... you can look at a horse doing this and go, oh, this is ungenuine, I wouldn't touch this next time. But she's just clueless, isn't she?
She's clueless. Yeah. Absolutely clueless. So green, switches towards the inside. The gap did open, which is a big, big plus for Abdullah Al Hussein. Not too sure what he would have done either if that hadn't occurred.
He'd have jumped over the top of the one in
Yes,
front,
I think you're right. So a winner on 1,400 metres, a winner now over 1,600 metres. I'd be inclined to step her up to 2,000, really.
I'd keep her at this trip for the time being, to be perfectly honest, and just give her more experience and try to get her to race a bit more kindly and drop the bit a little bit. It'd be nice to have her in an inside draw at some stage, so she can take a reasonable position through the race and be ridden normally. Being hung out wide with a filly who's really sort of hanging off the bit there can't be particularly easy, but she'll learn more with experience, and she'll get better with time as well. But yeah, the raw ability that she has is frightening, isn't it?
Indeed, yes. It's another smart performer for the Age Mill stable. Al Nasser Allah, keeper on side as we go forward. We're stepping up now to race number 9. This is the King Khalid Military Academy Cup here, due off at 7 o'clock, worth a whopping 150,000 Saudi Riyal. 2-year-olds in action. It's back to Alex Fussy.
Thank you, Mark. Let's have a look at the Cup field then. Runners and riders on the way. Number 1 is Ayasil, that's the mount of Eddie Castro. 2 is Ayla Malik, that's Ahmed Al-Shra. Number 3 is Bayed Kasi, Mohammed Al-Daham. With the 4, Daleh Al-Hijaz, Naif Al-Anazi. 5 is Expo Al-Riyadh, Khalid Al-Mimoni. The 6 is Fal Al-Durhaya, Ayad Al-Turisi. Number 7 and international favourite is Mawassa, that's Camille Ospina. The 8 is Saham Al-Rayla, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. The 9 is Taj Bladi, Wigberto Ramos. The 10, Tameh, Sultan Al-Mimoni. No number 11, so we go to the 12, Yagik Al-Elm, Rayan Al-Taraish. The 13 is Lamiet Saja for Abdullah Al-Kredis. That is the field here. 1 non-runner, 12 of them going. It's Cup time. They're in the pre-parade ring at the moment, and Callum is there.
Yeah, we're in the pre-parade right now, just having a look at horse number 2. I had to take a look at this horse. This is the Red Stables. Ala Mahalik is just one of the biggest, strongest, most rotund 2-year-olds I've had the pleasure to see. They took a long time, the Red Stable, to get this horse out. They were putting on the tongue strap and he was a little bit difficult. But this 2-year-old colt by Requinto is an absolute stunner. I could not take my eyes off him. I was really looking forward to seeing him in the parade ring because he is a good-looking sort. They've got him out. They're now all in order. They'll be heading into the parade ring soon enough, but we're currently in the pre-parade. We'll go back and have a look at one other runner as well. Horse number 7, the White Stable runner here. This is Mawassa. This is another one that I just thought I couldn't wait to have a good look at because we've seen a White Stable hot pot be turned over already. This is the next lineup. Mawassa has the most beautiful head, an absolutely gorgeous individual, wonderful muscle definition. Watch the walk, Mustafa. Let's get a good look at this walk. Really fills the ground, covers the earth with the walk. It's very, very correct and a good looking individual here, this son of two-step salsa. You don't often see many of those running for the White Stable, but they've mentioned they've changed their breeding strategy and this is the result, or they've changed their buying strategy or breeding strategy and this is the result. We'll just be a bit careful here. One of the runners is just getting a bit worked up, but everyone else is remaining very calm ahead of this King Khalid Military Academy Cup. Lads, it's going to be an absolute belter.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. The runners are milling around the pre-parade ring. They'll be coming into the paddock very shortly. You can see Callum at the bottom right of shot making his way into the paddock. As we approach the King Khalid Military Academy Cup here, the 1600 metre race for 2-year-olds and a very, very valuable prize. The market, Mawassa at the top, 7-2, Camillo Ospina. Second in is Taj Bladi, 4-1. So the White Stable and the Red Stable, the top 2 in the international market. Saham Al-Rayla, third pick, 5-1 for double-seeking Abdullah Al-Hussein, who is a 2-time winner. Bayed Kasi, fourth pick, 11-2. Ayla Malik is a 6-1, seemingly second choice for the Red Stable. Fal Al-Duraya at 8-1, and the rest are all double digits and bigger. So, as we approach the 9th race here, we will start with the favourite Rory. White Stable horses have all tended to need a run this campaign, and like many, he was far too good on his second career outing. Number 7, Mawassa.
Yeah, Mawassa's still got improving to do. The form figure's really okay, third and then first, but it's all about what potential improvement there is in this son of two-step salsa. Showed promise on his debut and progressed to beat Tatariz, the stablemate, in a fairly uncompetitive open over 1,400 metres last time out. Worth pointing out that it reads well that was an open race, but if you look at the ratings of some of those behind, it wasn't a particularly strong contest and a good bit of placing. The pair of them did come clear in the end. The yard wasn't in brilliant form at the time. Camilo's back. The White Stable runners are going better. I'd expect a fair bit of improvement. But we do have to point out that Mawassa does need to improve in the bare form to win this, but seems to have been set up nicely to do so.
Okay, Taj Bladi, who is second choice, clearly impressed the Red Stable on debut because they bought it.
Yeah, they had the favourite for the race that Taj Bladi ran in. Again, it wasn't a particularly strong contest that Taj Bladi won, but he did impress with the way he went through that race. He looked full of running. He beat Scaffinger and Mozart, who've been running in multiple maidens this season and struggling to get their head in front. Mozart ran well yesterday here, but clearly connections of Ayla Malek, who's number 2 here, were impressed with that and snapped it up as well. So Taj Bladi, yeah, I think this might be better than the bare form that it's shown. Again, if you look at the horses it beat, it's not brilliant form, but the horse showed a nice attitude, did it quite easily. Could be a lot more to come.
Saham Al Rayla is third choice in the market, 5-1. Already a 2 times winner, once at Taif and once here.
Yes, weak in the market, I noticed. Was put in at 4-1, has drifted to 5. Got a rating of 75, so rated higher than Moasta, for example, who's rated 65, has had more chance to do that. Saham Al Rayla pulled well clear of the others from beating Aeon A's in a 1400 metre open here last month. Very much best of those who set a fast pace. I thought they went really fast in that, and this colt kept on well in winning. But the others who were up at the pace ended up dropping away. So I think he's almost certainly better than the bare result that day. That's 2 wins from 4 starts. I quite liked Saham Al Rayla here. I thought he'd be stronger in the market than he is.
Baid Kasi is number 3, drawn in 13, 11-2. Off the mark last time in a very valuable race similar to this one.
Yes, that's a big sales race, the JCSA auction contest earlier in the season. That is a race that always gets a big field and tends to get a mix of quality in there. A lot of people who the horses are qualified for are those who are sold at the auction here, and he runs on very well from quite an awkward position to win this race. Again, they did plenty on the front end. The front 3 looked like they had the race between them, but they all get very tired. And Baid Kasi comes from mid-division to run them down late in the day. He sort of broke in mid-division and was reasonably close up, but the pace lifted a long way from home, and you see how tired the horse in 4th now particularly is getting. He took advantage of the fact that they went for home a long way from home and showed his stamina to come through and win.
And this is Taj Bladi, of course, who's not in the red colours here because it's been bought subsequently. It's the horse up top in the gold and blue.
Yes, so it looks more orange when you're looking at that on the race card. But yeah, this was visually a very good performance from Taj Bladi. As I said, the downside to it is you look at the horses who were 2nd and 3rd, and they're pretty exposed and modest maidens. But Taj Bladi looked very straightforward. Made it look easy. When the question was asked of him, he's put the race to bed very quickly. The horse in 4th, the Red Stable horse, lost a lot of ground at the start, Hakan, and then mid-late ground to finish 4th. I wonder if they held that in high regard and therefore wanted to get their hands on something that was good enough to beat it that easily.
You would have just seen the trophy there, which is on offer for the winner to this 9th race, the King Khalid Military Academy Cup. Also in for the Red Stable, Rory, I know you've already touched upon very briefly, Aether Malek. As you can see, there's a winning sword as well to the winning connections. Nice saddle cloth as well.
Well, of course, we've got to remember that in terms of military history here in Saudi Arabia,
yes.
King Abdulaziz was probably the last leader to lead his soldiers into battle on horseback with swords. And that's going back to the 1930s. That's watch those old swashbuckling movies, a bit of Lawrence of Arabia, and you see that. But it doesn't tend to happen these days, but the sword is still very important here in the Middle East.
Ayla Malek, who I was just discussing, number 2, was 8 lengths behind our impressive opening race winner.
Yes, and that form has been boosted. Ayla Malek couldn't lay a glove on Katay
like
Shari,
many today.
first time out, but that's because this isn't a sprinter, and Katay Shari is definitely a sprinter and just blitzed Ayla Malek for pace. I think you can mark that up because this is a colt who will do an awful lot better at this trip.
Okay, about time we return to the parade ring proper. Callum has casted his eye over these runners. Callum, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, team. Oh my goodness, we've got some horse flesh in here for this race. Let's start with Jcsa, horse number 1. This is a horse that is the definition of race fit, rippling muscles, strong neck, strong shoulder, has had plenty of experience, may find this tough, but looks ready to do his best today. Let's go back to the horse I absolutely love. This is Ala Malek, horse number 2 in your race cards. Ala Malek looks so well, just a really strong, big, powerful type. He won't be the paddock pick because I think there are others that are more ahead racy wise, but this is the one I want to take home. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Let's drop back. Horse number 4 is the next one we want to live. Dali Al Hijaz, who we're going to have a good look at now. Another one, typical of the stable here. They always look so well. Shining up in the coat, striding out nicely, has been given plenty of space so he can really walk out. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on. The hip pointers on show. Looks ready and race fit enough. Far more fit than horse number 2 looked, I must admit. So certainly a very different level. Maybe not one that's quite as attractive to my eye, but certainly more fit and ready to do damage today. That's horse number 4, Dala Al Hijaz. Let's go back to horse number 5. This was a bit of a negative here. This is Expo Al Riyadh. Got very worked up in the pre-parade, spent most of his time on 2 legs, has settled down now. A little bit better here, but lads, this horse was bucking, squealing and whinnying all the way around the pre-parade. Worth keeping an eye on that one when the jockey jumps on. Let's pull back to horse number 7, Mawassa. This was the one I thought, oh, hello, this is a proper pony. Gorgeous head, as the boys in the studio have mentioned, stepped forward from a pretty okay debut, but was much, much better last time out when winning. This is a bigger step up, but he deserves this step up. And my goodness, what a horse. Had a brief chat with Connections, and they were very happy with the way he looked, and they're happy with the way this horse is going. You can see the condition that this horse is not carrying, because you can see the little bit of rib cage on show. This horse is fit, ready to go, certainly makes the shortlist. Look at the crowds around the parade ring as well. There's a real intense interest here ahead of this Khalid Military Cup. Let's go back to horse number 8. This is Saham Arela, another horse that comes into this race looking in really good shape too. A little bit less mature here, a lighter, more effeminate type here, this 2-year-old colt by Treble Jig. I imagine this horse will come on a little bit fitness-wise. Certainly a good looker, but maybe a little bit behind maturity-wise. Let's pull back to the other red stable runner. That's horse number 9, Taj Bladi, the mount of Wigberto Ramos. Wiggy will be hoping this ride is a winning ride. He's about to jump on now. This horse is 1 from 1 in the career and certainly has every chance on paper. Wiggy is on. Mustafa, my cameraman, has done wonders to get that shot of him as well. Really good work by him. This horse, I imagine, could come on a little bit fitness-wise. I'm not totally blown away by this one, lads. I know it will be a popular choice. Certainly some muscle definition there, but certainly some growing to do around the middle. Not the finished item yet, and I prefer others. That is our last one I'm going to look at. But lads, for me, the paddock pick has to be horse number 7, Mawassa, for the white stable.
Mawassa, who remains the 7-2 market leader, ahead of Taj Bladi, who is being supported, who is currently 1 from 1. We need to speak about a few others, Rory, some of those with lesser credentials than those at the top, but still not discounted, including number 6, Fal Al Durea, who's finished in the placings on both starts so far, double seeking Ayed Al Tarizi.
Yeah, just had the 2 runs, so Fal Al Durea might improve again, and definitely improve from debut when finishing 3rd to Jadil in a 1200 metre open at Taif last time out. I can't say I thought it was certain to stay 1600 metres, either on pedigree or run style. This is a big step up in trip, both runs so far over the 1200. 1400 maybe, it wasn't stopping, but I think 1600 metres will suit others better than Fal Al Durea on what I've seen so far.
Okay, and ASIL number 1, Eddie Castro?
Yeah, 1 last time out, ASIL. That was the 5th try in maidens. Seemed to show improved form. Certainly hadn't been running. It's rated 65 now. It's rated 40 odd going into that race, but seemed to pick up for whatever reason to win that well. It would need to improve again to be winning a race of this nature. So he will need to take another step forward, and it's not certain that he's going to do that.
Okay, Fal Al Durea at 8 to 1, ASIL at 12 to 1. As we see the crowd from the military watching on. There are bigger prices about the remainder, Rory, including number 4, Dale Al Hejaz for Naif Al Anazi.
Yeah, Callum complimented that on its paddock appearance. Dale Al Hejaz, still a maiden after 6 starts, has been running pretty competitively and matched its previous best when third to ASL last time out. Obviously, it's held on that piece of form. As I said earlier, I'm not absolutely convinced that form is as good as it looks because ASL had seemed to establish a fairly poor level of form before winning that, and it may well be that the race wasn't as strong as it looked.
Okay, quickly, number 5, Expo Al Riyadh.
Expo Al Riyadh, again, is fairly exposed after 5 starts. It's been running reasonably well, in the money on its last 4, without seeming to do an awful lot of improving until a better effort last time out. Was third last time out when finishing behind Ya Mansour, who's rated 77. That was over course and distance. If he does run to that form, he could get placed, but it's difficult to see him winning given that level of form that he's established. He'd need others who are higher rated to falter here.
Okay, there's been plenty of conversation on the Jcsa YouTube page. We can see plenty of hellos, including from David, who's enjoying the action today. So too is Madan and Faiz. Bushan is on there. Umed is on there. Hank Bellamy has got in touch. Also, just a comment here, Rory. David has said that the Red Stable are going very, very good this season. Are you siding with either of the Red Stable runners here?
I'm considering both Red Stable runners, but I think I'm going to side with Mawassa, despite the fact that on the figures it needs to improve.
Okay. Hank's got in touch and said 3 looks good as well. Baid Kasi. Mawassa has also been highlighted by some of those in the comments. So thank you very much indeed for those getting in touch on the Jcsa English speaking channel. It's time to confirm selections, Rory Delaghi, for this King Khalid Military Academy Cup of 2024. What do we like?
I like Mawassa.
That's very interesting.
Yes. What do you like?
I do like Mawassa. You've got plenty of opportunities still, but Mawassa, it was between Taj Bladi and Mawassa, and to be honest,
I think it was the same with me, essentially.
I think Mawassa's got better credentials, and I know on a Thursday I'd be more than happy to take the selection you're not willing to have, but so close to the end of this selection competition, I've got to go with the horse that I think will win the race, and that is Mawassa. So at least we've got decent confidence behind the market leader here. Callum, are you with us with Mawassa or with something else ahead of race 9?
Oh, boys, it's not doing my chances in this competition any good, but I'm with Mawassa as well. Hopefully, I'll be able to take you on in these last 3 races, but with the scores at 10, 9, 8, I'm needing winners, and Mawassa is the most likely winner of this race for me. A beautiful specimen in the parade ring, quiet confidence from connections, but we have had a white stable runner let us down already. We've got one red stable individual there, just being taken back into the vet section to be checked, or maybe just being taken away from the other runners. I think that is horse number, it could be the one I like, Ala Malek. It could be the horse getting checked. Can't quite see. It is horse number 2, Ala Malek. Absolutely gorgeous individual. Really, that's the one I want to take home. And I also saw there were some tack adjustments for horse number 10, Tamay, also getting adjusted there. The horse that's had 5 starts here and is still yet to win a race. Of those who were the eye catchers, certainly the big names came to the fore, but I thought Dale Al Hejaz was certainly one who looked red hot fit and ready to go. And the same could be said for Asil, coming out of stall 7, horse number 1 on your race cards. It's worth noting that those horses certainly look like they've had a few runs under their belt and are at the peak of their fitness. But the loading process is beginning. All on the Mawassa train. Let's catch it to victory here. Alex Sussy, you can call them home.
Thanks, Callum. Choo-choo indeed. Let's see if Mawassa can land the prize for all of you. Market leader, of course, on the international markets. 100 to 30, the latest price. Can tell you, Taj Bladi at 4 to 1. Saham Al Raya is a 5's chance, 11 to 2. Bared Kasi, and it's 6's bar those. Last few to their places. The 2 horse is with them now. Ayla Malik, who will move into stall number 2. Just needs to be straightened up at this point in time. Ayasil going forwards as well, and the other one out the back is Tamay, number 10 on the card, who is due into stall number 4. That is going to be the last of them in. Coming up now, and is there. Set. Handler sorts. Traditional long hold. They're off. Racing away in the King Khalid Military Academy Cup over 1,600 metres. Not the best of breaks for Tamay or Lamit Sarja. They will go to the back of the field. Looking for the early pace here. Out wider, a couple of them try to drive forwards here and get involved. Also there, Saham Al-Rayla, possibly just the leader from that wider position. Just going on through with Ayasil in second place at the moment. Looking in behind, Taj Bladi is prominent, the white cap up on the outside. Mawassa's a couple of lengths off the pace with Expo Al-Riyadh on that one's inner, the blue jacket with the white cap. Up in between horses, Ayla Malik is next in the red jacket, red cap towards the inside. Out wider is Bared Kahed, is racing quite wide. Bahed Kasi is on the outside with Fal Al-Dareya as they take the turn and start the spin for home. Up in between horses then, it's Saham Al-Rayla who just has the lead. It's only a narrow advantage. Ayasil is in second. Up on the outside, Taj Bladi under pressure in third. Mawassa is also under a firm drive back in fourth position. Ayla Malek is trying to run on now, starting to try and weed through rivals. And on the outside is Fal Al-Dareya, but they've turned in. Heading to the last 300 here, and it's Ayasil who's in front. It's a 3 parts of a length lead. Trying hard to come past is Taj Bladi, who's responded very well for pressure. Has been under pressure for a long time. Head in the air, lugging left under pressure, but has got past here. It's Taj Bladi in front, now going away, grinding out victory in the King Khalid Military Academy Cup. Well on top of the line. Beating Ayasil into second, and third to Mawassa, who also ran on for pressure. Victory here for the 9, Taj Bladi, who's gone 2 out of 2 in the hands of Huberto Ramos. And a bit like our easy winner in the end in the previous race, it was a similar story, that the individual was learning on the job and lugging left. Wiggy had matters in hand. They did get at it from a long way out, didn't they? They were under pressure a long way, several of these. It's a case of staying on best, though, for Taj Bladi. 1:41.32, the winner's time. In the end, about 3 lengths clear come the line. 3.5, in fact, the official distance. Ayasil in second, the 1 horse for Eddie Castro. And Mawassa did get third for Camille Ospina, but again, it was quite hard work. Kept plugging in third. Fourth, for information purposes, Dale Al-Hijaz, who was making a bit of ground up, having been out the back of things. 9, 1, 7 and 4 is the order then in our cup action on the card race 9. And Taj Bladi, a perfect 2 out of 2.
This is crazy. Look at the themes here as Taj Baladi comes in and makes it 2 from 2 in his career after winning this King Khalid Military Cup in such impressive fashion. There are hundreds of people in the parade ring here to celebrate with this horse. Everyone who's got slight involved in this horse is involved. Now it's Mutlik who trains the purebred Arabians. He's there because his cousin does the training. It's a lovely scene. So many people who have involvement in this horse are spending their time with this moment, and we're trying to make sure everyone can get a good shot of this. The crowds have descended, the press are everywhere, and Wigberto Ramos is at the centre of it all. He has guided Taj Baladi, this son of Bandini, to victory here in absolutely impressive fashion. This is a tough horse. I said in the parade ring, I thought he had some growing to do. He's got a big frame, but I thought he still needed to grow. He did not need to grow at all. He has grown up in this race and made it 2 from 2 in the career and upset Moassa, who never really picked up when asked a question, and was able to get in. Ayali was the horse that finished in second as well. That ran a storming race. I mentioned in the parade ring that horse was race fit and ready to go. So a very good success. Wigberto Ramos is currently weighing in here, and we will grab a word with the evergreen Wigberto Ramos, and we'll get him here as he comes through. He's got to take off his saddle cloth again, but he rode this horse with utmost confidence, and Taj Baladi is our race winner. Here's your wiggle, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. We'll grab a quick word with Wiggy immediately after he weighs in as well. Picks up all of his stuff and makes sure he grabs his hat and stuff. Wigberto Ramos, well done. Congratulations. What a ride.
Thank you. I'm very confident with the horse, and this time he came better. He got more relaxed. The last time, that was the first time in the night, first time in the track. So like I say, I was riding confident when I be close to the pace. He gave me good kick.
He was really finding for you. You kept asking and he kept on responding.
Yeah. The only thing that I see about the horse, a little wrong here, when he switched the lead, he wants to go inside.
See, that's interesting. The boys in the studio watch the replay. So you're saying he was switching leads and he's still ready to go again?
Right. He gave me good kick, but he want to go inside. So I had to grab a little bit, but he don't stop. He keep going. It's a good chance to get the big opens.
He's a big horse, but I still think he's got some more growing to do. He's still quite a big baby.
Since the last time they're rolling, he gonna go up a little bit. He gonna go up. And he really reminds me of a very good champion that ride for Prince Faisal, Laban Master. Got the speed and got the kick.
Well, hopefully he can have a similar career to that horse. Now go and enjoy the celebrations, my friend Wiggy. Well done. Superb work. Before you go, very quickly, give us a wiggle. Hey, there you go. Have a good one, Wiggy. Enjoy the celebrations, and the celebrations are really kicking into gear now because we've got some big names coming into the parade ring here to celebrate. We've got Prince Faisal arriving, and we've also got lots of other people coming through as well. So let's talk about who's doing the presentations here. His Excellency Major General Saud bin Nasser Al Zaid, who is the commander of the King Khalid Military College, will be involved with this, and this is a huge moment for not only racing in Saudi Arabia but all of Saudi Arabia. The amount of people that want to get shots of this is truly incredible, and here the gentleman is. An absolute wonderful moment for everyone involved. We saw His Royal Highness Prince Bandar earlier today. This is how important Saudi Arabian racing is to the people of Saudi Arabia. This is not just a fun day out, this is a real important moment during the calendar, and this race is no doubt. And I remind you, this is His Excellency Major General Saud bin Nasser Al Zaid, who is the commander of the King Khalid Military College, and he will be presenting the prize to our winning trainers, our winning jockeys, and our winning owners as well, which is truly wonderful to see. And what a prize we have on offer. I remember this from last year. We've got the golden sword available, we've got the horseshoe prize, and we've got our traditional prizes as well, which is truly wonderful to see for everybody involved. All the trophies, all the memorabilia, and all the memories that will come from this, as well as a commemorative saddle cloth too, which will be lovely to see and get everyone involved in. A truly wonderful round of applause here for everyone involved with this great horse, and we will really enjoy this moment. I cannot believe the scene. Absolute scene around here. It's the rowdiest I've seen this parade ring, and you absolutely love it. Watch everybody come up now, and I can't wait for Wiggy to get up for this moment. Here he is, the evergreen legend, the man, the myth, the legend. Some would say he's finished, but he is not finished at all. He is a man who can continue to ride at the highest level if given the opportunity. The young man coming up as well. That's some memories there. This is memory. These are core memories that are being created here, which is just truly wonderful to see. And this is my favourite. Look at this. Wiggy's going to take this one home. This is awesome. Look at this. Paul Wiggy's good. He's not sharing this, is he? Straight away, move the child to the side. Wiggy's not sharing that prize. There you go. Wonderful scenes there. And this is a scene for a man who's won a Saudi Cup, remember. You can see how much this means to him. The golden rope wrapped around the end of that crop as well. And here come the commemorative saddle cloth too, which is wonderful to see. Weren't able to put this one on the horse. That big boy is a real struggle. My favourite thing is the young child still trying to get onto the stage, who's now been hustled off to stand with the grown-ups. And this is lovely. We'll take it all in, everybody. These are your winning connections of Taj Bladi, your winner of this incredible cup contest for the 2-year-old Cops, the King Khalid Military Academy Cup. What a moment for everyone involved, team. This has been a cracker. And Taj Bladi, lads, is a properly good horse.
Certainly is. You can just see Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz just going off a shot there with the sort of brown overall. We can see the back of him now speaking to Berto Ramos, and as Callum said, on the right of shot a few moments ago was His Excellency Major General Saud bin Nasser Al Zaid, commander of the King Khalid Military College. As we see the owner, the proud owner of the Red Stable here, Rory, taking King Khalid Military Academy Cup of 2024. Money well spent on Taj Bladi.
Indeed, if indeed any money was spent on Taj Bladi, but Taj Bladi has certainly moved to the Red Stable. Unusual for them to pick one up from another yard through the campaign. And Taj Bladi, for all the race that he won first time out, was not a particularly strong contest. It was the right decision to pick him up. He's showing a tendency, as Wiggy said, to hang across to the rail and he wanted to get to the inside, but still green, still capable of better. And this was a very nice performance, and this is a fourth win in this prestigious cup contest for Wigberto Ramos over his long career in the saddle.
Indeed, he gets away okay. Wider out than ideal with the white cap, who's racing in about 5th or 6th place, but plenty of pace being set early doors by the orange colours of Saham Al Rayla. Asil gets a nice position on the inside, and they all group up together really at this stage.
They do, and you see one or two of them looking to get into better positions than they were in from the start. Notably, our selection, who was
Mawassa.
Mawassa wanted to get through this gap between the front two horses. At this, I don't think Mawassa again is blessed with particularly good turn of foot, but Camila was hoping that a gap would open up. One of them would roll away, one of them would weaken quickly, and he could get through that. But you can see that it never really does, and he has to sit and suffer. And then when the pace quickens, he doesn't really have the natural speed to go with them. But what you have to say about Taj Bladi is that he does travel strongly in his races. He moves forward easily. He is willing when he's asked for his effort. Still a little bit green when Wiggy asked him in the first place. Still not that happy to sit wide on the track, but he was a lot happier straightening out off the turn, and then he gets off in pursuit of our leader, Asil, who showed improved form last time out to win his maiden, and he stepped up again.
Definitely, yeah.
To finish in the places here. But once Taj Bladi straightened out, I said he wasn't particularly happy coming around the bend. But once he gets around, he's taken off and shown the nascent ability that he has. He's still not the finished article, as Callum was saying in the parade ring, but clearly a horse of some promise, who was probably winning when not expected first time out, and maybe that's what the Red Stable saw. They had the horse that was expected to win that race, who could only finish 4th. And Taj Bladi has built on it to run out quite an impressive winner.
Indeed. So the result to race number 9, the King Khalid Military Academy Cup of 2024, goes the way of Taj Bladi on start number 2, winning for the second time, this time in the colours of Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. 9 beat 1 and beat 7 in race number 9. We are moving on though. We've got 3 big races still to come here. We've got a listed race for the Arabians. We've got the Group 2 right at the end of the cards. But before that, we have a standout open race here, featuring the likes of Wait to Excel, Derivo. This really is one of the top races on the programme. And we can cross live now to Alex Fussy, who will take us through the contenders for this big race.
Yeah, let's have a look, shall we then? Find out who's on show in race 10, this open contest over the 2,000 metre trip this time. Number 1, Weight to Excel, Mohamed Al Daham. The 2, Al Local, is Alex Moreno. The 3, Derivo Del Al Faradi. The 4, Taf Beat, Khalid Al Mimoni. Number 5 is Shokran for Thab Al Timyat, with the 6, Al Hayawi, Osama Al Shirani. Number 7 is Al Khatib, Salman Al Rashid. And the 8, Azilio for Rayan Al Turaish. Number 9 is Every Day, the Mount of Abdullah Al Khamis, with the 10 being Freshwater Cliffs even, for Forwas Wanas. The 11, Miyagi for Abdullah Al Udib, and the 12, My Frankel, Ahmed Al Shara. Number 13, Radad, Ahmed Al Zahari. The 14, Tell Me All, Mohamed Al Yami. The 15 is Thunder Score, that will be the mount of Wigberto Ramos, of course, riding on high. And the 16 is Al Mutib for Abdullah Al Saudi. The 17 completing the field step by step for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. That is the field then of 17 runners for this hot looking open. And Callum is amongst it all in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, team. We roll quickly on to our next contest. It's open race, and this is the race I'm most looking forward to. Here is number 1, Weight to Excel. What a horse he is. He proved to be an absolute star, especially for Tom Collins last year, and he's looking to get back to winning ways last time after being battered last time out by a very good horse in the shape of Jack Red Cloud. He's a big, strong, powerful type. He doesn't do much in the parade ring, but when he gets out on course, he's an absolute beast and looks very well in the coat. Let's go back to Alucal, horse number 2. This horse does look very well. I was really taken with Alucal in the parade ring. Got plenty to like about him. He's got a beautiful coat. He's a bit jig-joggy, but that's not a concern, and looks ready to go today. We go back one more to Derivo, who was so impressive last time out, and then Alucal just getting very, very excited there. Maybe a reminder to my cameraman just to keep his distance on this occasion. Here is Derivo, who is walking around nicely. A very good winner last time, looking to make it back-to-back wins for Red Stable horses. A horse who comes into this race with plenty of chances, and probably the best of the 2 that Jimmy Jerkins is sending for this race today. I love Taf Beat here, a real popular horse with the English broadcast, but looks really, really fit today. They're just having a little hold up here, but Taf Beat looks really well, in good condition, walking out. Look at the muscle definition in Taf Beat's hindquarters. Not the most attractive of individuals, quite a long neck, high withers, but certainly for me, this is the best I've seen Taf Beat since I've been here in Saudi Arabia. Now we'll pull back and we'll catch up with a few horses towards the bottom. Horses number 12 will be the first one I spot. This is My Frankel, who I absolutely adore. The apple of James Doyle's eye. He loved this horse, and there's a reason why. He was a Group 1 winner last year. He tends to take a race to get going, but you cannot ignore a horse with the back form of My Frankel. He is a gorgeous individual, and I remember James saying he was maturing with every run. He's an older boy now, but he's still growing up, and I think there's still more to come. It will be interesting to see how he gets on seasonal reappearance, certainly carrying a little bit of a Christmas belly, so there's no doubt he's going to come on from this, but exciting to see him back on a race course. We'll go back a couple of horses more for 2 more horses, number 15 and 16. 15 is Thunder Squall, a typical good-looking Prince Saud horse here. Saud bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, always these horses look well, and Thunder Squall is no different. Another one not carrying as much condition as we just saw with our last horse, but certainly looking ready to do the business today. No doubt about it, this horse will be looking to build on the second place effort that he showed last time out, as he covers the ground really well and walks out nicely. He's just a little bit off. You can just see the way his head is dipping every time he takes a stride. He's clearly not feeling all 100%. He's just a little bit off. And we'll go back to the final horse on the shortlist, Al Mutib. I think Al Mutib looks absolutely gorgeous today. Watch Al Mutib and the way he covers the ground. This for me is the paddock eye catcher of the race. I'm picking from the paddock, and Al Mutib is the one for me. What a stunning individual.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Callum. We are due off in 5 minutes' time, apparently, but the runners are yet to be reunited with their jockeys. Let's speak about form, Rory, if we can. Derivo 15-8, My Frankel 2-1. Two horses that we can see in action here. Starting with My Frankel, who is number 12 on the programme, second on Saudi Cup night in an international handicap. Was victorious prior to that in a local Group 1 in December.
Yes, and he'll be aimed at that race again, I think, as his main target. But this is him in an international not 110 turf handicap here on Saudi Cup week. He pulls wide in the red bridle and runs on strongly, but he ends up sandwiching the horses who run in the Wathnan racing colours here. Salawi had made the running, and King Shalah, I think, is the one who runs on best to win it. My Frankel runs on best of the others, but can't quite get on terms with the winner. But runs right up to his very best form in second.
This is Weight to Excel winning back in August. This was the Okaz Cup prep. He did go on to disappoint in the main race itself.
He did well. I mean, he finished fourth in that. We'll go on to that in a second. But this is him going away.
This is him at his best, isn't it?
This is him at his best. He beat Mr. Trinket in second, who runs on well. We saw Mr. Trinket then win a very good race a couple of weeks ago. And the horse back in third is Derevo, who he runs against again. This is Weight to Excel at his best. This is him off a break, showing that he can go well fresh. He didn't run to the same level in the Okaz Cup last time out, but no doubt he can bounce back.
This is Derevo, but winning.
This is Derevo, dropped into open company here 2 or 3 weeks ago, who beating Go Fast Trowland, who'd made the running here. And Vasilikos, I think, is the horse in third. Very, very impressive this day. And while the point I made at the time was he's beating lesser opposition here, and he's just getting his confidence back. But Go Fast Trowland won a decent contest here yesterday. So the form has been franked already, and My Derevo looked really back to his best. He's better suited by a fast surface than he is the deeper surface in time. And I thought he was a danger to all here on the back of that really good performance.
But he does have 5 lengths to find on Weight to Excel.
Yeah, he has 5 lengths to find with Weight to Excel on that type run, but he's definitely stepped forward from that last time out. I think he's definitely better suited by this surface, and he's a very reliable horse here at Derevo.
Talk me through the Okaz Cup proper then, because he was below par. I think he was expected to win that day. I think he was just done by a better stayer.
Yes, it became a real test of stamina. It's interesting that when he won the Okaz Cup prep, he did that. Even though it looked a bit of a test of stamina there, he won at a time of 2 minutes 12.7. When he was beaten in the Okaz Cup itself, beaten by Jack Redcloud, no shame in that. Jack Redcloud absolutely bolted up in an open race over 2,400 metres here the other day. He's been a massive star this season. The winning time was 4 seconds slower, 2 minutes 16 and a half seconds. Now, that suggests that for whatever reason, the race became more of a war of attrition and more of a test of stamina, and that wouldn't have suited Weight to Excel as much. Again, he showed very good form here last season. Very few horses have beaten him here. His only defeat was in Group 1 company, with second to Bader, who was, again, huge improver last season, with Derevo back in third. He didn't run to that form last time out, but you'd expect him to bounce straight back, particularly at this track. And it's worth pointing out that he had Derevo back in third when he was second in that Group 1. It was the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship, wasn't it? So that's exceptionally good form. If he's back to that, he's hard to beat, even though he's giving weight away. Now, he's carrying 62 kilos, so he's giving 4 pounds, 2 kilos, to everything else in the race except for to everything
13
plus
downwards.
some more. So the first 3 are getting 4 pounds from him, and those at the bottom are getting a fair bit more. 57 kilos you see at the bottom there, step by step. So they're all getting weight from Weight to Excel. So he does need to be at his very best to win this race. He has an edge on the ratings with a rating of 107, but he can't afford to slip up here.
Where do we stand on My Frankel then? Because everything this season, all high-class runners, including stablemate Wootton Son, have needed the run. It's a tough race to return in.
Yeah, well, strictly speaking, he's the one to beat in the race, given the weight that he's receiving. Despite the fact that he was winning in local Group 1 company last season, he gets in here with 60 kilos. So he gets the 2 kilos, or 4 pounds for those who are imperially minded, from Weight to Excel. So he ought to be winning the race. But he was beaten in this race last year before going on to win the Crown Prince Cup the following month. And I guess that's the idea again, to start him off in this with a view to getting him to peak for that Group 1 Crown Prince Cup over 2,400 metres next month. He's favoured by the weights. If he's at his very best, he probably wins. But I would suspect that he will be a little bit short of his best, with a view to peaking next month, and again, being at his peak for big races in February.
Okay, they are the top three in the market that we've really gone through in great depth. Anything at a bigger price we should highlight? It's 9-1 the field.
Well,
if you take out the top three.
there are some very classy horses. Alucal's very much worth a mention. He doesn't have. He's got a rating of 103. He doesn't have much to find. He would have needed to run behind Scotland Yard here in his return. So he was well beaten, but that would have been purely to blow away the cobwebs. And although he was beaten at King Abdulaziz Cup, he was fourth, so he was not that far behind, and he deserves a fairly lofty rating. So he'll be fitter for his return and isn't without a chance here.
What are we going with?
I am going to go with Derevo, because I know that you're going to go with Way to Excel, and I need to beat you, so I can't simply be agreeing with you all the way through. And I'm kicking myself that when you told me you were going for the same horse in the last race, and I was tossing up between two, I was going to switch there.
Should have.
And I know I should have, but it seemed too late. Never change your mind, they say, but I knew perfectly well I wanted to, so I'm going to go against you here with Derevo. Not because I think he's a better horse. I think Way to Excel at his very best.
He's got to run to his best, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does, and I think Derevo's guaranteed to run his race. He's in very good shape at the moment. He's got a perfect draw in stall 3, and I think he might just be able to get the better Way to Excel once. I think come the end of the season, Way to Excel might again assert his dominance.
Yeah, you're spot on with my selection. Way to Excel is my pick and has been very well supported. I'm pretty sure Tom Collins is moving this market.
Loves this horse, doesn't he?
Absolutely loves this horse. He loves the trainer, Tharma Al-Dahani. 9-2 into 3-1. It's Derevo for Rory Delagi, 15-8 at the top of the pile. Way to Excel now 3-1 is my pick. Between those is my Frankel at 2-1. It's a high-class open race here. Callum, what do you like?
Oh, it's a corker, this, isn't it? Lads, I agree with Rory entirely. I think Derevo brings in the strongest form. I'm sure it was mentioned already, but he absolutely pumped Go Fast Trow Land, who in turn was very impressive when winning a good race earlier this week. I think Derevo is the one on current form they've all got to beat, but the paddock pick with Al Matib, who needs to find an absolute mountain to win this, but I could not believe how good Al Matib looked, rippling with muscles, really covering the ground with the way he walked. Hopefully he can run well at a place. Tass beat, the word is on the street that he's looking very good in the parade ring, the best I've seen him, so looking forward to seeing him. But Way to Excel's the one to beat, Derevo's the one on the best form, and I'm picking Al Matib. Am I crazy? I probably am. Alex Fussy, it's over to you.
Well, the international markets would say very, Callum. 40-1. Only one horse a bigger price than Al Matib at the moment as they load forwards here for this upcoming 10th race of the day. A little bit behind the clock, aren't we, with this particular contest, but there was quite a lot going on with regards to presentations in our previous race, but it's worth the wait, this one, and we've already got about a third of the field into the starting stalls. And if you're following Derevo number 3 on the card, stall 3 is the starting point as well. My Frankel, same ownership, different coloured cap, of course, next door, stall 4, so they are together, the red and white combinations. And Way to Excel, yellow and black jacket, will jump from 6 in the hands of Mohammed Al-Daham. So that one from 6. Just working on a couple at the moment. Pushing forwards Tath Beat, who's just gone in the black and white. Also moving forwards Alucal, gone in no troubles at all. The 14, Tell Me All, has just gone further away from the gates, having been a bit troublesome. Heading back in the right direction. We've still got Thunder Squall to go in, and also it looks as though Every Day is another one that we're waiting for. The 15 is the one that's being troublesome. Now we've got a jockey hopped off the stalls. Just keeping an eye out there. Was that the rider of Shokran? Far about him yet, maybe. There's a horse been backed out here. And that is the 5 by the looks of it. So it is Shokran. The eye was right. Getting a check over here. And Tharb looked a little bit on the sore side when he hopped off the back of the stalls. So there's still a couple to go. Interested parties watching on here with regards to what's about to happen with this 5 horse. We're having a trot up now. Looks a bit warm as well. The other one is Every Day, who's still out the back. Still 15 for that runner. So a wide berth to overcome. Not quite the widest. 17, of course, and Tell Me All at the outside gate position. Right, so that runner has gone in Every Day. It's just on Shokran now. 5 horse. Who's due into 7. What's the signals? Gone further away by the looks of it, so we could be going without. Still a wait. The start of this one. Standard hold here, isn't there? So we're waiting to see what's going on with Shokran. Right, the flag's gone up from behind. And the flag's up in front. They're off and racing. They've gone without the 5 then. Shokran, who got upset and taken out of the stalls. Riyadh was very slow in gathering stride, but in truth, it was another ragged start. There's a lot of distance top to tail. Al-Hayawi is already dropping right out of proceedings. Al-Khatib was one of the best away down on the inside, but Tell Me All has come up sides and has tacked on past here from a very wide berth, so bagged that lead. Not far from them, Azilio is also racing prominently. Al-Lukal is just in amongst the leading wave as well. Back towards the inside at the moment, my Frankel, red with the white cap, and that runner's being followed actually by Derivo, all red jacket, down towards the inside. It's about 7 or 8 lengths off the leader, though, who's hard up against this rail, and it's Tell Me All. Tell Me All has the advantage. 2 lengths is the lead. Al-Khatib is racing in second place at the moment. Getting up there still, my Frankel, on the inside of horses. Al-Lukal just losing a bit of a pitch now. Drop back on the outside of rivals. The white and blue Thunder Squall is getting into the mix as well as they take this left-handed turn. And right there, Wait to Excel coming up on the outside to apply the pace pressure, and seems to be travelling quite powerfully for Mohammed Al-Daham, with the jockey having a glance in behind. Here then is Wait to Excel, who decides it's time to strike and put it up to the pace setter. Wait to Excel going beyond Tell Me All. In third place, my Frankel's under a drive. Then Al-Khatib. On the outside is Thunder Squall, and next is Derivo, who's got lots of ground to cover. Wait to Excel. Committed early, committed before the straight, but is away. 5 lengths the advantage at the moment. Derivo goes back to the inside to try and run on. My Frankel is still there, just holding second at the moment, but they are all playing second and third fiddle here, because Wait to Excel is miles ahead. Wait to Excel. Competitive open race? I think not. He's torn this apart. Wait to Excel, much the best today. Beating my Frankel in second. It's close for third. Might just be Derivo up on the inside of Al-Khatib. Victory for the one, an impressive victory for Wait to Excel. One of the highest rated individuals in the field, joint top in that regards. And he's absolutely ripped the race up round the home turn. The Al-Dahani stable, Mohammed Al-Daham doing the steering here. And, well, just went further away in all honesty. You thought, oh, is it a bit early for committing? It was prior to the straight, really, where this one had grabbed the race by the scruff of the neck. And no, it wasn't too early because he had so much in reserve. 2:05.74 on the clock. He's finished nearly 2 seconds ahead of his next rival, and he's beaten my Frankel by 9.5 lengths. Derivo finished in third place. That's confirmed. And it's going to be Thunder Squall who just gets 4th on the near side, and then Al-Khatib, who was between that pair. Well, we had a very wide margin winner at the top of the programme, but this race looked deep and competitive on paper. Wait to Excel, though, has ripped it apart. 1, 12, 3 and 15. Your order of finish for race 10.
Oh, he's destroyed them. He's absolutely pulverised them. Wait to Excel justifies favouritism with a stunning performance in this open contest, and this horse clearly has plenty more in the tank. Mohammed Al-Daham guides this horse to victory in good style as he absolutely bolts up in very good fashion. Tamer Al-Dahani trains and owns this horse as well. Hugs all round for Mohammed Al-Daham as well. I will grab a word with him. He is absolutely over the moon. Mohammed, well done. What a horse. What a performance.
Alhamdulillah, yeah. This horse, I know him. I ride him last season here. I win with this horse 3 times. MashaAllah, I know this horse, very good horse. When I ride first time, I know this very, very good horse. Alhamdulillah, he ran today, good time, and he ran very well. Inshallah, I hope this horse for a big race, inshallah. I win with this horse. And today, 62 kilo, you know. Too much, and good time, mashallah. He's a big heart.
Not too much for him. Last race, Jack Red Cloud finished ahead of him. Can he beat Jack Red Cloud?
Inshallah, I hope this Jack Red Cloud, this horse is not easy horse, good horse. Inshallah, my horse and good horse. Inshallah, I hope when I come together, I beat him.
62 kilos on his back, and you, well done.
Thank you, welcome.
Yes, what a performance from Wait to Excel, who wins for the 7th time in his career on start number 14, now operating at a 50% strike rate. But we really saw Wait to Excel at 100% fitness here. He's well clear of the remainder. We mentioned before the race, my Frankel would need this. Perhaps De Revo was too far back. Wait to Excel has been in total control of this race throughout, was just held up away from the early pace setter, but was always well placed. Mohammed Al-Daham could not wait any longer on the crown of the bend and shakes his head in disbelief, crossing the line. What a performance, Rory Delagi.
Yes, it was a perfect performance from Wait to Excel. He wasn't strictly the pick of the weight, but we expected my Frankel to need this run slightly.
Definitely.
Because he's got a big target next month, and Wait to Excel was fit after those 2 runs in Taif. And yeah, listen, he's had excuses for the only defeats he's had here, and he's gone from strength to strength. He's a horse who really grew on us. Obviously, we saw him in the UK before he came here. He was a winner a few times for James Tate back in the UK, but it's gone from strength to strength here, and this was as good as anything we've seen from him. A race that threatened to get messy. We had a couple of outsiders go on the early stages. The race slightly delayed by one that didn't want to go in the stalls. So there would have been excuses for 1 or 2 of the market leaders just to underperform because of that. But Wait to Excel was always better placed than his rivals. I thought my Frankel alongside him here, but Wait to Excel just poised to pounce. Nothing can really go wrong from this stage. If the leader weakens quickly, which is a possibility given he's gone off hard, he's going to be clear of that kind of trouble. And Mohammed Al-Daham must have been very, very happy at this stage. You just see him moving up onto the shoulder of the leader at this stage. My Frankel just a little bit flat to the boards at this stage. I'm unable to go with him initially. That horse stays on again, as does De Revo, you'll see, who's now in about 6th place in the all-red colours on the inside, beginning to move forward. But he gives them an awful lot of rope in front. And at this stage, you can't give a horse like Wait to Excel a head start. And
it's game over here, isn't it?
Game over before the turn, quite frankly. But once he's quickened away, he's never going to stop. I thought De Revo's done well to pick up the pieces and get 3rd from where he was. But the 3 best horses in the race, the 3 outstanding horses, have finished 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And there's more to come from Wait to Excel. He's a 5-year-old now, but he just keeps running these absolutely top-class races. And this was, given the margin, he's beaten my Frankel and De Revo, horses rated 107 and 101. You've got to say he's improved again.
He really has. I guess Jimmy would be pretty pleased with my Frankel on the return, as you said.
I think he'd be delighted. Again, Jimmy would have been hoping for a good race here. He was 3rd in the race last year. He's finished 2nd this year. Based on his 3rd last year, he went on to win the Crown Prince Cup, that local Group 1 next month. So he's perfectly placed for that. And obviously he's got big prizes then later in the season, but this sets him up nicely for those.
An early candidate for highlight of the day?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, you want to see the best horses win. This is an absolutely gorgeous horse who's won in the style of a superstar. and things can only get better for him. Really.
And that he is. Weight to excel, wins again, and bigger targets await, perhaps against the likes of Derevo and Mai Frankel. The quality keeps coming, but we are switching codes back to purebred Arabians. The second of 2 races for that code this afternoon. The Jockey Club Arabian Horses Contest over 10 furlongs. A listed prize worth 150,000 Saudi Riyal. And Alex Fassi can take us through the numbers and the names for race 11.
I can indeed, Mark. Yeah, another big one on the way, isn't it? On the back of that breathtaking performance by Weight to Excel. Hugely impressive. Let's see if we have another wide margin winner this time. Number 1 is Al Haref, the mount of 4 was Wanas. The 2 is Bayrak Al Hizam for Rayan Al Turaish. Number 3 is Bariz Abdullah Al Farhuz. And the 4 is Durgam Athbar for Alex Moreno. Number 5 is Ghazi Al Zaman Mohammed Said. And the 6 is Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia Naif Al Anazi. No number 7, that's a non-runner. So the next we have is the 8, Muazzaz Al Khaladia for Abdullah Al Saudi. The 9 is Risk Allah Al Khaladia, Fahad Al Faradi. The 10, Saloom Al Khaladia, Adel Al Faradi. The 11 is Amo Ricardo Ferreira. And the 12, Turkey Al Khaladia for Abdullah Al Lawfi. So lots of Al Khaladias, and the man casting his eye on them is Callum.
Thank you very much, Alex. Let's have a look at these horses. The first one we'll look at is Al Haref. Big ride for Fawaz Wanas. He told me earlier on today he was really looking forward to this, thinks this horse has a big chance, and I can see why in the parade ring. Al Haref is just a gorgeous sort, isn't he? A winner last time out. That ended a bad run of results for this horse, and certainly has earned his place at the table here. This will be a tough ask for the 7-year-old gelding, but looking forward to seeing how he gets on. Lovely mover, no condition, plenty of fitness, one to watch. Let's go back to the talking horse of this race, Durgam Atbar. What Durgam Atbar is going to turn up today? That's the question on everybody's lips. Unseated rider, when well detached when last seen, but looks an absolute picture today. Look at this horse. Lovely muscle all the way through. Beautiful quarter marks, typically well turned out by Alex's table, Lucas Gaetan's stable, and Alex Moreno takes the ride. Let's go back a couple. Horse number 8 is the one we're looking at now, and we're going to focus on horse number 9, who's just coming towards us as well. This is Risk Allah Al Khaladia coming towards us. This is the horse I remember well from last season, probably just at that second table of good Al Khaladia horses. A very, very good individual in his own right, but often found wanting at this level. This is going to be a tough ask, but if I was looking at a horse that looked very nice, I mean, the neck is powerful, the shoulders much more developed than the horse we just saw. Looking forward to seeing how this horse gets on. Lovely hind quarters as well, moving well. I'd certainly give this an 8 out of 10 in the parade ring. Let's move to the final 2. Sir Aimer, horse number 11. This horse comes in with a rating of 105. Another one for Tamer Al-Dahani, who'll be looking for a very quick fire double, and what a double it would be for Tamer. It would be his 3rd winner of the day as well, so looking forward for that. This horse is striding out nicely too. We've seen this horse dance every dance, to be honest, over the seasons we've been here in Saudi Arabia. Not often disgraced, and certainly one to watch. And finally, we'll go to Turkey Al Khaladia. 116 rated Turkey Al Khaladia, cannot be ignored on paper. A leggy, athletic type, very different to anything we've seen so far. Al Khaladia stables will be looking for a winner here. Lucas Gaetan is walking towards me, which is ideal because I will grab him before he runs away. Lucas, don't try and run from us just yet. Durgam Atbar. Which version of Durgam Atbar turns up today? Because arguably he was very disappointing last time.
Well, last 2 times, not disappointing. He fell down in Noveya, the day of Saudi Cup. The American horse opened a gap. Alex went there, he closed it. He couldn't make balance, he fell down. That's why he didn't finish with the jockey. Then in Dubai World Cup, he had a bad trip. I thought he was going to do a better race. We gave tie break, just easy work. I'm preparing for Riyadh season. I think it's good. Probably he needs the race, but it wouldn't surprise me if he wins today.
He looked in good shape. He's really well turned out by your team. Beautiful quarter marks. I thought maybe he was a little bit light on the shoulder. Can he come on a little bit more physically?
Yeah, he's like this. He's a medium horse. Probably his best condition in the last few races he had with us. So well, I told you, probably he needs the race. but he was training well, eating well, so that's the most important. And Alex is very confident.
This is a proper race, though. This is not easy race to chuck him in first time.
No. He's not racing for 8 months. With good horses like Hamdani, Turkey, Al Jared, he won nice time last time out. So well, I think he's the same level of them, and he probably even more. But well, he needs the race, and the other horse has been racing through Taif and Riyadh, so probably he's a bit in disadvantage in that way, but he's doing very well.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Seem to be pretty confident with the chances of Durgam Athbar today, who is 11-2 chance in the market, third choice. We can see the horse in shot there for Alex Moreno and Lucas Gaitan. We can see winning here the Al Dareya Cup back at the start of the year, Rory.
Yes, he was actually carrying the second colours of Athbar Stables in this race and came from quite a long way back. And when we join it, he's moved into third position, but he had been held up, and he pounces late to beat Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia here. In decent style. As we heard, this was the Obeya Prep. He ran in the Obeya Classic then in his next start, and was being held up. Hadn't been asked a question, but was a fair way off the leaders when he unseated his rider on the turn. We don't know exactly what happened there, but he's clearly better than a non-completion suggests.
This is Turkey Al Khaladir, who has race fitness on side, winning over 1,600 metres here, up 2 furlongs today.
Yeah, this was him in an open race last time out. He wins by 3 lengths and over the mile trip, and running on it a second is Hafadak Ala Al Khaladir. Turkey Al Khaladir, he needs no introduction really. He's a very solid performer at this level. He's got a rating of 116 with 58 kilos to carry. That was him back to winning ways after a bunch of creditable efforts in defeat. And he should go reasonably well in this contest. Interestingly, in this race last year, Najib Al-Zaman won this last year for Athbar Stables, beating Bin Galiat Al Khaladia. Al Hareth, bless him, was third, a horse we absolutely adore here. He was third, and Durgam Athbar was a slightly disappointing fourth on that occasion. But obviously he bounced back to form over the same course and distance to win the Obeya trial on his next start. So he's held by Al Hareth on the line of form. I got the impression from Lucas Gaitan, although he was positive about the season with Durgam Athbar, he thought he might just need this run and they would bring him on for his next start, and it certainly seemed to be the case.
And the bigger targets
last
are
year.
in the spring as well.
Yeah, it's the Obeya Classic and then the Obeya Trial and then the Obeya Classic itself.
Exactly. But still a listed race to go out here. Perhaps might go to a different Al Khaladir. Saloum Al Khaladir, number 10 on the programme. Adel Al Faredi from stall 1. What chances here?
Well, he's got, again, he's rated 106. He's got plenty of talent. Three wins from 23 runs, but he's on a long losing run at the moment.
Second favourite.
Does have the best draw in stall 1. Does have Adel Al Faredi on board, and I think that's part of it. Whatever Adel rides in these races, immediately gets a lot of respect. And on the pick of his form, he's got chances, but that losing run is a little bit of a concern for me.
Okay, they are arriving down at the 2,000 metre start. Is there anything else we should mention? I know we've only gone through half of the runners, but is there anything standing out that we should mention?
Not an absolute standout, but there's plenty of these. Rizqala Al Khaladia, we haven't given a mention to. That's a pretty unexposed one at this sort of level. He's won 2 of his last 5 races. He's only had 8 races in total here. Rizqala Al Khaladia doesn't have an awful lot to find on the ratings, with that rating of 112. Was behind a few of these in open company last time, but is liable to come on for that run because he's coming back from a break. And sometimes it doesn't pay to dwell too much on a horse's last run, as we saw in our previous race, where the horse with the outstanding credentials was allowed to go off third favourite before winning easily.
Okay, I'm going to get my selection out of the way. I'm going to side with the race-fit Turkey Al Khaladir. Durgam Athbar, I think, is the better of the 2, but this race might be used to set up a solid spring campaign. This might be Turkey's Gold Cup here, if you'll allow me. He's perfectly tuned up for this. He'll take some beating over the extra 400 metres. That being said, what are you going to side with in the penultimate race?
I've decided to side against you, and I've decided I was going to go with Durgam Athbar, but while you thought the trainer sounded confident, I thought he sounded like he was confident for other races going forward, and I thought he might not be fit enough for this. So I might go with the horse who finished in front of him last year, Al Hareth, who got his head in front last time, in a change of tactics. Now that might be the key thing with Al Hareth. normally gets out a little bit outpaced in his races and runs on very strongly at the end from a bad position.
And better drawn as well.
Yeah, he's drawn in stall 3. He was well drawn last time. He went to the front reasonably early and powered clear of his rivals to produce a career best effort. I think he can do something similar today and play a big part in the finish here. Again, I agree with him. I think Durgamap is the best horse in the race, but I think he's being set up for another contest.
OK, Rory Delagi likes the one at the top, that is Al Harith. I like the one at the bottom, which is Turkey Al Kaladir. Callum, do you like something in the middle?
I will go for something in the middle. I'll go for Durgam Akbar. I thought he looked superb in the parade ring, like Lucas said. Sorry there, team. Like Lucas said, he's going to come on from this, but you cannot ignore him here. The fact he went to the Dubai, both to the Iberia Classic and the World Cup meeting as well. He's clearly got ability. Maybe this will come too soon, but I'm happy to take you both on. I need the win. So Durgam Akbar is the one for me. Alex Fussy, this purebred Arabian contest is all yours.
Thank you, Callum, and bless you. As the runners load the stalls here for race 11, about half the field in. Not too many more to slot into their places. Don't forget, we'll have the different coloured caps again to keep our attentions on here. Turkey Al Kaladir got a yellow cap if you're following that runner, just going forwards to stall number 8. And the fancied individual's white cap on Saloum Al Kaladir from the inside position. Looks as though Hamdani Khalid Al Kaladir is going to be the final one forwards. 6 horse moving in to stall number 9 with the blindfold on. And is there. Ready to race. They're off. Jumping out in the Jockey Club Cup, this Arabian race over the 2,000 metres trip, a listed prize as well. Good start down to the inner by Saloum Al Kaladir. Looks to be going off to set the early gallop. Being followed early on by up the inside Barry's just coming through. Check Jacket racing handily, and Al Harith is also there. White with the green stars more towards the inside. Yellow cap Turkey Al Kaladir is on the outside in 4th position, and they're being followed another couple of lengths away by Sir Amos in midfield. Down on the inside now, the checks of Barry's just taking a bit of a pull forwards as they settle themselves fully into their stride, with on the inside the white cap Saloum Al Kaladir just showing the way. So the leader by half a length over Barry's, that Check Jacket, and then Al Harith between them, and next is Turkey Al Kaladir. Couple of lengths to Sir Aymer racing in 5th position at the moment. He's just in the centre of horses. Back on the inside is Ghazi Al Zaman, who's racing down there towards the running rail. Red and white combination is Bayrak Al Hizam, who's down the order, racing in behind Hamdani Khalid Al Kaladir. Stripes are blue and white Muazzaz Al Kaladir, not got too many behind, one of them being Durgan Athbar, who's right towards the rear of the field and is under quite strong driving already as they begin to spin back towards the top of the home straight. Risk Allah Al Kaladir is also in rear. Heading towards home then, it's Barry's in front. Taken off and over, gone past the struggling Saloum Al Kaladir, who's fading on the rail. Up on the outside now, moving through powerfully, is Sir Aymer, who's going to come up sides and hit the front here, travelling sweetly. Best of all, no doubt about that. Sir Aymer goes on past, leads the way close to home. Up in behind in second, then Barry's firmly ridden. Not many coming from off the pace here. Down the outside, 1 or 2 trying to fight for minor money. Ghazi Al Zaman might get involved in that shake-up, but up top, Sir Aymer, Ricardo Ferreira is clear by 3 or 4 lengths close to home, with 1 or 2 just boxing on, not really closing. The line needed now for Sir Aymer, but the line comes. It's a listed win. Al Harith responded, got back up for second over Barry's in third, and they were away of Turkey Al Kaladir, who was only on the scene really late for 4th position. But the 11 is the winner. Ricardo Ferreira on board Sir Aymer. 3rd win. Only 2 from 24 before today. Some second-placed efforts, quite a few actually second-placed efforts of late, but travelled into this much the best around that home turn and was able to fly on by, and has won in a time of 2:19.26. It was a bit of a flat race, I felt. Not many getting involved, really. And some of the fancied runners underperforming, without a doubt. Al Harith second. Held well, though. 2.5 lengths down, so well enough back in second. And Barry's in third. Turkey Al Khaladia only fourth if you were a follower of that one. All in all, that meant the order for race 11 was 11, 1, 3 and 12.
Well, Tamer Al-Dahani, there is nothing this man can't do at the moment because he's got a purebred Arabian winner here in the shape of Saema, who has landed this listed contest for purebred Arabians, the JCSA Cup for purebred Arabians, and has done it in very, very good style indeed under Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, who was telling us earlier it took him a while to get ready to get back into the rhythm of riding here in Saudi Arabia. Very different to riding in France, but he seems to have picked it up pretty quickly and had a winner here, and a good winner as well. Looking forward to hearing from Ricardo because he's a properly good rider, and really looking forward to getting a good chat with him. This listed contest run by the Jockey Club for your purebred Arabian horses, and we'll see a quick word with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira afterwards. Saema, a horse he'd been banging on the door without much success, but never looked in danger there when Ricardo kicked for home. Rode in a very European style, patient all the way around, and then kicked for home and got the result. So very good to see. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with our winning jockey. Much less of a furor around him, which is great. It means I get a very easy chance to chat with him. And he's been passed fine, and we'll talk to him now. Ricardo, you said to me earlier you were looking to ride big race winners. You've ridden a very big winner.
Yes, thank you, all people. Thank you, Tamer. Tamer speak very well about this horse. He tell me the form is very nice. 10 furlong is better for him. I respect the pace behind the pace, and I wait my moment. You know, easy win, comfortable win.
You said to me before that the style of riding here on the dirt is much faster, but you rode very European in that race. You were slow to start, patient, let the pace go in front of you, and then kicked on the turn.
Yes, I jump well, I break for a good position, respect my pace, and then wait my moment.
We'll let you go and collect your trophy. Well done.
Thank you.
Yes, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira going to collect the winning trophy here. The presentation today being made by another member of this is made by His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Abdulaziz is getting involved in this trophy presentation, and we're going to see Tamer Al-Dahani get a big trophy presentation here. Had the winner of the open race last time, and we weren't able really to celebrate with the dignitaries, but on this occasion he certainly is able to celebrate with the dignitaries. He is over the moon there, and wonderful scenes all around here. Yes, lift that trophy up. A quick fire double, which makes it a treble for Tamer today. We'll grab a word with him after this if we can, and he's a certainly a very, very talented trainer. Look at this. This is lovely. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira saying, no, don't just give me the trophy. This is all you. And the trainer was very confident about the horse. The owners seem obviously very confident about every horse they have running at the moment. And it's lovely scenes all around. Absolutely wonderful scenes all around. And Ricardo certainly is back in Riyadh and back with a winner. It was good fun talking to Ricardo earlier on because he's clearly a very nice bloke who does a lot of his riding in France, of Portuguese descent, has ridden in Spain as well, but has really found a home for himself riding here in Saudi Arabia as well. Certainly a jockey to keep on the right side of all the way through, and looking forward to seeing more of him in the future. Boys in the studio, I don't think any of us had the winner there, but it was a cracking race.
Yeah, it really was, Aimer. It's certainly the biggest day in his career, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I think if it was a case of having one win only, Sir Raymer would have been well down the list, because although he's got plenty of ability, he tends to just do his running late in races and picking up the pieces later on.
He's
a very
capitalised
frustrating
a few
horse.
disappointments here, though, isn't he?
He has, yes. I mean, obviously, Durga Mathba wasn't nearly ready for this. He was never really particularly happy from that wide post position. Didn't really suit his hold-up style. He either had to tuck in and get kickback, or he stayed very wide on the track, and he never looked particularly comfortable. Our favourite never really showed up. None of the Al-Qadidiyah horses really covered themselves in glory in the race. We knew that Al Hareth would run his usual solid race, but again, maybe in slightly stronger company than last time, he's got a little bit outpaced at a crucial time, whereas he was able to press on and use that to his advantage last time out. And he's got the better of Sir Raymer in the past, but he's run on very gamely, as he always does, to get second place, having looked like he was likely to be out of it on the turn. But Sir Raymer's gone through this very sweetly indeed, and this jockey is a great guy to watch. I loved watching him riding here last year, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Doesn't ride in exactly the same style as a lot of the local jockeys, but really gets a lot out of his horses. There are horses that don't go for other riders that really will travel for him. He's a very very sympathetic jockey, but at the same time, he manages to get horses moving forward in the races without seeming to get after them. And some of them just run a bit more sweetly for him than they would otherwise. And Sir Raymer is a perfect point, because we've called him a few names here in the past. You always got the impression there was more to give from him at the end of his races.
Yeah.
But that was often in finishing third or fourth. And here he's gone through it as sweet as a nut, travelled really well, looked as straightforward as you like, and put the race to bed in good style to win as if he was doing it every week. But that's, we've been here for quite a while, and Sir Raymer doesn't do this every week. And he often looks like a little bit of a difficult ride, but not at all today.
Al Hareth just didn't really get the gap where Sir Aimer now moved up into the lead, or a share into the lead. I think momentum was just checked at a crucial point.
It was, and again, that's the issue with him. You couldn't get a more genuine horse than Al Hareth, but he does lack tactical speed. And we saw one way around that last time out when others didn't want to go on. He grabbed the bull by the horns mid-race and took it apart, but he wasn't able to do that against slightly stronger opposition and with a stronger pace being set. But again, even when he was beaten, he wouldn't give up, and he kept running to the line. So a nice run from him. Barres has run well.
Yes.
That was a better sign from him. He was disappointing last time out, but back to form here. But yeah, it's more about what didn't happen for some horses than what did.
Durgam Athbar blew away the cobwebs.
Yeah, I mean,
it
would have done the job for him, and clearly I got the impression, listening to his trainer pre-race, that this was quite badly needed, but he thought the horse was mentally and physically in the right sort of position, at this point of his training schedule, but that his training schedule was geared towards other races.
Okay, Sir Aimer has taken the Jockey Club Cup, this Arabian feature race over 2,000 metres, has now racked together 25 starts and has won for the third time. Certainly the biggest day in his career. 3 on the day for Tharma Al-Dahani, and of course Ricardo Sosa Ferreira winning on his first time back, of course being back here this weekend, finally back in the winners' enclosure. You know what time it is, don't you? Layla Doro time in the future. Yeah. It's Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup. It's a domestic Group 2. The feature here worth $500,000 Saudi Riyal. It features Layla Doro, but Alex Fassi for the final time can tell us who's running.
Here we go then, Mark. Let's have a look at the field for the big one of the day. They are headed by number 1, Abu Sheikha for Fahad Al Faradi. Number 2 is Al Sharij Nawef Al Mudiani. No 3, that's a non-runner. So then we have the 4, Fana. It'll be the mount of Abdullah Al Kredis. Number 5 is Fawray for Waswanas, with the 6, Hafi Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 7 is Ibn Toulon for Alex Moreno. Then the aforementioned 8, Leila Doro for Camillo Ospina. Number 9 is Mafrood Abdullah Al Farouz. The 10, Mastori Mohammed Al Dahan. The 11 is Shagboom Al Kir Khalid Al Mimoni. The 12 is Taj Alaya for Naif Al Anazi. Number 13 is Wafi Alays Abdulaziz Al Yesh. No 14, that's a non-runner here. So we'll have 2 more to cover. Then the 15, Yemken for Abdullah Al Lawfi. And the 16, Bint Far for Adel Al Faradi. Leila Doro then, 9-4 favourite in the international betting. They're in the pre-parade ring at the moment. We're heading back to Mark and Rory.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Alex. Leila Doro, 9-4 favourite, as he mentioned, looking for this 4-timer at the top of the international markets. Didn't open up as favourite, was a bigger price this morning at 4-1, is now shortened into 9-4. The Red Stable have 3 runners here as direct competition to the market leader. Bint Far, 11-4 for Adel Al Faradi, 7-2 Yemkin Abdullah Al Lawfi, and Abu Sheikha are also a recent purchase, like one of our previous winners, Taj Bladi. Seems to be third choice in the market. I don't think should be. 8-1 Fahid Al Faradi. Between those somewhere, Ibn Toulon, who beat Leila Doro at the start of the season, 7-1. It is 10-1 and bigger the remainder. I'm not going to tease you for a selection, Rory, but Leila Doro is the horse to beat.
Yes, I mean this is an absolutely cracking contest. The more I looked at this, the more I liked it. But Leila Doro is the one with the strongest overall record, and it's worth pointing out what his strengths are. He's won 8 of his 13 career starts. His only defeat in the last 18 months came when second to Ibn Toulon in a Group 1 here in January. And the score between those two now stands at 2-all in their meetings over the last couple of years. Unbeaten in 3 runs this season at Taif, looking at least as good as ever, and obviously that gives him a fitness edge over some of his rivals here.
8 wins from 13 for Leila Doro. He's extremely likeable. He never wins by far, but he always just does enough.
Yes, he's not the type to go and win by a massive margin, as you
Saudi
said.
Kyprios.
Yeah, he's Kyprios goes one at about 30 lengths in France, didn't he, the Prix de Catran a couple of years ago. Yes, he is like that. He tends to be workmanlike in his races, but the form doesn't lie. And he goes up against the best horses on a regular basis. He's been contesting Group 1 since his 2-year-old days, and coming out on top more often than not. I suppose the question you'd have with the horse, he was as good as he was as a youngster, is how much has he improved, and has he flattened out a little bit where others can get to him. But the signs in Taif were that he's at least as good as ever.
Okay, the runners are still in the pre-parade ring, so we have time to look at some form clues ahead of this feature Group 2. We can start with Yemkin, who is number 15 on the programme, 7-2. We can see the victory, Rory, from September the 7th. Yes,
this race looks a little bit better now. This is Yemkin winning in really good style, beating Alamai, who's the horse in front at the moment, by 6 lengths in the JCSA Al-Mansif Cup.
Alamay
came out and won the best race here yesterday. The horse who finishes 3rd in this race was 2nd in that contest as well. So that form is working out really well. This is Yemkin winning her 2nd race on the bounce and showing the best form that she's ever shown. She would have looked inferior to these last year, but really improved recently.
This is the race that you did mention a few moments ago, Ibn Toulon getting the better of Leila Doro.
Yeah, this is a great clash between the pair of them early in the season. This is the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. Leila Doro got to the front and looked likely to win, but Ibn Toulon comes with a really strong run on the rail. The pair of them settled down to fight it out. Loads of quality in behind them as well, and nothing between them on the day, but Ibn Toulon just getting the better of it. He's he doesn't have the benefit of a race, and he's drawn very wide today, which is the negatives for him.
Absolutely. And finally, we can see Bint Far, who's also in here for the Red Stable. This is an Africa Cup success.
Yes, this was her run last time out a few weeks ago here, where she's turned over a couple of shorter price runners and shown, I would say, the best form of her career, despite the fact that she's been a fairly busy mare, clearing right away to win this by a wide margin. She's as effective at this trip. She's been second in the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques in the past.
He's down as well.
Yeah, which is very unlike her. Normally, I really liked her when I saw her finish second in the custodian a couple of seasons ago. She came from miles back, and she made relentless progress up the straight. And I thought, this is a mare who's going to win races. Granted, a test of stamina. I was convinced that she wanted a mile and a half, and she's by far, and you'd expect her to really want the trip. But she actually disappointed when stepped up to 2,400 metres here. And normally she's a little bit short of tactical pace, but very, very game. Last time out, she looked all speed. You know, she danced away from there, so she just seems to be blooming at the moment as well. And I think the mares, the Red Stable mares at the bottom are very, very dangerous today.
Also blooming at the moment is Abo Shekar, right at the top, who won a void race here last time by many lengths. Has made the transition to the Red Stable, so it's 3 in the colours of Prince Faisal bin Khaled bin Abdulaziz. Long overdue, it's fair to say. This horse has won 4 of his last 5 and is a major danger to all concerned. Okay, so they are some of the leading protagonists, as we can see a great view of the grandstand here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. What a view it is as well. You can see the parade ring towards the top right of picture. We know that the winner to this race, the prize will be handed out by His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Abdulaziz, Governor of the Riyadh region. As we can see the grandstand and the racecourse proper in the background. This really is a top prize, Rory, isn't it?
It is, yeah. This is one of the certainly the biggest race we've had so far this season. And a real, a great stepping stone to those races we see Saudi Cup weekend. But the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Bahir Cup is very much living up to that profile. The Group 2 contest. We've still got more horses to talk about in here, but you can see why the occasion is set for what could be an absolutely monumental contest, and that won't be lost in anyone here. The sense of occasion is palpable here.
And perhaps the winner of this race, or something that places, might feature in one of the Crown Prince Cup races, which we'll have halfway through December. We're really looking forward to those, aren't we?
Yeah, well, we were talking about my Frankel, who won the Crown Prince Cup last year, but this Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kibir Cup is a great prep for that.
Okay, the thoughts of Rory Delagi ahead of the feature race here, as we've highlighted that the winner of this race, or perhaps something that places, or perhaps something we've seen earlier, might contest one of the Crown Prince Cups in a few weeks' time. There's this side of the grandstand. You can see some of the spectators down below, many of whom glancing or getting a perfect position for the parade ring, of course, waiting to see some of the runners head into the parade ring proper. So, we are approaching the feature race, due off at 8:30. This is the Group 2 Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup, and all the leading names and connections are here to witness the highlight of tonight's programme. Let's go through the international market. Layla Doro remains the 9-4 favourite. Bint Far's second choice and first pick for the red stable at 11-4. Yemkin 7-2, third pick, with Ibn Talon returning at 7-1. Abo Sheikha looks a big price to me at 8-1, third choice for the red stable. Taj Al Elaya 10-1. Mafrood second pick for the white stable is the pick of Abdullah Al Farouz, as Camillo unsurprisingly is on the favourite. And Mastoli 14-1, Harfi 25s, Shagmoon Ankail 33-1. Bigger prices for the other four: Al Sharif 40s, Wafi Al Ez 40s, Fanar 50s, Fareh 66s. You can see the runners have now finally made their way into the paddock proper. I can see Callum Helliwell is glancing an eye on the leading players. We'll get back to him shortly. Rory, we were some way through speaking about some of the leading protagonists here. I guess Taj Al Elaya, or Taj Al Elia, is definitely worth a mention here. Gets the perfect draw from stall number 1. A number of placed efforts, 10-1 today.
Yeah, is probably in the form of his life at the moment, Taj Al Elia. He was placed in 3 consecutive cup races. Most recently went third to Bint Far in the Africa Cup here last month. But he was 11 1/4 lengths behind her that day, so his chances of turning the tables, he's very well drawn, but so is she. She's drawn a stall 2. So it's difficult to see him turning that around, but he's got place claims if everything works for him.
Mafrood, number 9, has been massively below par in type this season, somewhat the opposite to what we saw at the same venue last year.
Yeah, big questions. I mean, he was very impressive in 2 wins over a mile at Taif last season, but was off almost a year before coming back and hasn't refound his best form this year. His record here in Riyadh is mixed.
Okay, Haith Mohammed Aboud Al Qatani and Sons both have Harfi number 6 and Mastoli number 10. A word on both.
Mastoli's probably got the better chance on paper. Harfi wasn't disgraced when fifth in that Africa Cup behind Bint Far last time out over the 1800 metres, but he's held by her and also by the horse who was in second that day. Mastoli hasn't been absolutely at his best of late, but has got a good draw in stall 10. Was 6th in this race last year. Filled the same spot behind Bint Far in the Africa Cup here last month. Has a chance, obviously, of running into the money, but those couple of form lines show that he's good enough to compete in these sort of races, but suggest that he's not quite good enough to win.
I know Mr. Fussy in the commentary box will have a better view than me, but just confirming to everybody out there, Abo Sheikha has the first colours for the red stable. That's the red cap. Meanwhile, Yemkin has the blue cap for Abdullah Al-Lawfi, and Bint Far has the white cap for Adel Al-Faredi right at the bottom. Red cap for Abo Sheikha, blue cap Yemkin, white cap Bint Far. Shagmoom Al-Kayil is number 11. We should certainly speak about his chances. Knows how to win, but I think possibly is in a little bit deep here.
Yeah, it was course and distance winner last season, so track and trip are absolutely fine for Shagmoom Al-Kayil. The worry with him is that he made his return in Taif in the Shubra Cup. Taif probably wouldn't suit him, but he was dead last that day, and he's got a bit to prove after that.
Callum, what caught your eye in this magnificent looking race?
Thanks, team. Abu Sheikha, horse number 1, is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous and is like a coiled up ball ready to let loose. Has just been snorting and snarling his way around the parade ring, looking absolutely magnificent. A very good looking individual, certainly well bought, I feel. And if you didn't have the P next to the name, which wasn't technically his fault, he absolutely destroyed that field. I think he'd be a shorter price today. Certainly a paddock positive. Of the others that I really liked, horse number 6, Harfi, big eye catcher for me. Jumps out of stall 5, steadily beginning to return to some level of form and showing good signs of fitness, ready to go. Big fan of this horse. Layla Doro, Mark, I know this is a big one for you. Certainly got fitness on side, I would say. Doesn't look to be carrying too much condition. Absolutely eats the ground as he makes his way around the parade ring. This 4-year-old gelding, I must admit, he did certainly catch the eye. The 10 was also a bit of an eye catcher as well, but the biggest paddock eye catcher for me was Yemken. Horse number 15 is a sug, and I love it. absolutely love Yemkem. This entire 5-year-old really caught my eye. Abdullah Alofi in the saddle as well, a winner of his last 2 starts. Yemkem is the paddock pick for me, an absolute monster.
Yeah, Yemken, the paddock eye catcher for Callum then at 7-2. I know you said it already, Rory, but you do really get a sense of occasion with this race. I mean, it clearly means an awful lot to a lot of people that we can see behind us.
Yes, we saw with it when we have the national anthem before a race here.
It means
something.
something.
It's a big deal, and you also get a race. And we've been to some big races here where the racing's really good, but you look behind you and there's not an awful lot going on. It seems quiet. Everyone's very dignified, but it's a small crowd. Today we've got we have proper cheering after the military academy cup, and the number of people behind us queuing up to see this, and the atmosphere out there is extraordinary for this place. So I think we're going to have an absolutely tremendous race here, as good as anything we're liable to see later in the season. And it's not easy finding a winner. Lela Doro, as you said, is he's the one who keeps coming back and showing that top class form. But there are so many horses arriving here at their very best. To lay it down to Lela Doro, it's not going to be easy. There's one of them, Bint Far, who's a lean mare. She's not the most impressive to look at, but she likes to lay it on the line, and she, as I said, she ran the race of her life when winning the Africa Cup last time. I just looked to be on tremendous form with herself, so she's going to be hard to beat. Yemken is absolutely flying at the moment. His last 2 starts have been his best, and the form of his last win, as we said, has worked out really well here in the last couple of days. Abu Sheikha, Callum's mentioned him, you've given him a quick mention. He really impressed in that race that ended up being
Massive
voided, which is a real shame for him, because it was an open race where he was up against a lot of horses with similar sort of ratings to him, and he blew them away. He's rated 98. You could say he was running to a mark north of 100 the way he did that, and he was very impressive a couple of times last season. So he's going from strength to strength as well. And again, no surprise that he's been picked up by the Red Staple.
Yeah, and we're just seeing a replay, of course, of the race. We've already highlighted Ibn Talon, who has not got the fitness edge, but has got winning form against the favourite.
No, he's gone fresh. He's gone well fresh in the past, Ibn Talon, and we shouldn't rule him out. He's a 7-1 shot here, but not many horses beat Lela Doro, but Ibn Talon has finished ahead of Lela Doro twice, once in victory and once when placed in Group 1 company. And this was a great performance for him to get up the rail and beat Lela Doro. And if he's at his best, he's going to run a big race. Alex Moreno doesn't have an easy job to get him into a good position from stall 16. But if he can, this horse can finish with a real rattle.
We should also say, as we spoke prior to the national anthem, as we see also Bint Far winning in shot here. Prior to the national anthem, we highlighted that potentially we might see horses underline themselves as perhaps Crown Prince Cup contenders.
Yeah, again, this race has always been a stepping stone to the Crown Prince Cup for local bred horses, and we've had a number of horses do the double in the past, going back to 2004, 20 years ago. A horse called Taif won both races. Ibn Shakran did the same in 2005, and the following year we had another horse doing the same double 3 years in a row with Sway Yed, and since then there's been 2. In more recent times. Ibn Al-Nafis did the double in 2016. And
go on.
Al-Zaza did the double
2020.
in 2020 before we got here. We're again seeing another one of the contenders for that double in Bint Far here. We saw Yemken in our previous bit of footage winning a cup race. This is Bint Far in that Africa Cup. We didn't get a great view of this at the time because we were outside because of the final race of the day, but she really impressed the way she came clear. And this wasn't a weak race at all. There were 1 or 2 horses who were maybe a little disappointing in behind, but she wasn't favourite to win that, and she did it in tremendous style.
Okay, selection time, Rory, in the feature. What do we like?
Well, see, I was going to go against Lela Doro because I was trying to win the competition, but that's out of the
Doesn't
window
matter now.
You've won it now. I think he's going to be pressed by some horses who are at the top of their game here, but I will stay with Lela Doro because he's a horse. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I said I was really looking forward to seeing him. He's a horse I really liked here. But I end up finding there's 3 or 4 horses I think are coming here in really good form. Lela Doro is the pick, but I think he's going to have to run to his very best to win.
I agree. Lela Doro for me, he's an absolute battler, this horse. He'll need all those qualities here. This is a race stacked with quality and depth. He doesn't do much in front, but he fights and fights, and you know he is giving his absolute everything. He's one of my favourite horses in training. The White Stable are flying at the moment. Hopefully more big race success for them and Camillo Ospina. It's Layla Doro for Rory. It's Layla Doro for me. Callum, what do we like in the last?
Are they flying, team? They've been disappointing today. 2 beaten favourites already. Camillo without a winner. Are they flying is the word I'd be using. I'd be taking them on here with the Red Stables runner here, Yam Ken. The beast, I'm going to start calling Yam Ken. He's a big, big, strong boy. He's going to be the play for me in this one. Best of luck if you're with Layla Doro. Best of luck with anyone everyone has backed at home. Looking forward to this one. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Alex Fussy is the one that will call them home.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, we are loading forwards. We're going to be very prompt this time for the start. We might even have to pause for a moment. It's still well over 2 minutes, or just about 2 minutes to the post time. Layla Doro, the favourite, they're 9-4. Bint Far 11-4. Yemken at 100-30. Ibn Toulon is at 7-1. Abo Shaker at 8-1. And it's 10s and bigger the rest of the field. That's how we stand in terms of the international markets then. A reminder, non-runners in this race are 3 and 14. And 14 of them go. In this Group 2 contest, we only have 3 or 4 left to move forwards here. Still out the back is Bint Far. Also the blue cap Yemken, they go in together. And it looks as though Mafrood is going to be the last one in. And we are just about set. So be interested to see whether they're sent on their way. Flags are up. We are going. They're off and racing. They have jumped away in the Group 2 Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup. They race here over the trip of 2,000 metres. Looking for early pace. Abu Shaker was away very alertly down to the inside. Also, Al Shared is right up there with the checks on the jacket. Another one crossing over from wider will be Mafrood. Going to just about edge through to take on the overall lead at this point in time. Just behind the leading line at the moment then, we find the likes of Mostoli, who's racing in company with Layla Doro. That particular individual posted a bit wide, has only got one racing wider. That's Ibn Toulon, who's rather lit up as they try and settle themselves down into some sort of order. It's Mafrood then, the red cap up on the outside, who just about leads the way. Abu Shaker down on the inside, and between the two now, Shagmum Al-Kir, who's gone through the pair, travelling quite powerfully. They're being followed at this point in time by Taj Alaya on the outside of horses. Mastoli, Ibn Toulon still posted very wide. And then on the outside, the green cap, Layla Doro, Camillo Ospina, keeping in clear sailing as things stand. They're about to turn back towards home, keeping an eye behind them as well. Bint Far, the white cap, is starting to make a move, travelling very nicely, actually, down on the rail. Is hunting through Abo Shaker, will try and leave a bit of a gap, I would suspect, as they come on in. So on the outside of horses, Mafrood will lead them on the turn, but a lovely dart through on the inside for Bint Far, who took it in 3 or 4 strides. Bint Far goes to the lead on the home turn. In second now is Taja Layla. Then comes Mastoli. They're being followed by Mafrood, and not getting to them is Layla Doro as they head close to home. 200 metres to go. It's Taj Alaya who's gone on. Moves past Bint Far. Running on very powerfully is Faray from off the speed. Hunting down this leader. 100 metres to go. Can Faray get there? Up on the inside. Is going to get there. Come from a long way back. It is Faray for Group 2 glory. Has beaten into second Taj Alaya. Then came Bint Far in third. And next was Mastoli. Number 5, Faray, has come from right off the pace. Not even mentioned in the first half of the race. Couldn't get into the leading line, but has come storming through to take today's feature. That will be a huge upset. 2:07.62 is your winner's time. I reckon that one would have been a massive price on the international markets, but has come right through up the inside rail there to win it. Drawn well, drawn gate 3, but didn't necessarily jump forwards, but stayed on very powerfully. 2.5 lengths, the winning margin come the line. Taj Aleya has finished in second there. Bint Far thought it was going to be that one's day, having got the gap down on the inside, but couldn't keep it up. Was home in third. And fourth place, the way of Mastoli. Emotional scenes, tears of joy after success in the Group 2 for Faray. The order of finish was 5, 12, 16 and 10.
Very much indeed for your hard work this afternoon, Mr. Alex Fussy. 12 races done and done here as Faray at big prices has landed the Group 2 feature, Rory. I don't think we gave this much of a chance.
No, we didn't, and we didn't talk about it an awful lot. The rank outsider of the entire field, a record of 1 from 24 coming into this and a long losing run meant that Faray looked a very unlikely winner. A rating of 80 against the best local bred horses around. A real shock, a boil over there. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a surprise when the runner-up got to the front, but an even bigger surprise when Faray came from off the pace. Be interesting looking back at this and seeing exactly how it's panned out. I suspect the pace was very, very strong from the front, and there's been a little bit of a collapse. Bint Far has again run a really good race to take third, but a massive surprise in the big race of the night. And a great day for Connections of Faray.
And tears from our winning rider as well, Fawas Wanas, which we saw as he crossed the line. You can see now on his way back, full of jubilation were this crowd, weren't they?
Yeah, great to hear a cheer from the crowd as they came around the home turn and really getting on their feet to watch the end of this race. But yeah, Fawas Wanas, you can see the emotion there, the tears flowing at the moment. And to win a race that means as much as this must be a tremendous moment for him.
Absolutely. Fawas Wanas is our winning rider in the feature Group 2 Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup. Faray wins by 2.5, beating Taj Aleya in second. Bint Far, best of the leading protagonists, back in third, but beaten 5 lengths at the wire. Mastoli 4. Layla Doro, I guess, was the one disappointment, or one of many disappointments, was drawn out wide and probably stayed in that lane throughout.
Yeah, that wasn't ideal. And of course, Ibn Toulon drawn wider still in stall 16 and having to race wide throughout and racing very freely as well. So that's that clearly explains why those were a little disappointing. But in fairness, with Layla Doro, you know, it's all come alike to him so far, and he always runs his race. So disappointing for him to capitulate like that. But it's nice to see a different set of Connections enjoying such a big day in the spotlight.
No,
so
can't even see
we shouldn't moan about this result because it's a wonderful result for the small man.
It really is. Fawas Wanas on board Faray is just speaking to the Arabic channel, but you can see the amount of Connections here in the winners' enclosure as Faray has delivered on the big day in the Group 2 feature here at Prince Abdulaziz or King Abdulaziz Racecourse. You will see very shortly behind us the winning horse and winning Connections as Fawas Wanas will be unsaddling in just a moment. It's a very, very busy winners' enclosure here. The horse of a very low mark is just starting to kick out against the rail. We are just going to move away a little bit as the horse is just getting a little bit revved up, but he has delivered the goods here for Connections, and as you say, Rory, a very unlikely success for unlikely winning Connections.
Yeah, we don't see the Almond Gosh stable, we don't see these colours successful very often here, so it's good to see such a big victory for them tonight.
Fawas Wanas is now just coming off the horse. There's the winning prize that we can see in shot there, and there is the winning rider. Just look what it means to Fawas Wanas. He has won at big odds on number 5, Faray. Faray has collected the Group 2 and the prize which we just saw a few moments ago. Big money, of course, being on offered in this big feature race. Faray has won. Taj Aleya in second. Bint Far, and there's an overview of the grandstand. We're just at a shot there, but away to the left. There are so many people in this winner's circle, and as we've already highlighted, it is overcome with emotion as we can see the closing stages of the race, Rory. We can see Faray, where can we see him? In about 5th or 6th at the moment, has really rallied very gamely in the closing stages to get up.
Yeah, we ended up seeing 4 different leaders from the home turn. That's always a sign that the pace has been very fast. Bint Far taking over initially, and then we saw a move from Taj Aleya, and his jockey must have thought he'd got big race glory, but it was Faray who came last and fastest to bag the prize for Fawas Wanas. And for all I'm very surprised by that result, I'm absolutely delighted to see the joy on the face of Fawas Wanas and see how much that means to him.
Absolutely, absolutely indeed. I'm delighted to say that we are joined by trainer Tharma Al-Dahani. Tharma, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. It's been a really good day for you overall, hasn't it?
Yeah. I'm happy to be with you. And alhamdulillah, my horse is doing very well today. I'm happy for my dad because he came from Kuwait to see the races. I'm happy to send him the winner for this horse. He's going to be a good horse for the future, inshallah.
Just going to ask you just to lift the mic up a little bit for me. Thank you very much indeed. You must be delighted with Weight to Excel and your colours as well.
Yeah, because we own him and we love this horse. Since he came from England, really he was in a good form all the time. And he's a trust horse, he have a big heart. And he carry on with winning. Only one race in Taif, the last race, he was some problem with the stall and he jumped late and kicking up there. He cannot find the way. And we thank God the horse come safe and no problem. And we progress the horse to run again today to make him fit for the Prime Minister after 1 month.
What sort of targets can we expect to see Weight to Excel in the next few months? I mean, he's a winning machine, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good for long distance, for 9 and up, I'm going 12 furlong, you feel shocked when I say about 12 furlong, but he was good with his trainer in England. He ran 13 furlong, he came second. And we're going to 12 furlong for the Prime Minister after 1 month. I think he can do a good job there.
And our presenter Tom Collins, his favourite horse is Weight to Excel, and he would have been delighted today.
Yeah, I like him. I want to say hi for him. We are really missing him, He's my best friend,
Well, he's your best friend as well.
Because he supports me all the time,
So the message from Tharma Al-Dahani is, Tom, I hope you're watching, because your best friend is right here. As we said, Tharma, it's been a really good day for you as well, particularly in the colours of Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malik Al-Sabah. You had Mahal Hal earlier as well?
Yeah, he's a 2-year-old. He's a very good horse. We bought him from Tatar Sale, a breeze, and he have a sheen when he ran the first time here in Taif, and he won, and he come back with a sortion. I tried to treatment the sortion, no chance. And the speed yesterday, he felt again. With ice, I run him today. I said for the Prince, I'm afraid about the race, but if he done it, he done it. He done it perfect. If you see Muhammad is not pushing hard because we are afraid about the horse. After this race, we will make a good treatment for him for the big race.
And Saima, was that a surprise to you?
Yeah, this is the main things, main target. Yeah, because his joke is coming back. I want to say hi for Ricardo.
Yes.
Really, he ride him and he do a good job with him. I told him just follow the base. You will see 4 horses, follow the base until the 4 furlong, step by step. Your horse will see him flying in the straight. And he done it, and he do it, and I'm happy to win this race. Because this horse, if you see his form last year, he was behind the best 2 horses for Al-Khaldiya, Tallal and the other one. Yeah, he ran with them good races. These horses, they are the best in the world, And today he progressed good. He's coming back to his form. That's what I say.
Talma, I've been so impressed with you over these past few weeks. Since we've been here, you have just been training winner after winner. And you're not doing it with local horses either. Is it possible to try and win the Trainers' Championship without having runners in these local bred races?
By the way, I have the best local bred before 14 years here. I bought it from Prince Faisal. He was 3 years old. And he was damaged his 2 suspensory. I spent 8 months with him to bring him, and he come back and he run with me, and he won more than 5 races. He won all the cups, for me. I'm happy with the local bred, but I don't have a machine. I have to. I have 2 horses, 2 years old. Yeah. If I register, you will see for the Prince. They are really good horses, and they're bought from America, but they are local bred.
Oh, I see.
One horse, he fell down in the track, and he have a tendon small. I try to treat him very good, and he will run after 1 month. The other one, he will run next week. Ooh, and also, he have a sheen. I'm treatment every day. I want to run him next week because he's a real good horse. And about my other horses today, if you see Malian and the other trainer, I would say hi for Mr. James. He beat me by the Brentish jockey.
Yeah, the 3 kilos.
Yeah, his filly is 59 and down 3 kilo, 56, and my horse 62. And she's a good filly. She's a sprinter filly. My horse is a sprinter, but with 62.
Very
I'm happy my horse run until the finish with him, because she's a very good filly, for the sprinter.
Just talk to us about the race we've just watched now, the crazy finish, and Fawaz Wanas being the winning jockey. It must be wonderful to see him riding a big race winner.
Yeah, I see the race. He was very slow at the starting gate. All the people afraid from each other. That's what I see. And the race began from 5 furlong. And the good horses, they are wide. I see the Prince Mittel horse, he was wide from outside. And the other one, Prince Faisal, he come from inside. And there is a big fight between them at the last 2 furlong. I thought Sharif Hazza win until the last 50 meters. But this horse coming from nowhere, I want to say hi for them and well done. It's really a good race. This is the best races. If you see not favorite horse win, this is the race, you know. Anyone have a luck and training well, he can do a good job, you know.
Well, we're watching the trophy presentation as we speak. Fawaz Wanas is lifting the trophy aloft here, the Group 2 feature, and all the cameras are here. A delighted Fawaz Wanas takes our big race of the programme. All smiles here from Winning Connections, and what a sight it is. I guess, Tharma, we should also discuss the Trainers' Championship. Are you out in front now? You must have had a fair few winners this weekend. You might be at the top now.
Yeah, I think maybe 3 points or 4 points between me and Abdullah Mishri. But I have quite horses, not like, you know, Prince Faisal horse. They have more than me, maybe double or triple. I'm not looking forward for the championship. I'm looking forward to run a good horse and win. That's
it.
I
like that.
I don't like champion. Champion, you kill your horse, you know?
Yeah.
I don't want to kill my horse. I love him too much, you know? I want to run, give rest for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and run again. I'm happy when the horse is coming back safe, you know?
Yeah, we're into the final 4 minutes of the show. I guess we should also ask, do you know what you might run next week? Any of the big guns back out next week?
Next week we have really our sprinter horse, Mahalli.
Yes.
He will go to the 7 furlong race for, I don't know, for Al-Ghoda race, Sultan Al-Ghoda. It's for a 2-year-old. Mahalli with another horse, his name is Mukabir.
Yes.
He came from England. He have a real good form with Richard Hannon. I want to say hi for Richard Hannon. he's really a good trainer for Prince Abdullah in England. And the horse, he came a little weak, you know, when the horse coming from England, the form gone. I try hard to bring him back, because if he be back, he's a champion for this. Because he's rated 90 in England. What do you think here?
And you enjoy buying English horses?
Yeah, I love them. I don't want the American people angry from me, but I love English horse. Europe horse is the best.
Yeah.
Bone, heart, run, everything. Europe horse is the best. American style sometimes, coming horse. You know Mahal Hill, born in England, in America, but he came to England when he was 6 months.
Yeah.
And he's been trained in England. You see him, is okay. You know, when you bought a horse, you make X-ray, you don't have any chip or anything. But America, six months, you have a chip.
Yeah.
I don't like it. It's not for me, for big brands, it's okay. They can go to America and buy, but for me, little amount of money, I go to England. This is the best, because they have really good horses. And you can progress 70 rated, and you bring him here. If he's a quality horse, his mother is okay, good. You can train him here and look after him. His form will be double or triple here.
Yeah,
for sure.
We've seen that all along,
Yeah,
with just the ability of these horses. When they come from England, you can really get them to step
Final
up.
destination, he was 69. Now he's at the top. Weight to axle, he was 86 or 87. Now he's the top horses in Saudi Arabia. Maziuna, Prince Faisal.
Oh, what a horse she is, yeah.
69 she was with me, 103. And now with the Prince, she will go more. She's a beautiful filly, you know.
Is there any English trainer in particular you like getting horses from that you think you will always do well with?
The trainer for Way to Excel, I forget his name.
James Tate.
James Tate. This is our friend. He's our best friend, really. We like him too much. All our horses are stable for my dad in Kuwait from James Tate. And Richard Hannon and Roger Farian, I want to say hi for him. He's real a good man and a good trainer. And this all, Roger Farian and Richard Hannon, they are training for Prince Abdullah in England.
Yes,
and they're
yes,
still
they
training there. And I trust them too much, and when they say for me, and also there is a Belgium trainer, His name
Kevin Foy.
Philip
yeah,
Devoy.
Kevin Devoy, yeah.
Yes.
He's my friend, you know. I like him too much. all the trainers there, I like him. But this is my friend, near to me all, you know.
Well, Thaba, I want to say on behalf, particularly of Tom Collins, but from all of us here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel, thank you very, very much for speaking particularly to that man on a regular basis, but for filling us in on all this information. It's a real education for us.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for spending so much time speaking to us, and well done on your hat-trick today.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, thank you. You will come anytime. I'm happy to be with you because you my friend, when I saw him walking with the horse and running with the horse, he speak good.
Yeah.
He speak good. He speak about the form, about the horse, about the groom, about everything, about the trainer. This is the way.
Yeah.
For the racing. Really, this is the way. Not talking anything. No, he speak about the race.
Absolutely.
We don't want to say anything about the people, the owner, anything. We want to talk about the horses.
The horses.
Absolutely.
That's
This is the best, you know. And keep going. All the people that are watching your program and our Duania, you know, all the sitting people who put it in English and we watch.
It's been brilliant, hasn't it, Thaba? And we're out of time, sadly, but thank you very much indeed for taking the time to talk to us. Rory, thank you very much indeed. Callum as well. We've been us three here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Hope you found a few winners on the day. What a day of racing it's been. We'll see you next week.